Chapter 251, Betengu is a pig, too. As a matter of fact, first, Long Yi ordered 200 soldiers to pile up the woods to cut off their view. Moreover, like this, Betengu, who had already eaten the loss, would become terribly suspicious, and wouldn't dare to immediately launch the direct attack. And after they couldn't see inside due to the piles of woods, Long Yi began to use earth magic with the true chi of Tianju to dig the tunnel. The distance between the supreme headquarters of Long Yi and Betengu was 8 li, so digging a tunnel that long was time-consuming as well as laborious. Furthermore, if by chance magic power was leaked, then they would have easily realized this. But it was precisely because of the excessive caution and care of Betengu gave him adequate time. Moreover, Long Yi used spirit power to cut off the leakage of magical power. Long Yi alone could have destroyed the supreme headquarters of Betengu, but his aim was to let 200 soldiers have ample scope for abilities, so he assigned that mission to them. And with the sudden appearance of 200 elite soldiers in front of those defenseless magicians' battalion, one could well imagine the result. The magicians were easily captured. Naturally, there were some magicians with automatic defense magic accessories, but Long Yi had already taken this point into account. He had used spirit power to attach his internal power to break through the magic barrier on those 200 soldiers before they got to work. Like this, whether they had magic accessories or not, all of them were captured. Besides, if Long Yi wanted to complete the mission by himself, then he had even simple and convenient method. According to the rule of training battle, capturing the enemy commander alive also counted as winning. So with his technique, capturing Betengu in the middle of 20,000 people wasn't that difficult. This is the case. Now, do you admit defeat? After explaining, Long Yi asked with a smile. The entire body of Betengu slightly trembled, and his complexion also got pale, obviously had recalled the consequence of the loss. Not to mention her, a girl with status and position. It was unbearable for anyone if they were in her current situation. Just imagine, who had the face to lay down the dignity and crawl 3 laps around the densely populated soaring dragon city. Moreover, while crawling, had to call out she was a pig loudly. Furthermore, soaring dragon city was so big that to crawl 3 laps around it, it would take at least 5-6 days. I admit my defeat. I admit my defeat. Betengu collapsed to the ground and her mind became blank space. At this time, the expression of Betengu was changing continuously. This bet would not only drag down the reputation of his little sister, moreover would also disgrace his clan. Finally, as if he had made a decision, he ordered all the soldiers of Divine Wind Battalion to retreat, then bowing to Long Yi, he said, "Second young Master Ziman, I, Betengu beg you. Can you change the bet agreement between you and my little sister? Don't want to acknowledge a debt? It's also fine, in any case, even if you all act shamelessly, I can do nothing about it." Long Yi said with a smile, "It's not that we don't want to acknowledge a debt, merely want to exchange for something more beneficial to you. Even if you make my little sister crawl 3 laps around Soaring Dragon City, you will get nothing out of it. Isn't that so? I will use Divine Wind Battalion to offset this bet." Betengu implored. People under the eaves had no choice but to lower their head. Long Yi had a playful smile on his face, and suddenly recalling 5,000 soldiers of Divine Wind Battalion he had won in the first bet with Betengu, his eyes flashed. Furthermore, he wasn't in a hurry to accept. He had to carefully consider whether there was something fishy or not in this, otherwise, wouldn't the loss outweigh the gain? When Long Yi was pondering, Betengu on the ground suddenly raised her head and slowly stood up. Then looking at Long Yi with an unprecedentedly firm gaze, she gritted her teeth and said, "Since I, Betengu agreed to a bet, I will accept the loss. I will not go back on my words. I will immediately go and carry out the agreement of the bet agreement." Betengu hurriedly caught Betengu and loudly shouted, "Are you mad? Do you have no sense of shame, or, could it be that you don't care about the face of father and mother?" Betengu was startled, and with tears in her eyes, she shook off the hand of Betengu and said, "If I don't fulfill the promise, then will you still have the face?" "I shamed my clan, so you can punish me after I fulfill my promise. Why are you talking nonsense? Betengu was greatly surprised. All along, he knew that his little sister was stubborn, but never thought to be this stubborn. Although she would receive punishment under military law because she had disobeyed his command, but Divine Wind Battalion, after all, was the troop of Betengu clan, so he could easily let the matter drop by putting on a show of doing something without doing it. But if she really went and crawl on the streets, then Betengu clan would definitely lose their face completely. Seeing Betengu so resolute, the impression of Long Yi on her changed greatly. Although she handled the matter somewhat irrationally, but not everybody could abide this kind of promise. The overwhelming majority of people would definitely not abide this kind of promise. Boss, the temperament of this girl is good. This old bull admires her. Barbarian Bull, being a straightforward person, seeing Betengu was not going back on her bet, he admired her. Long Yi was unable to bear. At that time, he was merely treating this bet as a joke, and really hadn't thought to make Betengu comply with the terms of the bet. Although he sensed that Betengu was somewhat not to his liking, but nowadays, Betengu clan, after all, was showing goodwill towards Zimin clan, and he was unwilling to see their relationship getting rather strained. Forget it, Betengu, the bet of just now was merely a joke, don't take it seriously. Long Yi shrugged his shoulders and said, "You are joking, but I am not. Since I promised, I will get it done." Betengu persisted. Long Yi made a wry smile. This girl was truly stubborn, even more stubborn than Barbarian Bull. He didn't feel like nagging with her, so he said without care, "Do as you please." Before Betengu spoke, Betengu hit her back, making her lose consciousness. Then he said, "Many thanks, Second Young Master Zimin. You can select the soldiers of Divine Wind Battalion. I will leave first to arrange this insensible girl." Looking at the leaving figure of Betengu, Li King said, "Young Master, should we take all the soldiers of Divine Wind Battalion seizing this chance?" "No, only apart from Divine Wind Battalion, and as for remaining, we will choose from other battalions." Long Yi rubbed his beard stubble and said with profound meaning, "Why?" Li King asked curiously. In his opinion, when choosing soldiers, he should naturally select most elite first. "Because I do not trust Betengu clan." The eyes of Long Yi flashed with cold light and said with a smile, "Could it be that young master is doubting that Betengu clan is deliberately approaching Zimin clan?" Li King asked in surprise. "If someone shows goodwill without cause, then one should maintain vigilance, isn't that so?" Usually, Betengu clan maintains a distance from Zimin clan, but this time, they are becoming uncharacteristically intimate, so I couldn't help but doubt them. Moreover, even if they truly want to lean on us this big tree, but we absolutely cannot take them lightly. And as for selecting elites, it is good, but there are also hidden dangers." Long Yi said with a smile. "What hidden dangers?" Li King was completely immersed in the words of Long Yi, and he was admiring this young master more and more. His young master considered each and every aspect of a matter, and being beside him, he felt like he had learned many things. Among elites, there are many loyal and devoted people of Betengu clan, and even if their master is changed, they would never forget their previous master, so just in case, if Betengu clan has a different heart, then wouldn't that be bad? Long Yi said. "But if you select soldiers from miscellaneous battalions, then no need to talk about the overall quality. Even for the training, we have to spend many times more time." Li King, as the successor of Moxie clan, had some understanding with regards to leading army. Hey, there are many soldiers in miscellaneous battalions that have great potential. After going through my secret training schedule, they will surpass these so-called elites within a short period of time. Long Yi confidentially said with a smile. Because Betengu had ordered before he left, all the soldiers knew Second Young Master Zimin was selecting soldiers, so the selection of soldiers was conducted very smoothly. First, he selected 1,000 soldiers from 20,000 soldiers of Divine Wind Battalion. All of them were the soldiers that had their name in the elimination name list of Divine Wind Battalion. Of course, Those 200 soldiers who had followed him in the training matches were also included. As for the magicians inside Divine Wind Battalion, he didn't select even one of them. Magicians held a crucial position in any legion, and as magicians of elite Divine Wind Battalion, the treatment of each and every one of them was very high, so it was better to be prudent. As for remaining 14,000 soldiers, Long Yi especially selected those recruits that had just entered Divine Wind Legion. He selected them on the basis of stamina and perseverance. Moreover, he dug out some talents among the veteran soldiers too. In the past incarnation, as a leader of Dragon Organization, his eyes to select people was extraordinary, because he could use more scientific method to clearly see the potential of people. As for magicians, Long Yi selected 10 youngsters, and they were only elementary magician, but their potential was very high. As for all others, Long Yi rejected them. As a result, in the eyes of other people, these 15,000 soldiers were merely miscellaneous soldiers and 10 extremely weak elementary magicians. So the generals of Divine Wind Legion thought that Long Yi was crazy. It was already dark when Long Yi brought these 15,000 soldiers dug out from Divine Wind Legion to Violet Dragon Legion. Hereafter, under the leadership of Long Yi, these 15,000 soldiers would become an independent battalion in Violet Dragon Legion. It was similar to the Divine Wind Battalion in nature, but in this place, it was obviously more independent and free, because Ziman Nu promised, other than Long Yi himself, no one had the right to mobilize them. And Tyrant Bear as well as his tyrannical bear mercenary groups, several hundred mercenaries were also incorporated into this independent battalion without a name, and they assumed the most basic officer post. Like this, it would be easier for them to look out for the spies of Betengu clan among the selected 15,000 soldiers. This made Tyrant Bear extremely excited, as if he was about to become well-respected great general. After that, Long Yi hurried back home. It had taken an entire day to select the soldiers, and Jia Yi, who had lost her virginity just yesterday, was waiting for him to comfort her. Just after he entered the hall of Ziman Mansion, he saw his mother Dongfeng Wan, Jia Yi as well as Yu Feng chatting and laughing there. How come you are returning just now? Didn't you go to just select the soldiers? Fenger has been waiting for you for a long time. Furthermore, did you eat? Dongfeng Wan stood up, and looking at Long Yi, she said, although she had displeased tone, but the last sentence still revealed her concern for Long Yi. Mother, selecting soldiers is a very troublesome matter. I haven't eaten till now, so I am very hungry. Did you leave something delicious to eat for me? Long Yi said with a smile. Still, can't they select without you? Mother will go and heat the food for you. Dongfeng Wan said doubtingly. Then turning around, she walked towards the kitchen. With regarding everything concerning her son, she would never borrow the hand of other people. All matters whether they were small or big, she would do herself. This shows how much she doted on Long Yi. Looking at the back view of Dongfeng Wan, his heart ached. He had never thought that, someday, he would also have such familial love. 2 wives. Did you miss your husband today? Long Yi squeezed in the middle of 2 women in a happy mood, then embraced their slender waist with his big hands. Not missed. 2 women were unexpectedly consistent, then they giggled. Actually didn't miss, see how I will discipline you too. Long Yi smiled, then with his arm squeezing into their underarm, he tickled. My husband, forgive us, we do not dare. Both women begged for mercy while laughing, and 3 of them twisted around together. Suddenly, both women trembled, then stopped smiling and making a noise. Furthermore, their beautiful face became bright red. Bad fellow, madam is coming soon, still not letting go quickly. Yu Feng rolled her eyes, then hid a claw that was rubbing her towering with her little hand. And as for Jia Yi, being a new daughter-in-law was unable to bear, and her beautiful face was almost buried in her chest. Jia Yi, raise your head, otherwise you will suffocate to death. Long Yi smiled, then he pulled her soft and elastic meat bun. Pervert. Both women grumbled in a flirty manner in unison, and this greatly provoked the lustful intent of Long Yi. Long Yi looked all around like a thief, Then his big hands unexpectedly reached out to the soft place between the legs of these two women. "Yeah, Long Yi, I beg you, don't." The entire body of Yu Feng quivered, and she said while feeling her lower part of the body was becoming moist due to the stimulation of Long Yi. This sweetheart was mature and intelligent at times, but at other times, he acted shamelessly and become mischievous like a child, making her want to love and also hate, want to hit but also reluctant, and want to curse but also reluctant. Long Yi caressed that private part of Yu Feng, and feeling moist and warm through the clothing, he knew that Yu Feng was aroused. Then with a smile, he retracted his hand and said gently, "I will forgive you for now, we will continue in bed at night." Yu Feng softly reopened, and as if she lost all of her strength, she leaned against Long Yi. After that, Long Yi turned his head and seeing Zhao Yi was breathing agitatedly, he said lovingly, "Is it still hurting?" Zhao Yi shook her head in panic. She thought her sweetheart would retract his hand, but contrary to her expectation, he didn't. And then she thought, if Madame saw this, then would she think her moral character wasn't good? Fortunately, Long Yi also had a sense of propriety. After gently caressing few more times, his hand returned to her waist and said with a smile, "How about accompanying me and Yu Feng to sleep tonight? We will sleep together." Sleeping together was a good thing that Long Yi had always wanted for a long time. If he was able to realize this dream today, then today he would kill two birds with an arrow. Zhao Yi didn't dare to speak due to shyness, but she was willing in her heart. If Long Yi wants that, then she would definitely agree. Just then, Dong Fangwan with a tray walked in, and seeing Yu Feng and Zhao Yi were blushing with blurred expression, she immediately understood what kind of good deeds her son was doing just now and said with a smile, Are you bullying them again?" "Nope, there is not enough time for me to love them enough, where can I find the time to bully them?" Long Yi smirked and said. He especially placed the focus on the word love. "Licentious, absurd dumb idiot, don't you know a little bit of restraint?" Dong Fangwan scolded in jest with a slightly red face. Puff. Long Yi sprayed out the hot soup that had just entered his mouth, and foolishly laughed, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had not expected that his mother would speak so directly. With Yu Feng and Zhao Yi gently attending him, he finished eating, then he entered his room with two women. Licentious without principle, Long Yi had always been like this, and with such beauties before them, there were no men that could endure. Long Yi shut the door with a bang. Then with a bad smile, his two hands had already slipped to the unknown places of two women, and then shouting strangely, he pounced on them. "Second young master, there is an accident, quickly come out." When Long Yi had just pressed down two women and was about to punish them, the sound of shouting suddenly came through outside the door. Chapter 252, Betengu is a pig. 3. Why are you shouting? This young master is sleeping. If there is something then say it tomorrow. Long Yi shouted back in a bad mood. This time, there were two little beauties in his bosom waiting for him to bestow favor upon them, so how would he have idle time for other matters? The wolf claw of Long Yi groped all over the body of these two women, making them pant repeatedly, but both of them didn't dare to open their eyes, as they were still not completely comfortable to have joyous love with their sweetheart in front of another woman. Bang, bang. Bang, knocking sounds came from the bedroom door, and a servant scowling miserably said, "Second young master, Madam and master instructed this small one to bring you to the hall, otherwise this small one's skin will be peeled off. Well, quickly go out there." Zhao Yi moved away the wolf claw of Long Yi which was caressing her plump meat bun, then pushed the shoulder of Long Yi. "Yes, I and Zhao Yi will wait for you in the room." Yu Feng with red face said in a mosquito-like voice. The eyes of Long Yi shone, then pinching the breast of two women, he said with a smirk, "This is what you said, you are not allowed to go back on your words, if even one of you are missing when I return, I will punish both of you." Finished speaking, all of them looked at each other and then both of them covered their head with the quilt. Long Yi turned around, then taking a deep breath, He suppressed the complaints in his heart. "Do I go out just like this with a tent?" he muttered to himself while walking towards the hall. Just after entering the hall, he saw both Dong Fangwan and Zimin Nu, and their expression wasn't normal. "What's the matter? Why did you call me in such a hurry?" Long Yi sat on the sofa, then drank a cup of water, suppressing the fire of lust. He was extremely thirsty. Zimin Nu stared at Long Yi and slowly said, "Today, didn't you make it trouble again when you go to Divine Wind Legion to select the soldiers?" As it turned out, it was this matter, and here he was thinking it was something worse. Long Yi replied with a smile, "When did I make a trouble? I merely betted with Miss Batang, that's all." Crawling 3 laps around Soaring Dragon City, moreover shouting she, "Betengu is a pig while crawling, isn't that so?" Zimin Nu slammed the table and said angrily. Long Yi didn't care about Zimin Nu pretending to be angry to maintain father's dignity, and said with a smirk, "The betting agreement was like that in the beginning, but I took the initiative to rescind afterward and said that she doesn't need to do so." "How come this matter reached your ears? Could it be that that girl complained to you?" "Now she is carrying out the betting agreement, stirring up the entire Soaring Dragon City, and this bet has become the talk of the town. Furthermore, Batang Zhuang publicly disowned this daughter. All of this matter is you, this dumb idiot's doing. Now, you say, how will you solve this?" Zimin Nu snored, then continued, "That stubborn girl is truly crawling, and common people are gathering to look. If this matter is not dealt soon, then this will certainly turn our Zimin clan and Bitang clan into fire and water. I don't care what method you use, immediately solve this matter." Zimin Nu stood up and snorting, he turned around and left the hall. Long Yi made a wry smile. Why was she so stupid? At that time, he was merely speaking thoughtlessly, nothing serious, but he had never thought that she would really behave this way. However, she won the admiration of Long Yi. Could endure what other people couldn't endure. Perhaps she was really not so unbearable. This betting agreement is really too excessive. Think of a way to persuade that girl of Beteng family to go back. Dong Fangwan walked over to Long Yi and patted Long Yi, then turning around, she also left the hall. "Damn, now I have to uncomfort that girl?" Long Yi cursed in his heart and left the Zimin mansion. Outside the Zimin mansion, now the street was desolate, and he saw several people dashing ahead once in a while, with the eldest miss of Beteng clan crawling in the street while shouting "Betengu is a pig." They were quickly running over to see that excitement, fearing they wouldn't be able to see if they were late. Along with the stream of people, Long Yi quickly arrived at the crowded place. On the street, inside the room of roadsides and on the roof, all were crowded with people. Long Yi flew in the air and saw a black-robed Betengu crawling on the ground on her knees, and he could indistinctly hear her hollow voice, "Betengu is a pig, Betengu is a pig." There were 2 beautiful maids beside Betengu. They were crying while calling out their family miss, however they didn't dare to touch her, because Betengu had said that if they touch her, she would sell them in the brothels as prostitutes. Long Yi looked at that deathly pale and stubborn pretty face. Her teeth were firmly biting her lower lip and a trace of blood was seeping out of it. Seeing this, people couldn't help but sympathize with her. Why isn't Beteng clan coming out and is ignoring her? They have the heart to make such a beautiful girl suffer this suffering. A middle-aged woman standing on the roof couldn't bear and said, "Byergu's son is the soldier of Divine Wind Battalion." They said that, because she had lost in the bet with second young Master Zimin, she is carrying out the bet agreement. You also know that Beteng clan is one of the notable clan in the empire, and they couldn't afford to lose their face, so the patriarch of Beteng clan has already announced that Miss Beteng no longer has any connection with their Beteng clan from this time on. The husband, this middle-aged woman said. "This bet, isn't it too inhumane?" One man beside them interposed. This question immediately attracted the crowd of people on the roof. Seeing so many people surrounding him, that husband of a middle-aged woman suddenly felt like he was a protagonist, so he proudly said in a loud voice, "This matter, other than Ergo and I, not even a dozen people know. Tell us quickly." Another man impatiently said. Second young Master Zimin went to Divine Wind Battalion to select the soldiers, but for an unknown reason, He had a conflict with Miss Betengu, and Miss Betengu, being the only female general, was naturally proud and arrogant, so she challenged second young Master Zeman to do a battle on the spot, which resulted in second young Master Zeman using only 20 worst soldiers to defeat more than 100,000 soldiers under the leadership of Miss Betengu. Moreover, he defeated her twice, so this is happening. Now you all understand. The saliva of this man called Sanhuzi flew everywhere while speaking. When he explained, 200 soldiers had reduced to 20 soldiers, and 20,000 soldiers had increased to more than 100,000 soldiers. When this spread again, this might change into second young Master Zeman, with a wave of a finger wiped out the entire Divine Wind Legion. I don't believe second young Master Zeman is so powerful. Immediately, someone didn't believe him. Sanhuzi, as if a cat whose tail was trampled, jumped up and patting his chest, he said, "If I, Sanhuzi, is deceiving you all, then I am a dog feces, even worse than a dog." More than half people believed Sanhuzi after he vowed, and at that time, someone said, although Miss Betengu lost, but she kept her words. I admire her very much. I also admire her. Immediately someone else added. Just then, suddenly someone felt that something was not right, and turning around, he saw that the person who had said he admired Betengu was unexpectedly the protagonist of their discussion, second young Master Zeman. Each and every one was so frightened that they became just like a cicada in cold weather. Although the impression of second young Master Zeman had changed greatly after that snowman incident, and he had not stirred up any trouble in the city after he had returned back, but his image of the profligate son of rich parents for 10 years was not something that could be reversed overnight. Long Yi didn't care about the expression and feeling of people looking at him. He merely asked indifferently, "How long has it been since Miss Betengu was crawling like this?" "It's already been more than 1 hour." Someone answered. Just then, a little bit bold man suddenly said, "Second young Master Zeman, Miss Betengu is truly too pitiful. She is just a young lady, like this. Can't you cancel your betting agreement?" Long Yi turned his head, then that person who had just spoken was so scared that he fell back again and again. He greatly feared that he had offended this evil star. But to his surprise, Long Yi made a wry smile, and sighed, "I have already cancelled the betting agreement, but she doesn't listen, so I can do nothing about it." At this time, Betengu had already crawled far away, and seeing her unyielding however proud and aloof back view, Long Yi didn't feel any pleasure. On the contrary, he felt stifled in his heart. When all was said and done, he was unable to bear letting such girl lower herself like this. Long Yi lightly jumped and in a flash, he landed in front of Betengu, and with his appearance, the commotion among the onlookers got even bigger. Betengu raised her head and used her hollow and indifferent eyes to look at him, then continued to say Betengu is a pig. This sentence while continuing to crawl forward. "Miss." Those two maids of Betengu cried and knelt in front of Long Yi. Long Yi felt bitter in his heart, but clearly, he wasn't at a fault here. Still, how come this situation of Betengu appeared to be his fault? Moreover, even he himself felt as if this was his fault. What were the ways of the world? Long Yi stepped forward and lifted up Betengu, then saw that the knee part of her trousers had holes due to grinding, revealing her knees, which were already very red. "You have already completed your promise, go back." Staring at Betengu, Long Yi gritted his teeth and said. Now he was very angry in his heart, but didn't know whether this anger was directed towards her or directed towards himself. "No, I will definitely crawl 3 laps." Betengu shook off Long Yi and kneeling again, she crawled forward. Long Yi was unable to endure, so he raised his hand thinking to knock her unconscious, then take her away. He truly didn't want to waste time discussing with her. But Betengu, as if seen through the thoughts of Long Yi, said coldly, "If you forcibly take me away, then that means you are forcing me to the dead end." Looking at that bright light in the depth of Betengu's black pupils, which was dazzling as well as resolute, Long Yi knew that she would certainly do what she had said. Even if he forcibly returned her back, in any case, he couldn't confine her for her lifetime, and she would definitely do this stupid thing again. "You!" Long Yi loosened his hand, Then looking at prowling Betengu, he was unexpectedly moved. She was very stupid, truly was very stupid. If it was him, he certainly wouldn't be able to do, because he originally was a petty person, but Betengu, this stupid girl's action however moved his heart. For no reason, suddenly a long-standing memory that was sealed in the depth of his mind appeared. That was a woman of his previous incarnation, named Little Chi, that woman who was soft outside but hard inside and who always meant what she said. Long Yi shook his head, shaking off that anguish as well as suffocating feeling, but at this moment, he felt that Betengu and Little Chi was very similar. Long Yi spat out a mouthful of chaotic chi, then no longer paying any attention to Betengu, he returned. Since she is so persistent, then let her do as she wishes. Why am I feeling so unpleasant? Jia Yi saw Long Yi coming in, and she immediately greeted him, but seeing Long Yi's gloomy face, she worriedly looked at him from one side. Let's sleep, Long Yi said with a forced smile. Under the service of two women, Long Yi threw off his clothing, then lied on the bed with a quilt wrapped around his body, and both Yu Feng and Jia Yi, one on the left and one on the right, snuggled with him. If this was at ordinary times, then Long Yi, this perverted demon, would have already roared and his maneuvering hands would have already taken cheap advantages, but now he was frowning. Holding two women, he was lost in thoughts, and his expression was changing continuously, blurred for a moment, recalling for another moment, happy for a moment, suffering for another moment. Seeing such great changes suddenly appearing on the handsome face of Long Yi, Yu Feng slightly trembled in her heart. Seeing her always flippant, old but still lecherous sweetheart having something heavily weighing his mind like this, she endlessly felt unwell in her heart, moreover, also felt useless for not being able to help him. Yu Feng bit her lower lip. Then her little hand suddenly stretched towards the place between the legs of Long Yi, and then grabbing that drooping little Long Yi, she fondled it. She didn't want Long Yi to be deeply troubled and make such painful expression, but the only thing she could do was to divert his attention, and the best way to divert the attention of a man was naturally. Feeling the stimulation on the lower part of his body, Long Yi came back to his senses, and seeing her shy, nervous as well as coquettish expression, he couldn't help but call out, "Fenger. MMM." The red lips of Yu Feng opened slightly, then her soft and charming body continuously rubbed against the body of Long Yi, scattering her orchid-like body fragrance. Jia Yi was somewhat surprised looking at this elder sister who had suddenly become so bold, but seeing her, Yu Feng, winking towards her, Jia Yi, accompanied with her sharp mind, she immediately understood what Yu Feng wanted to do, and she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. The women beside young master are truly head over heels for him. And she also immediately began to follow the suit, beginning to tease Long Yi with her somewhat unskilled skill. With the intelligence of Long Yi, he naturally knew the intention of these two girls, and being moved, his body also reacted faithfully. Moreover, those memories that had suddenly gushed out in his heart also weakened a lot. Such pleasant night. How could he let down the goodwill of beauties? His signature bad smile again appeared on his face, and his wolf claws began to attack the two women, touching everywhere including Yu Feng as well as Zhao Yi's snow-white buttocks. And under his grabbing and pinching, the passion of two women quickly stirred up as if a tide. Under brocade quilt, his underpants was pulled down to his knee by daring Yu Feng, then a warm and soft jade hand grabbed little Long Yi and moved up and down. Long Yi threw off the brocade quilt, exposing the spring scenery underneath, and seeing the action of Yu Feng, Jia Yi exclaimed. Even though she was his bride, she was still somewhat not completely open, and as for Long Yi, seeing Yu Feng's slightly opened red lips, his fire of lust burned. He touched her lips with his thumb and then slightly pressed her head towards the lower part of his body. The meaning was very obvious, and Yu Feng, who was filled with thoughts of love, rolled her eyes looking at Long Yi, but her tongue however couldn't help but lick the corner of her mouth. Life-taking little seductive spirit. Seeing Yu Feng such sexy and bewitching teasing action, Long Yi's breathing couldn't help but stagnated. Furthermore, little Long Yi also instantly swelled again. And as for Zhao Yi, She curiously stared at these two people. She wanted to see what would happen next, and seeing Zhao Yi was staring, Yu Feng was rather embarrassed, but seeing the expecting expression of Long Yi, she gritted her teeth. In any case, hereafter they were sisters. Furthermore, perhaps in the future, they would want to exchange the matters of bedroom as much as possible, so what's there to be shy? Yu Feng slowly leaned down, and opening her red lips, she took little Long Yi into her mouth. Then her head began to move up and down, and seeing this, Zhao Yi was dumbstruck. As it turned out, the matters of men and women could be done like this too. Long Yi moaned comfortably, and staring at Zhao Yi beside him with a fiery gaze, he groped about the body of Zhao Yi, and she suddenly turned into a snow-white little lamb. With the skillful hand of Long Yi, he touched every inch of Zhao Yi's body, and looking at Yu Feng, who was working hard, he suddenly smiled evilly. He made Zhao Yi stand up and squat on his face. Like this, Zhao Yi's that hairless snow-white ravine was completely present in front of his eyes. Zhao Yi subconsciously clamped her legs, and used her hands to cover, obstructing the passionate gaze of Long Yi. "Let me examine." Long Yi smirked, then pulling open the hands of Zhao Yi, he spread her tightly clamped legs. After that, he looked at that soft and fair private part of a maiden, from where a continuous delicate fragrance was spilling out. Involuntarily, Long Yi grabbed the hips of Zhao Yi, and slowly moved it closer to his face. "Yi wants to die." The body of Zhao Yi was extremely sensitive, and with her private place being licked by the tongue of Long Yi, she immediately spasmed and trembled, unexpectedly reaching her. Long Yi released weak and limp Zhao Yi, then he quickly got rid of all the clothing of Yu Feng and Zhao Yi, and pressing them down under his sturdy body, he began to wantonly conquest them. Perhaps because of the play of this time, Long Yi's spirit was especially high. He played in various patterns, and finally overlapping two women, he released high and low. After several hours, both Yu Feng and Zhao Yi were limp and paralyzed on the bosom of Long Yi. They didn't have a bit of strength to even lift their finger, and recalling those resplendent postures of their sweetheart just a moment ago, both of them blushed. They had never thought that the pleasure of three people in the bedroom also had a kind of special flavor, and only seeing Long Yi's expression had reverted back to normal, they carefully asked what had happened. After that, Long Yi sighed, and spoke the matter from the time he had gone to select the soldiers to Betengu. This stupid girl, still carrying out the promise. Chapter 253, Prodding. Hearing Betengu, this miss of a distinguished family, unexpectedly disregarding her dignity and prestige and doing this kind of matter in public which nobody could endure, Yu Feng and Zhao Yi simultaneously exclaimed. "My husband, you have to think of a way." Carrying out such promise, Fenger very much admire Miss Beteng, but she is only a teenage girl. Now, she is definitely suffering very much in her heart, and she might even fall apart due to this. Yu Feng worriedly said. Zhao Yi said nothing, she just quietly looked at Long Yi. She only lived for the best interest of Long Yi, so her thoughts were also different from Yu Feng. Although she sympathized with Betengu, but she still thought this served her right in her heart, because according to Long Yi, this malicious condition was something she put forward at the very beginning, and if the person who had lost was Long Yi, then the one who was crawling on the street, wouldn't it be her sweetheart? I am powerless to think. I persuade her, but that was useless. She is determined to do so. If I forcibly tied and make her return, then according to her character, she might do something even more drastic. Long Yi made a wry smile and said. Then, should we let her lower herself like this? Yu Feng said with concern. Long Yi shook his head and muttered, perhaps the circumstance isn't all so bad, although she appeared to lose her face on the surface, but the common people are actually very clear in their heart. Perhaps after this matter, her reputation might rise even higher. The words of Long Yi were not unreasonable. All the way, many common people admired Betengu's character very much, and thought that she was a remarkable woman. Early in the second morning, Yu Feng rushed to deal with the affair of her clan, and as for Long Yi, as a deputy general of Violent Dragon Legion, he naturally rushed over to the military camp. At this moment, His main task was to train those 15,000 miscellaneous soldiers he had dug out from Divine Wind Legion into the most elite soldiers of Violent Dragon Empire. En route, Long Yi couldn't help but follow the stream of people to go and see Betengu. She had been crawling for the entire night, and now her body full of stains. Her complexion was also unusually pale, and her lips had become blue. Where was that female general with will and spirit of yesterday? Her two maids held food and water, wanting her to eat them, but Betengu stubbornly didn't eat nor drink. Now, her eyes didn't have any spirit and splendor, only were hollow and ice cold. Long Yi lightly sighed, then walked towards the military camp. Arriving at the military camp, first, Long Yi gathered all the members of Tyrannical Bear Mercenary Group, then providing a training schedule, he formally named this independent battalion that had just put together as Unparalleled, Washwang Battalion, named in the meaning of unparalleled in the world, Danxia Washwang. At the same time, also for the reminiscence of Washwang who was in the distant origin Ice. At that time, Ice Palace had promised to release her after 2 years. And now this time limit was nearly over. Thinking he would be able to see that mysterious girl who had made him worried very soon, a bit of sweetness appeared in his heart. And he knew that she would immediately come looking for him. When Tyrant Bear looked over this training schedule, he couldn't help being secretly breathless. He had never seen such training methods. Moreover, all were methods to torment people. What, carry a heavy load on the back while running, swim in battle gears, and 24 hours lying low. Furthermore, he had stipulated that all people should participate in this training, and there were instructions to learn transformation and combination of some capturing, grappling as well as various kinds of big and small formations. And the daily timetable was from early in the morning to late at night. Calling it Devil's Drill was also suitable. In this period of time, I will be responsible to instruct you all, and after you all learn it well, go to instruct other soldiers, and no one is allowed to skip the physical training. Once a week there will be an assessment, and whoever fails the assessment, they would eat the whip. Magicians are also no exception. Long Yi with ominous look said imposingly, "General, we magicians also needs to do physical training?" An Earth magician nervously asked. Of course, the physical body of magicians is too frail. During the War of Millions, if close combat occurs, then they are finished, so I have a different training method especially prepared for magicians. Furthermore, capturing and grappling courses are also compulsory. Long Yi said solemnly. His solemn appearance was somewhat like Ziman Nu, cold and gloomy, frightening the people. Long Yi never planned to play around with Unparalleled Battalion like the military force of Divine Wind Battalion. It was basically useless to change the independent battalion with less than 20,000 soldiers into the military battalion like Divine Wind Battalion, but turning it into a special force like in his previous world was comparatively better. Like this, although they wouldn't be able to directly confront head-on with the cavalries in the battlefield, but carrying out sneak attacks, assassinations as well as street fightings, they would absolutely be within top 10. Because it was the first day, Long Yi just gave them some lecture on warfare theories in a very easy fashion. But hearing such theories, all these fellows just listened to him as if intoxicated and stupefied. As it turned out, warfare also had so many knowledge. After the lecture, Long Yi called all the soldiers of Unparalleled Battalion together. Then he assigned all several hundred people of Tyrannical Bear Mercenary Group the basic position of officers, and assigned Tyrant Bear as the Deputy General of Unparalleled Battalion. After that, standing on the platform, Long Yi made an impassioned speech inciting all soldiers and making their mood surge. He made them feel as if they were just a step behind achieving the goal and bring honor to their family. As for all the remaining matters, Long Yi handed them over to Tyrant Bear to handle. He made him responsible for the training of all the soldiers of Unparalleled Battalion, and as for himself, he ran away like a streak of smoke and was nowhere to be found. After leaving, Long Yi saw a group of pickets wearing a suit of thick armor, then he suddenly appeared in front of them, only to be greeted by the dazzling swords and spears of the pickets. "Captain Caillou Fu, we meet again." Long Yi walked to the front of Kaiyu Fu with a smile. T.L. Chu Fu changed to Kaiyu Fu. Recognizing Long Yi, these pickets immediately withdrew their weapons, and performed a military salute towards Long Yi. After all, now Long Yi was also a general. Kaiyu Fu told other men to leave first, then raising his hand, he took out his thick and heavy helmet, revealing his face with frightening scares. But perhaps because his appearance was very similar in his previous incarnation, Long Yi had a kind of amiable feeling instead. General, at this moment, instead of training the soldiers, why did you come looking for me? Kaiyu Fu indifferently asked. Long Yi smirked and said, why? Captain Kaiyu also wants to join me to slack in work. Supposing that will give me some information that can be used against you, that is also not impossible. Kaiyu Fu showed a rare smile. The two men came to a bit remote meadow and sat down. Then Kaiyu Fu bluntly asked, say, why are you looking for me? Long Yi pondered for a moment, then said slowly, if my guess is right, then your ancestors should be from Raging Flames Villa's one faction of Phoenixtki. Having heard what was said, the complexion of Kaiyu Fu slightly changed, then he said indifferently, I don't know what you are speaking about and even more don't know what Raging Flames Villa is. Honest person doesn't speak untruthful words. Phoenixtki is divided into two factions. One faction is suitable for women to cultivate and the remaining faction is suitable for men to cultivate. Both you and Phoenix clan are the descendants of Raging Flames Villa. Long Yi stared at Kaiyu Fu's eyes and said. Kaiyu Fu was dumbfounded, and he was unable to understand why Long Yi knows so much. In fact, you don't need to deny, the Phoenixtki you have used last time has already stated everything clearly. And the reason why I know so much is because the eldest daughter of Phoenix clan is my wife. Long Yi said. Wife? You married into Phoenix clan? Kaiyu Fu curiously asked. He no longer denied again, and it might be assumed that he had already admitted it. No, she naturally marries into my family. Rules are something set by people, isn't that so? Long Yi said with a smile. Kaiyu Fu remained silent for a long time, then faintly said, speak your purpose. There is no special purpose, it's just that my wife wants to meet you. Long Yi said with a smile, I won't see her, moreover, I don't want to see anybody of Phoenix clan. Kaiyu Fu coldly said. Listening to his tone, it seems he and Phoenix clan have some kind of knot. Why? Long Yi asked in surprise. As he sees it, both factions are the descendants of Raging Flames Villa. So having the reunion should be a joyous moment. Humphrey, you go back and ask your wife, fancy that they still have the face to call themselves the descendants of Raging Flames Villa. Kaiyu Fu stood up, then picking up the helmet, he left with large strides. Long Yi was dumbfounded. What the hell was going on here? Listening to Kaiyu Fu's manner of speaking, he seems to despise Phoenix clan very much. In the end, what affair of Phoenix clan made him look down on them? Long Yi shook his head, really was unable to understand what was going on here. It seems he had to wait until the time he returned back and closely ask Fenger. After that, strolling inside the military camp, he again returned to his battalion camp to supervise and guide the training of unparalleled battalion. Like this, the day passed quickly. When returning home, Long Yi planned to go and see Betengu. It had already been a day and a night since she began crawling without drinking and eating. If an ordinary person was in her place, then he or she would have already collapsed. Following the stream of people, Long Yi quickly saw Betengu. After crawling for a day and a night, she had almost crawled the lap. This moment, she looked even more haggard, and her each step forward leave behind a faint blood stain. Other than Betengu's those two maids who looked as if they were about to lose consciousness, there unexpectedly was Nangong Xiangyi beside Betengu, and with a bowl of water in her hand, she was endlessly persuading Betengu to drink water. Truly is a stupid girl. Seeing the lips of Betengu was dry and cracked, Long Yi lightly sighed. This moment, she was still shouting that slogan. Merely her voice was already inaudible. The original bet agreement merely stated that she had to crawl 3 laps around Soaring Dragon City. There was no condition of not eating meal and drinking water. Long Yi really didn't know why she was not eating and not drinking. Long Yi could no longer just keep on looking. He instantly appeared beside Betengu, and seeing the appearance of Long Yi, Nangong Xiangyan coldly snorted and glaring at him, she said, "This is all your good deed. Do you insist on hounding her to death until you are satisfied? This is the matter between me and her, you don't need to interfere." Long Yi snorted in bad mood. He hadn't done anything wrong in this matter, but why on earth were everyone blaming him? I am your fiancé, I will interfere. Nangong Xiangyan said with a red face. Since you are my fiancé, obediently shut your mouth. When the man is handling his affairs, where is your turn to interrupt? Believe or not, I will immediately cast you off. Long Yi said with a cold face. Nangong Xiangyan bit her lower lip and wanted to say, if you cast me off then cast off, what's the big deal? But when she was on the verge of saying what was in her mind, she found it hard to speak, so she had no alternative but to stamp her leg and stand at one side, no longer paying any attention to him. Long Yi looked at Betengu, who was still crawling forward like a puppet, then snatching the water from the hand of Nangong Xiangyan, he walked to the front of Betengu. After that, lifting her up, he held water in front of her and said in a commanding tone, "Drink water." The hollow eyes of Betengu slightly fluctuated, but soon after that, they became lifeless again. Her eyes didn't have any focus, and appeared as if she basically didn't see Long Yi in front of her. Seeing this ghost-like appearance of Betengu, the bad temper of Long Yi also flared up. Why was this girl gaining good reputation but the title of evildoer was attached to him when she was carrying out the agreement of the bet? Moreover, this more dead than alive appearance truly was making him mad. Long Yi held the chin of Betengu, then poured down the water in her mouth. Betengu whimpered and began to struggle, causing more than half the water inside the bowl to splash on her. Now the clothing on her chest was wet, completely exposing her exquisite curves, but Betengu was also choked, which gave rise to a fit of coughing. "What are you doing? Do you want to kill her?" Seeing Long Yi was treating Betengu so rudely, Nangong Xiangyan stepped forward, then pulling his hand to stop, she ferociously said. Long Yi shook off the hand of Nangong Xiangyan, and said with a cold smile, "Yes, I truly want to kill her." Showing a drama like this, do you want to win sympathy? If you can't afford a loss then don't bet. The expression of Betengu finally had a glimmer of fluctuation. She raised her head and looked at Long Yi with wanting to eat people expression. She truly was dying to bit off 8 pieces of his flesh. "Why, did I speak incorrectly? Since you insist on crawling 3 laps, then why on earth are you acting to be this pitiful without eating and drinking?" "Oh, I get it. Don't you want to go back on your words?" "Want to go back on your words? Then why don't you say that earlier? There is no need to do something so unnecessary." Looking at Betengu with disdain, Long Yi said, "I, Betengu, always honor my words." Betengu said with her hoarse voice, finally speaking, "I thought you were mute. Since you didn't think to go back on your words, why did you neither eat nor drink? Do you think you can crawl 3 laps like that? Look, now you are on the point of death. Were you thinking of losing your consciousness and then leaving the matter unsettled? Oh, that's right, like that. You will not only gain reputation, moreover, will not leave any trace of going back on your words either. You are truly clever." Long Yi said very sarcastically, which nobody could bear to listen to. Betengu was so angry that she trembled, and her towering chest rose and fall continuously, nearly causing the eyes of perverts in the crowd to pop out. "Give me water, give me food." Betengu gnashed her teeth and said she thought that the words of Long Yi were indeed reasonable. Now she was conscious only with the support of her willpower. If she lost her consciousness then other people would truly think that she went back on her words. "Miss, wait a minute, we'll immediately go." The 2 maids cried the tears of joy and ran towards the nearest restaurant. Very quickly, the 2 maids brought food and water. Betengu drank 2 big bowls of water first, then wolfed down the food. After that, she began the difficult crawling again. Nangong Xiangyan looked towards Long Yi in surprise, and saw the satisfied smile on his face. Then she understood why he had spoken such sarcastic words. As a matter of fact, he truly was a good person. Long Yi didn't have leisure time to stand guard here. He wanted to return and ask Yu Feng about the matter of before, and wanted to know why Kaiyu Fu was so opposed to Phoenix Clan like that. Hey, Zimin Yu, where are you going? Seeing Long Yi wanted to leave, Nangong Xiangyi unhastily asked. Of course, I'm returning home. If not, should I stay here? Long Yi turned around and said, I also want to go. I haven't seen Anne for a long time. I want to accompany her to chat. Nangong Xiangyi looked elsewhere with guilty coincidence, and she herself also didn't know what was going on with her. Do as you please. Long Yi shrugged his shoulders and prepared to fly away. But who would have thought that Nangong Xiangyi would hold his hand? And seeing the interrogating gaze of Long Yi, she righteously said, You fly faster, take me with you. The corner of Long Yi's mouth curled up, then holding the waist of Nangong Xiangyi with his big hand, he flew away into the sky, causing many people to exclaim in admiration. Many common people of Soaring Dragon City were knowledgeable. They frequently see Advance and other magicians flying back and forth here. However, they had never seen someone flying so fast. The head of Nangong Xiangyi was leaning on the shoulder of Long Yi, and feeling that scorching hot heat on her waist from the big hand of Long Yi, unexpectedly a glimmer of unknown so-called sweetness welled up in her heart. She truly didn't understand what this represented, so she was somewhat confused and also somewhat frightened. With the speed of Long Yi, they quickly arrived Zimin Mansion. We arrived. Still don't want to let me go. The voice of Long Yi resounded in the ear of Nangong Xiangyi. Nangong Xiangyi hastily released the hand of Long Yi, then she felt a kind of disappointed and frustration feeling in her heart as if she had lost something, and asking the people inside the mansion, Long Yi immediately knew that Yu Feng still hadn't come, and Dong Fangwan and Zhao Yi had gone to Yi Mansion. Madam Yi? Long Yi sat on the sofa and lightly sipped a cup of tea, while thinking about should he tell about the matter of Madam Yi to Dong Fangwan, so that she would guard against her. But thinking for a bit, he discarded this thought. Dong Fangwan was a person with great sense of propriety. Usually, she never concerned herself with the official matters, and even if she knew some secrets, she wouldn't speak carelessly. Zimin Yu. Miss Dongfang left Soaring Dragon City, do you know? Nangong Xiangyi suddenly said. Long Yi was startled, and recalling the 2 teeth marks on his arm, moreover, her that hatred expression in the imperial capital, he lightly sighed. It's fine if she left, time will dilute everything. She said she will hate you throughout her life, but perhaps she truly loves you. Nangong Xiangyi said, feeling somewhat complex. Long Yi shook his head. The hate of people was really not up to much. He made a wry smile and said, She doesn't truly love me, she will understand this later. I also just began to think that her feeling was merely pure possessive desire, but looking at her eyes, I think I am wrong. If there is no love, then there is no hate, and the deeper the hate, it proves the love is also that deeper. Nangong Xiangyi muttered. Long Yi waved his hand in annoyance and said, Leave it, I still have something to do, so I am going. You can wait here for the return of my mother or go back home, do as you please. Seeing Long Yi leaving the hall in large strides, Nangong Xiangyi extended her hand wanting to call him out to stop, but instantly, she didn't know what to say and could only look helplessly at his disappearing back view. Nangong Xiangyi lightly sighed. With regarding this fiancé, she was rather confused. When she was unable to see him, she always had the figure of him in her mind, but seeing him, she was always unbearably angry, and then would swear to never talk with him, which resulted in, just after completing the swear, she would again think about him. This vicious circle was becoming more serious tendency every day. Chapter 254, Mysterious Burra. Long Yi came to the Phoenix Inn where Yu Feng was staying, and after asking the manager there, he learned that she had gone to other inns to handle the matters. He waited bored to death for a little while, and he wasn't able to stay still, so he went to the backyard of this phoenix in Red Cloud. Long Yi was pleasantly surprised seeing Fiery Red Unicorn, who was in the process of eating fresh and tender grass in the backyard. These past few days, Yu Feng hadn't ridden Red Cloud when coming over to his place, so he had thought that she had left it in Light City. Hearing the call of Long Yi, Red Cloud raised its head in confusion and snorted, but recognizing Long Yi, it excitedly ran over to Long Yi and rubbed its head in the bosom of Long Yi. "Poor fellow, your master has been keeping you in this backyard for these past few days. Do you want to go out for a spin?" Long Yi smiled and caressed the big head of Red Cloud. From 2 years ago when he saved it and Yu Feng, this intelligent unicorn had remembered him. As if it understood the words of Long Yi, Red Cloud excitedly trampled the ground with its hooves. Apparently, it had been barred for these past few days. Long Yi laughed heartily and mounted Red Cloud. Then after he clamped his legs, Red Cloud rushed into the hall of the inn from the backyard door, then rushed to the streets from inside the hall. Several guests who were conducting the check-in formalities were so frightened that they jumped. No need to talk about the speed of Red Cloud, although was no match for Long Yi, but also could be described as swift as the wind and quick as lightning. Red Cloud was so fast that stormy gale spread outward. Inside the woods, Red Cloud ran several laps around the grassland. After that, Red Cloud began to sweat and its speed also slightly slowed down. Just then, Long Yi suddenly saw a graceful white shadow floating away in the sky. That powerful water magic fluctuation which could make people fearful. Moreover, that figure, no matter how he looked, all were rather familiar. Wash Wang. A name suddenly popped into the mind of Long Yi. Thinking about it, the allotted time of 2 years with Ice Palace is nearly over too, so that white shadow of just now might be Wash Wang. Did she came to look for me? Thinking this, Long Yi was no longer able to stay still. Using soaring magic together with great cosmos shift, he suddenly disappeared from the back of Red Cloud. After that, he searched in the sky for a long time, but he didn't find that white shadow of just now. Surely that was not his misconception. Even if that was his misconception, but that water magic fluctuation he had felt wasn't his misconception. In this world, other than Shui Linglong, there was only Wash Wang who possessed such powerful water magic. Since he couldn't find that white shadow, Long Yi couldn't help but became somewhat disappointed, but thought that if she was really Wash Wang, then she would definitely come looking for him, and if she didn't come looking for him, then she definitely wasn't Wash Wang. Thinking this, the heart of Long Yi immediately lightened. In the distance, Long Yi suddenly heard the furious neigh of Red Cloud. He was startled, and quickly flew back. After arriving, he saw a man wearing a black robe had ridden Red Cloud and was tightly catching its mane. Obviously, he was trying to tame it, and Red Cloud was angrily raising its 2 hooves wanting to shake this man off its back. "Your grandfather's, preposterous, stealing your father, my horse." Long Yi was endlessly angry, and he immediately shot several ice arrows towards that man on the back of Red Cloud. This back-robed man, however, had some ability. Sensing the ice arrows shooting towards him, he swayed his body dodging 2 ice arrows, and then brandished the sword in his hand to cut other 2 ice arrows. Long Yi sneered, calmly floating in the air, and just after the sword of that back-robed man came into contact with the ice arrows, the ice arrows unexpectedly exploded. That black-robed man was sent flying by this explosion, then falling on the grassland. He twitched continuously. Long Yi descended. Then Red Cloud affectionately ran over to Long Yi and acted coquettishly. Long Yi soothingly patted its head, then walking over to the front of the black-robed man, he saw that the chest of this black-robed man was badly mangled by the explosion of Long Yi's compressed arrows. Thinking about it, Red Cloud was such a rare unicorn, and there was no saddle or anything, so when others saw it, it was hard for them to not be greedy. So this man doesn't deserve to die for this crime. Long Yi thought to use light magic to heal him, but after this man saw him, this black-robed man suddenly panicked, then with his eyes upturned, he unexpectedly died. Moreover, black blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Poisoned? Long Yi was confused in his heart. When he had used compressed eyes arrows magic, he had a sense of propriety, so his attack wasn't strong enough to kill this man. Long Yi suddenly recalled something, and then pinched the chin of this black-robed man. As it turned out, this fellow had poison hidden in his teeth, and after seeing him, this man immediately took the poison to commit suicide. Needless to say, this person was certainly a dead soldier. Long Yi searched the body of this man, and from inside his space ring, he took out a painting, and the people painted in this painting were nevertheless Nangong Xiangyi and Nangong Nu siblings. A bad premonition suddenly appeared in the heart of Long Yi, and in his mind, the scene where a group of black-robed people kidnapped both Nangong Xiangyi and Nangong Nu siblings, and then while escaping, they encountered Red Cloud, resulting this black-robed man to have a greedy thought, so he let other people retreat first while he tame Red Cloud and take it away. Appeared. Long Yi immediately summoned Little Three from inside his dark space dimension, as its sense of smell was very sensitive. Little Three smelled the scent of this black-robed man, then began to wildly run forward. Long Yi instructed Red Cloud to return, and he followed after Little Three. Not long after, Long Yi along with Little Three arrived at a river. After that, Little Three smelled to the left and smelled to the right, then raising its head, it signaled the smell break here. Looking at this torrential river, Long Yi frowned. Could it be that those people jumped in, or was there an entrance to enter the river? Long Yi pondered for a moment, then taking Little Three, he decisively jumped into the river. After that, he swam back and forth in the bottom part of the river, and Little Three suddenly stopped at the place where water weeds were grown all over. Then opening its mouth, it spat out dark magic ball, suddenly revealing a burrow sealed with a barrier. Breaking the barrier was the specialty of Long Yi. After circulating Altianju's internal force, he immediately rushed in without spending any effort. After entering the hole, Long Yi sensed dense dark aura. Could it be that this was the hideout of Dark Church in Soaring Dragon City? Why did they kidnap Nangong Xiangyi and siblings? Long Yi and Little Three retracted their aura. The guard inside this burrow was very strict. Moreover, there were layer upon layer of mechanisms, and there were also many experts of dark magic. A man and a beast as if ghost avoided the layer upon layer of guards, and they suddenly heard sounds coming through the cave not far away from them. Trashes, so many people but still didn't accomplish the mission. Unexpectedly you all let that little girl Nangong Xiangyi run away. A rough voice scolded loudly. Replying to Your Excellency, Nangong Mansion has many experts, and we brothers didn't dare to use dark magic, so Before this man finished speaking, he screamed. It seems that Your Excellency fellow was truly cruel and ruthless. Anyone that finds an excuse will end up like him. If we make Lord angry with this matter, then none of us will survive. This rough voice resounded again. We, subordinates, pledge our lives to our Lord, even in our death, will not betray our Lord. The voice resounded in unison. By the way, where is number 7? That Your Excellency suddenly asked. Replying to Your Excellency, on the way back, number 7 saw a completely fiery red unicorn. He wanted to catch it and offer it to Your Excellency. Now he might be on his way back. A person replied, completely fiery red unicorn, as far as I know, only eldest miss of Phoenix clan owns such a unicorn. Could it be that unicorn is hers? I don't want new problems to complicate the issue. That Your Excellency said. That shouldn't be the case. When subordinates were passing by, we saw only that unicorn, and there were no people around. Someone replied. Let it be. Confine this brat first, and wait for the order of the Lord. That Your Excellency said. Lord? Who is the person that was addressed as Lord by these people? Could it be that Lord is Emperor Longzan? Long Yi thought in his heart. From the words of these people, he knew that Nangong Xiangyi wasn't captured. Instead only Nangong knew. That kid was captured. Various kinds of thoughts appeared at lightning speed in the mind of Long Yi, and he resisted his desire and impulse to immediately save Nangong Nu. He wanted to know the identity of the lord of these people, and also their purpose to kidnap Nangong Xiangyan siblings. Carefully look at this boy, I will go to report our lord. That His Excellency said. Long Yi was happy in his heart. It seemed the opportunity has come. A tall and big man whose entire body was covered with black cloak walked out from inside the secret cave, followed by two warriors emitting a dense dark aura. This made Long Yi recall those dark warriors of that time in Hangzhuan Mountains. Could it be that they really were Dark Church? Seemingly only Dark Church had this kind of abnormal dark warriors. The tall and big man who was called His Excellency went towards the inner part of the burrow with those two dark warriors. En route, there were many checkpoints and was comparatively even more guarded. Moreover, this place was so narrow that it was impossible to pass through without anybody knowing. Long Yi gritted his teeth, and decided to stake it all. It would be better to kill off all the people inside this burrow, and after beating around the mountain to scare the tiger, he didn't believe that he couldn't draw out that tiger who was hidden in the depth of this burrow. Long Yi took out a black cloak from inside his space ring, then summoned 18 super skeletons as well as 7 baleful puppets from inside the dark dimension space. He wanted to use dark magic against these dark experts to totally confuse the fellow in the backstage. Powerful dark energy fluctuation immediately attracted the attention, and people became alert of the intruder. This moment, inside the burrow which was in the bottom of the river, it instantly became lively. And that Your Excellency also stopped his steps and turned around feeling surprised. Long Yi directly issued the command to attack, then the super skeletons and 7 baleful puppets launched fierce attacks, instantly reaping tens of human life. But Long Yi felt many dark quarry inside the burrow and they were surrounded from all direction. Long Yi sneered, and summoned 3 silver-armored corpse kings from the different domain. But he still felt that the stimulation wasn't enough, so he simply used undead magic, causing many skeletons as well as zombies to drill out from the ground, and they also joined the battle. With limbs flying here and there, moreover gorgeous magic and ki flashing here and there, the entire burrow shook as if it was about to collapse. Long Yi didn't join the fray, instead, he entered the secret cave of just now and killed all the people around Nangong Nu to ensure the safety of this brother-in-law. There were a lot of experts hidden inside this hole. There actually were several advanced necromancer, and they continuously summoned various kinds of undead to fight, but unexpectedly all of them were killed after just a little while. Long Yi was constantly paying attention towards that man called Your Excellency. Long Yi saw that he was standing in the depth of the hole. Moreover, he didn't seem to have any intention to help, and seeing the circumstance of his people were getting worse and worse, he unexpectedly turned around and left with those 2 dark warriors. Long Yi instructed Little 3 to stay and take care of Nangong Nu, and as for himself, he followed after them. That Your Excellency seemed to have become aware of Long Yi, so his footsteps got faster and faster, rushing towards the depth of the burrow. Long Yi, somewhat surprised, how was this burrow built? Unexpectedly was as if a bottomless abyss. No matter how much they walked, there was no sign of ending. Suddenly, that man called Your Excellency turned around, then said while laughing strangely, "Since you are a kindred spirit, why are you so hasty to exterminate us?" Long Yi was similarly in a black cloak, and he was unable to guess the identity of these people, so he decided to gamble. He used a lowered voice and sneered, "Dark Church absolutely cannot allow the existence of other dark organizations. You all, either submit to us or die. Are you all the people of Dark Church? GG, fellows that bite the hand that feeds one day. My family lord will flatten you all." This person said in disdain, then suddenly emitting dark chi, he became obscure. The gaze of Long Yi flashed, and he rushed forward, but those 2 dark warriors slashed out 2 arcs of magic ki. Long Yi just snorted coldly, then dodging, he rushed ahead, but due to this delay, that fellow was able to successfully disappear without a trace, leaving behind only a faint dark aura in the air. What a strange magic, Long Yi secretly thought. Those 2 dark warriors rushed over to Long Yi to tie him up, but Long Yi knew that it was useless even if he chopped them into pieces. They were pure killing machines, they basically didn't know pain nor the life. merely know that they should faithfully execute the order of their master. Holy Light Geese Hell Transmigration / Long Yi shouted, and his figure floated in the sky. Then the huge sword in his hand emitted millions upon millions of very dazzling light, instantly turning those two dark warriors into mincemeat. Hell Transmigration / At that time, to deal with dark warriors in the Hengjuan Mountains, Long Yi had used this move, merely at that time. The efficacy was still not at this level. At this time, all the battles inside the burrow neared the ending. All the people inside the hole were nearly exterminated, and now, there were incomplete corpses as well as broken skeletons on the ground. Long Yi instructed to capture some of them alive, but all of those captured people committed suicide. Long Yi won this battle. Among 18 super skeletons, other than Long Tu, all suffered injuries. 7 baleful puppets and 3 silver-armored corpse kings also suffered various degrees of injuries. From this, one can tell that the experts inside the hole weren't weak at all. And at this time, Long Yi also noticed that this hole possessed a kind of special barrier, otherwise after the battle of such intensity, it would have already collapsed. Long Yi returned 3 silver-armored corpse kings back to their different domain, and then mended these super skeletons. Good work. Long Yi patted the shoulder of Long Tu. This time, he truly saw red lights inside the bottomless hole like eye sockets of Long Tu, seemingly responding to the praise of Long Yi. Chapter 255, One side training, another side enjoying. Seeing the red light in the eyes of Long Tu, Long Yi couldn't help but was startled in his heart. Could it be that this skeleton really gave rise to consciousness? Just when Long Yi was inexplicably surprised, Tiger Cub Little 3 came from the inside the secret cave, and greedily looking at those corpses on the ground, it quickly absorbed the dark magical power of those corpses, which was yet to disperse completely. And at this time, the matter that made Long Yi even more surprised occurred. Long Tu unexpectedly turned around and moved without his order, then also began to absorb the dark magical power of those corpses. Could it be that this world is insane? Long Yi muttered. Could skeletons give rise to consciousness? Perhaps. The action of Long Tu might be a kind of instinct, but didn't having an instinct proves that it had a life? For the moment, Long Yi didn't know whether it was a good or bad outcome for him if Long Tu gave rise to consciousness. If after getting strong, if it didn't listen to his command, then that certainly would be troublesome, but he was also reluctant to destroy this skeleton. After absorbing the remaining dark magical power of the corpses, Long Tu reverted back to normal again, and no longer reacted to the calls of Long Yi no matter how he called. Forget it, I will think about it later. Long Yi put away super skeletons and 7 baleful puppets inside his dark dimension space, then carrying Nangong Nu, who was still unconscious, he rushed out from the burrow in the bottom of the river. He had to inform about this matter to his father Zeman Nu. A dark power other than Dark Church was rooted in the soaring dragon city without anybody knowing it. Even Skynet intelligence wasn't aware of them. This explains this dark power was very powerful, truly causing him a headache. This moment, the entire soaring dragon city was in chaos due to the kidnapping of Nangong Nu. All the city gates were completely sealed, only allowed to enter but not allowed to exit. When Long Yi arrived at the city gate with Nangong Nu, Nangong clan's patriarch Nangong Zhangfeng and Nangong Xiangyan immediately rushed over after hearing this news. Zeman Yu, my younger brother, is he okay? Seeing unconscious Nangong Nu in the bosom of Long Yi, Nangong Xiangyan unworriedly asked. He's alright, just fainted. Long Yi patted Nangong Nu, and he immediately woke up, appearing rather confused. It seems he still didn't know what had happened. Brother-in-law, why on earth are you hugging me? I am not third big sister. Nangong Nu blurted out. Hearing this, Long Yi didn't know whether to laugh or to cry, and these words also made Nangong Xiangyan turn red. Smelly brat, you nearly scared us to death, but you are still talking nonsense. Nangong Xiangyan turned the ear of Nangong Nu. Ayo, third big sister, quickly let go, my ear is falling off. Nangong begged for mercy. When brother and sister were fooling around over here, Long Yi along with Ziman Nu and Nangong's Engfeng entered the room of the city gate guards. You say, where did you find the young master of Nangong Nu? Ziman Nu asked. Long Yi explained all the details, then Ziman Nu immediately sent someone to investigate the bottom of the river, and frowned. Never thought there was such a big dark power lurking inside Soaring Dragon City. Moreover, I don't know about it. And if they aren't Dark Church, then who can they be? Ziman Nu muttered to himself. This moment, the undercurrent of Soaring Dragon City was surging more and more, and if one wasn't careful then they might drown. Could it be? Nangong Zhangfeng pointed above, which meant that Emperor Longzon might be colluding with that dark power. That's not impossible. Ziman Nu lowered his voice. Soon, the people who had gone to investigate the bottom of the river returned. They reported that the burrow of the bottom of the river had already collapsed completely, and they couldn't find even a single corpse. What? Long Yi stood up. He had never thought that that lord would move so quickly. After he returned from that place, that lord had completely erased all the traces. Forget it, even if we go to investigate, there is no certainty that we will find anything now. Paying a bit more attention from now on is fine. Ziman Nu waved his hand and said. Returning to Ziman Mansion, it was already completely dark, and a strong wind was blowing, seemingly wanting to change the weather. Yu Feng had already came to Ziman Mansion long ago. When she returned to the inn, she learned that Long Yi went out with Red Cloud, so she hurriedly came over to Ziman Mansion, but outside of her expectation, this waiting lasted for a long while. Long Yi with bare upper part of his body lied on the bed, and Zhao Yi and Yu Feng were sitting on his two sides only in their silk underwear, and were gently massaging him. Finger put for a bit of strength, Zhao Yi a little upward, again a bit upward. Long Yi said while moaning, and he had an intoxicated expression. At this moment, the jade hands of Zhao Yi were already pressing the inner thigh of Long Yi. The face of Zhao Yi turned very red and slightly moved her hand upward, but she accidentally touched little Long Yi, making Long Yi moan. Then opening his eyes, he said with an evil smile, Zhao Yi, my little brother is telling me that he also wants a massage. Zhao Yi coquettishly looked at Long Yi, then her little hand mischievously flicked little Long Yi, but to her surprise, little Long Yi immediately got angry, and inside the spacious underpants, it rose up making a tent. Zhao Yi, still not helping our husband to eliminate the fire. Yu Feng on one side said with a smile, yes, big sister Finger. Zhao Yi replied with a red face, then her two little hands gently grabbed little Long Yi, and started to massage erotically. Long Yi looked at elated Yu Feng on one side, then again look at her full and round breast he was grabbing. Although her breasts were not so big like Yu Yu's, but among the women of Long Yi, they could be regarded as not small. At that time, he suddenly recalled the massage using one's breasts of the previous incarnation, and he couldn't help beginning to long for it. Finger, I recall a massage method that feels even more comfortable. Do you want to give it a try? Long Yi said with a mischievous smile, and he stared at those more than half-visible soft and white breasts of Yu Feng without even blinking. What method? As long as my husband feels comfortable, Finger is willing to do anything. Yu Feng sweetly smiled and said, well, this method is called massage using breasts. As the name suggests, it is using bosom to massage. Long Yi mischievously smiled and said, but how can I massage using the breast? Yu Feng blushed and said, but her breasts however were proudly stuck out in front of the gaze of Long Yi. She was willing to show her body without any reservation to her sweetheart. Long Yi extended his big hand, then gently flickered. After that, the small cloth covering the bosom of Yu Feng floated down, and a pair of snow-white firm and upright jumped out. Big sister Finger's Mimi is really big. Zhao Yi asked with envy. T.L. Mimi equals slang for breast. Zhao Yi, yours is also not small. Yu Feng smiled and then she peeled off the bra of Zhao Yi, causing Zhao Yi to scream. The eyes of Long Yi were wide open, looking at these best quality in front of him, His Adam's apple slid up and down without stopping. After that, he held the waist of Yu Feng, making her fall down on his body, and her two round soft meat buns pressed against his chest. "My husband, now. What should Fenger do now?" Yu Feng somewhat bashfully asked. "Hold up a little bit with your hands, then slide your body up and down. Use Fenger's big breasts to help massage your husband." Long Yi began to guide the movement of Yu Feng, and this excitement made little Long Yi stand even more erect. Under the lead of Long Yi, Yu Feng began to move up and down, and due to her breasts rubbing against the chest of Long Yi, she felt a burst of feeling, and especially her sensitive little cherries, they felt ticklish, and involuntarily they stood upright and stuck out. "Fenger, you are amazing, don't stop." Long Yi praised, and his big hands however grabbed the soft buttocks of Yu Feng and kneaded them, and that felt really good. Seeing Long Yi was feeling so comfortable with the service of Yu Feng, but she was not getting praised for her hard effort to service him, the heart of Zhao Yi got imbalanced. Then recalling how Long Yi had an expression of as if flying to the heaven when Yu Feng had previously serviced little Long Yi using her mouth, she gritted her teeth, and suppressing her embarrassment, she bent over. "Oh, Zhao Yi, don't use teeth, use tongue." Long Yi merely felt his little brother entering a warm tunnel, but Zhao Yi was obviously a rookie, so her teeth scraped little Long Yi, making Long Yi feel awfully painful. Fortunately, Zhao Yi was a fast learner. Before long she learned the pattern. This kind of life was truly too beautiful and good. Long Yi lamented on one side and enjoyed on the other side. Such services were truly great compared to anything. After being stimulated to the limit, Long Yi couldn't help but turn over, then like an evil tiger, he pounced onto two girls and pushed them down. After that, Beautiful began to raise the curtain. Now, Long Yi was hugging satisfied Zhao Yi and Yu Feng in his bosom, but hearing the pitter-patter sound of rain hitting the eaves, his mood was restless. "My husband, still not asleep?" Yu Feng opened her eyes and looked at Long Yi with concern. You can sleep first." Long Yi lightly smiled and kissed the long eyelashes of Yu Feng. Yu Feng propped herself, then used one hand of Long Yi as her pillow, and placed the other big hand of Long Yi on her full and round breast, while her little hand however reached out inside the quilt and stroked little Long Yi. Don't know when this began, but now she had this habit. She liked to grab Long Yi's little to sleep, and also liked Long Yi's big hand located on her breasts. Like this, she felt a kind of unusual sense of security. Long Yi's big hand rubbed the breast of Yu Feng, and suddenly recalled the daytime's discussion with Kaiyu Fu, so he asked, "Fenger, the two factions of your Phoenix Key, were there any conflict between them?" "Conflict? Why are you asking this?" Yu Feng confusedly asked. "Do you remember Kaiyu Fu I mentioned to you? Today, I found him and thought to let him meet with you, but listening to his tone, he seems to have a great prejudice against your Phoenix clan. Moreover, he greatly disdained too." Long Yi said. "How can that be? Mother has never told me about it," Yu Feng said in surprise. Thereupon, Long Yi just spoke the conversation he had with Kaiyu Fu today from the beginning to end. "How can it be like this? What did our Phoenix clan do? Why should we feel ashamed to call ourselves the descendants of Raging Flames Villa? This won't do. Tomorrow, take me to meet him. I must clearly ask him face to face," Yu Feng said while panting with rage. "I will make the arrangement," Long Yi replied. Just then, a silvery lightning streak across the firmament, and immediately afterward, loud thunderous sound resounded. This scared both Yu Feng and Zhao Yi so much that both of them shrunk into the bosom of Long Yi. Suddenly, Yu Feng and Long Yi looked face to face, then both of them shouted in unison, "Betengu." Chapter 256, Pouring Out One's Feeling in the Rainy Night. At this time, it was already late at night. Furthermore, with heavy rain and strong wind, there was lightning accompanied by peals of thunder. Would something happen to Betengu? Long Yi couldn't help but felt anxious. Thinking this, Long Yi couldn't be at ease, so he decided to go and see, by any change if something happened, then that wouldn't be good. "Both of you, go to sleep first. I will go to take a look at that girl." Long Yi lifted the quilt and got out of the bed, then wore his clothing. "I'll also go." Yu Feng said, "Forget about it, I will go alone. I only want to see whether the people of Betengu clan is taking care of her or not. If she is fine, then I will return immediately." Long Yi said, then kissing the forehead of two women, he flew out of the Zimin mansion. It was raining heavily and the wind was blowing fiercely. Now, the entire world appeared as if it was covered by a layer of water curtain. On the street, there were no pedestrians, only a few magic lamps were flickering due to the fierce wind. A kind of restless feeling welled up in the heart of Long Yi, and he instantly increased his speed, shuttling back and forth in the sky of soaring Dragon City. Suddenly, Long Yi caught a sight of a figure lying in the midst of heavy rainstorm and strong gale. Her shoulders were trembling. She seemed to be struggling to get up, however her ability fell short of her wishes. I must not lose." Betengu felt her entire body ice cold, and her consciousness seemed to be leaving her body little by little, but with her strong will, she still didn't yield. Betengu would never admit defeat. Long Yi floated in the midair and felt stifled in his heart. Fine, he admitted that this strong-willed girl made him sincerely admire her. Merely, could it be that Betengu clan no longer really care about her? Where did her two maids go? Did they return to avoid the rain? Long Yi glided down, and created a barrier above Betengu. After that, he picked her up, and looking at this already extremely haggard girl, he felt heartache. He supported her back with his hand, and began to use true chi to dispel her coldness. Along with the rising of a steam, the drenched hair and clothing of Betengu became dry, and she also regained some consciousness. Shrinking in the bosom of Long Yi, and thinking he was covering her from the heavy rainstorm and strong gale of outside, the heart of Betengu wavered and a trace of inexplicable unknown peculiar feeling appeared. Before she was only feeling very tried. Now she felt she was very safe. Seeing Betengu's quivering wrist as well as rigid inflamed knee, Long Yi knew that this was the aftermath produced due to the subjection of prolonged bending. He held her wrist and began to open up her blood circulation. Then he used healing light magic to treat her inflamed knee, but the internal damage of the muscle didn't recover all at once. Now, she needed rest to be able to maneuver them freely. "Is it a bit better?" Long Yi asked gently. Betengu surprisingly didn't show her bad temper, just nodded quietly. Both of them instantly became silence, as both of them didn't know what to say. And suddenly, the pale beautiful face of Betengu became rosy, and her charming body also began to slightly tremble involuntarily. "What's wrong? Where are you feeling unwell?" Long Yi asked in concern. Betengu shook her head in panic, then opening her eyes, she struggled and said in trembling voice, "Let me go, quickly let me go." Long Yi was speechless. What did he do this time? However, as per the demand of Betengu, he let her go. And just after her legs touched the ground, she rushed to one side, but because her hands and legs had yet to recover completely, she staggered and was about to fall to the ground. Long Yi naturally rushed over to support her. Seeing this, "What do you want to do? I will help you," Long Yi said. Betengu trembled more and more violently, and her beautiful face also became redder and redder. She wanted to struggle, however her hands and legs didn't have even a trace of strength. This was understandable, as she had crawled for such a long time, and also hadn't eaten anything. Furthermore, coupled with her muscles still aching and limp, not being able to walk for a period of time was also very normal. Long Yi saw this abnormal appearance of Betengu, and also seeing she was tightly clamping her legs, seemingly enduring something with her best effort, he suddenly saw the light. As it turned out, she wanted to go to the toilet. Immediately, Long Yi carried her and rushed over to a small alley, then said with a slight smile, "No one will see here, accommodate yourself." Long Yi leaned Betengu on the wall, then withdrawing several steps, he turned around. My hands and legs don't listen to my order, quickly help me, I am about to pee in my pants." Betengu's voice seemed to have a trace of crying. The more anxious she was, she felt the stronger desire to pee, but her trembling hands couldn't even open her pants. Moreover, she couldn't even squat too. Long Yi was startled. He turned around and saw Betengu's ashamed and heartbroken appearance. Then for a moment he couldn't think of any other way, so he could only hold her from behind, then untying her belt. When he pulled down her pants to her knee, Betengu angrily screamed to close his eyes, so he didn't dare to open. Supporting Betengu to squat down, Long Yi said with a slight smile, "You can urinate now. My eyes and ears are already closed now." Betengu nevertheless was tense, and although the desire of peeing nearly suffocating her to death, it still didn't come out. And she said, feeling ashamed, "I cannot pee." "Don't be tense. Who are we two? Didn't we drink wine and go to visit prostitutes together? In comparison, this is just a trivial matter. Why are you so tense?" Long Yi talked nonsense. His purpose was only to eliminate the nervousness of Betengu, that's all. Hateful. The state of mind of Betengu loosened, and a water arrow splashed out from the lower part of her body, launching an attack on the blue stone floor, which created a sound of gurgling water, but the good weather of outside greatly covered this sound, otherwise this situation would have certainly been even more awkward. After a good while, Betengu collapsed completely, leaning on Long Yi, and Long Yi propped Betengu up, and said all of a sudden, "By the way, didn't you girls need to wipe after you have finished peeing?" "You know, but still need to ask." Betengu felt a slight chill on the lower part of her body, and now, she was dying to find a hole to bury herself. From the space ring, Long Yi took out a piece of brocade handkerchief and handed over to Betengu. Betengu's trembling hand, however, wasn't able to catch the brocade handkerchief, and it fell down. Instantly a hand stretched out and caught it, then reaching out to the place between the legs of Betengu, he casually wiped that place, and then quickly pulled up her pants and fastened the belt. "You!" Betengu's voice was trembling. For a moment, her mind blanked out. However, recalling she had peed in front of this fellow, moreover he also wiped her, it was hard for her to accept. "I didn't bump into anything," Long Yi innocently said. "Even if you bumped into me, what can I do to you?" Betengu furiously said. "You can bite me or kiss me, choose as you please." Long Yi idiotically laughed. The beautiful face of Betengu turned red, and couldn't help but recall that night of Imperial Palace. She had truly bitten him severely. "Who asked him to bully other people?" "I'll send you home." Long Yi said. "No, my father has already disowned me, his daughter. Now, I don't have a home. Moreover, I have yet to finish my promise. Let me go. I must crawl 3 laps to not let myself down." Betengu said with gloomy mood. "I think Patriarch Betengu merely said those words in a fit of rage, that's all. He loves you dearly and can't wait for your return." Long Yi consoled, but in his heart, he didn't think like this. Words said in a fit of rage or not, do you think his daughter doesn't understand? Betengu took a deep breath, then lightly struggling free from Long Yi, she walked outside the alley supporting the wall. Long Yi catch up to Betengu, then carried Betengu on his back. "What are you doing?" Leaning over the back of Long Yi, the heartbeat of Betengu suddenly accelerated. "Didn't you insist on completing the betting agreement? I will help you." Long Yi said with a smile. "I don't want your help, this is my affair." Proud Betengu struggled and said she was undeniably very grateful from the bottom of her heart to Long Yi for coming tonight, and his concern and embrace made her feel warm, but she absolutely didn't want to give up halfway. "Papa," the big hands of Long Yi smacked of Betengu and said, "You are truly stubborn like a bull. Our betting agreement never said other people cannot help you. Did your brain think this way? You are not flexible at all, so how can you be a good general?" Betengu became silent. She had always thought that she was doing well in the military, and thought that she wasn't weaker than some famous generals, but the 2 battles with Long Yi completely crushed her confidence. Adherence to the principles is of no avail in all situation, but on the basis of not violating the principle, you can adequately be flexible. A general is not only responsible for her one life, furthermore is also responsible for the life of all the soldiers under their leadership. Just moving stubbornly can bring greater loss, do you understand? Long Yi lectured her. Betengu thought for a bit, and felt that Long Yi was reasonable. She hugged the neck of Long Yi and softly said, "Then, how will you help me crawl 3 laps? Take a guess." Long Yi smirked and said. Then he suddenly rushed, and carrying Betengu on his back like this, he fell down on the street, but his body didn't make a contact with slabstones. There was still several-inch gap between his body and the ground. Long Yi pushed forwards with his hands and legs also stepped on. Just like a mayfly, he rushed forward at an incomparably fast speed. "Ah, too fast, slow down a bit." Betengu screamed, seeing the scenery before her eyes quickly moving back. She was frightened. "It is still not fast, I can go faster." Long Yi smiled and increased his speed. Make a turn, we are colliding." Betengu completely leaned on the back of Long Yi, and seeing a turn in front of her, but Long Yi was still fast like a gust of wind, she assumed that they would collide, so she was so scared that she closed her eyes. But who is Long Yi? How could he collide with a wall? Violating the rule of physics, he easily made the turn. Slowly, Betengu felt more and more excited, in such a heavy rain. Leaning on the back of Long Yi, and seeing soaring Dragon City quickly moving back, her mood nevertheless became sunny. The misery of 2 days seemed to be completely disappeared in this brief moment. With the speed of Long Yi, the remaining laps were quickly completed. "Isn't his too fast?" Betengu asked. Long Yi put down Betengu and said with a smile, "This girl, really treating me as a carriage, just now. I wonder who didn't want my help." Betengu snorted and suddenly raising her head, she stared at Long Yi. "Why on earth are you staring at me? Is there flower blooming on my face?" Long Yi asked. "No, but are you really Zemanyu?" Betengu suspiciously looked Long Yi up and down. "Why are you asking this? Did I change a lot?" Long Yi asked with a smile. Betengu nodded her head, but her eyes didn't leave the handsome face of Long Yi. "Looking at me like this, I think you are starting to like me." Long Yi said with a smile. "Not enough. If you try harder, I might start liking you." Betengu said with a red face. Perhaps, now she had already started to like him. "It should be you who ought to try harder. There are many beautiful women beside me. Where is the time for me to coax you, this inexperienced young girl?" Long Yi smirked and said. "Humphrey, now I see again, you simply haven't changed. You are still the center of a flower, pervert and arrogant like before." Betengu turned away and snorted. Long Yi smirked. She was not speaking wrong. After he arrived in this world, he had changed a lot, and he had already integrated into this world completely. Just when Long Yi wanted to reply, his eyes suddenly shone, and he palmed at the distant void. Then with a muffled groan, a faint shadow appeared on the street. Unexpectedly was a thief using conceal magic to hide, eavesdropping their conversation. T.L. Thief is profession here. Long Yi waved his big hand, drawing that thief over to his side from that distant place, then asked coldly, "Who sent you?" "Second young Master Zeman, please spare me. This small one is ordered by Legion Commander Betengu to take care of Miss. I have no evil intention." This thief begged for mercy. "My big brother?" Unintentionally warmth showed in the eyes of Betengu, thinking her big brother was still concerned about her. "Betengu?" Long Yi frowned. This eldest son of Beteng clan was shrewd. He always felt that Betengu had other intention for publicly and secretly showing him goodwill. "Roll out. Your family's eldest miss will temporarily stay with me for tonight. Ask Betengu to come pick her up tomorrow." Long Yi coldly said. "Yes, this small one will immediately roll away." This thief ran away quickly, disappearing from the line of vision of Long Yi. "It seems your big brother cares about you." Long Yi smiled and said, "Yes, from childhood, my big brother has always treated me very nicely. He is the best person in the world." Betengu sweetly smiled and said, seeing the beautiful face of Betengu which became lively due to her sweet smile, he couldn't help saying, "Do you know, compared to your usual cold face, your smiling face is much better looking." "Is this true you?" Betengu was startled, and shaking her head, she said feeling somewhat at a loss, "I also don't know, my father said, People have to learn to conceal their true thoughts. No matter what they encounter, they cannot show their emotion, so from the childhood, I was like that. Thereupon, I also didn't know which one is the real me. My husband. Just then, the voice of Yu Feng suddenly came over. Long Yi looked up and saw Yu Feng with a layer of red barrier enveloping her, dashing towards him. And as for Zhao Yi, quietly standing at a distant point, she was looking at him with gentle eyes. Fenger, why did you two come? Long Yi spread open his hand and let Yu Feng dash into his bosom. We were worried about you. You said that you will come back immediately if everything is fine, but even after waiting for a long time, you didn't come, so Zhao Yi and I came looking for you. Yu Feng said, but her eyes however were looking at Betengu standing beside Long Yi. Chapter 257, Grudges of 1,000 Years Ago. Hello, I am Yu Feng, his wife. Yu Feng held the hand of Long Yi and said to Betengu. Betengu nodded her head, and felt somewhat ill at ease. Seeing them two snuggling together, her heart was somewhat upset. At that time, Zhao Yi also walked over, and without even a brief remark, she stood behind Long Yi, while her transparent eyes seemed to have seen through Betengu, making the heart of Betengu to feel cold. She is Zhao Yi, is also I am a maid of young master. Nice to meet you, Miss Beteng. Zhao Yi interrupted Long Yi, and gently smiled to Betengu. No one could tell what she was thinking. Betengu, who was at a loss in the beginning, now reverted back to normal, and her face became indifferent, but in fact, in her heart, she was incomparably frightened. The women besides him and you, each one of them was not simple. Let's return, it's heavily raining with strong gale outside, still our bed is comfortable. Long Yi said with a smile. Then with girls in each hand and also on his back, he flew towards Zimin Mansion. And at this moment in Beteng Mansion, the study of Beteng Zhuang was still lit with lamps. He sat on a high and broad chair, overlooking the drenched advance thief kneeling on the ground. What subordinate spoke is absolutely true. Eldest Miss seems to like Zimin Yu. Moreover, looking at the manner of Zimin Yu helping Eldest Miss, he also has definitely taken a fancy to Eldest Miss. This thief said, cowering. The will of heaven, he really is the will of heaven. Beteng Zhuang laughed, and his expression showed he was complacent. Beteng Zhuang waved his hand signaling the thief to retreat, then he walked back and forth inside the study, and after a long time, he muttered, perhaps, I should go looking for Zimin Yu tomorrow. The next day, Long Yi took Yu Feng and went to the military camp, and not long after Long Yi had left, Beteng Zhuang unexpectedly came to Zimin Mansion. Patriarch Beteng came quite early to my humble residence. I wonder if you have any advice? Zimin Yu, sitting on the hall, indifferently said. With regarding the repeated show of goodwill of Beteng Zhuang, he still maintained a cautious attitude. How can I dare advise you? This time, I came for the matter of my daughter. Beteng Zhuang said and signed. Oh, you came to take back your noble daughter. How can father and daughter have overnight hatred? Everything is also that idiot son's fault. Wait until he comes back and I will definitely make him go to your residence to apologize. Zimin Yu stroked his beard and said. Beteng Zhuang awkwardly waved his hand and sighed. Second noble son Zimin is a man of great talent, with just 200 soldiers. He broke through my daughter's 20,000 elite soldiers. For everything, my daughter has only herself to blame. Even if Patriarch Zimin is joking, this time I came to ask for a favor. Patriarch Beteng doesn't need to be like this. As long as my Zimin clan can do, we'll do our best. Feel free to speak. The gaze of Zimin Yu flashed and said with a smile, certainly Patriarch Zimin also knows that I publicly announced that I expel my daughter out of the house. But my daughter after all is my flesh and blood. How can I have the heart to let her wander about in destitute? But, this matter also involves the benefit of the family, so I would like to request Patriarch Zimin to give consideration to my daughter. Unlike other girls, my daughter isn't fond of feminine outfits, rather is fond of battle outfits. From her childhood, she followed her big brother in the army and went through challenging experiences. But your noble son is unrivaled in strategizing, Is it possible for my daughter to follow noble son to learn a thing or two? Betengu somewhat awkwardly said. Zemannu laughed heartily and said, Who am I? Aren't we the four major clans of the empire? I also understand your Betengu clan's difficulty. This matter is only a minor matter. I will make proper arrangements so as to not allow your noble daughter to suffer any grievances. Many thanks, Patriarch Zeman. Hereafter, if there is something you need from my Betengu clan, feel free to speak, even if we have to tread through the mountains of knives or a deep fryer, we will absolutely not decline. Betengu stood up and said. This statement clearly stated that they wanted to side together with Zeman clan. No problem, no problem. Let's help each other from now on. Zemannu said with a smile. If that's the case, then sorry to bother you, Patriarch Zeman. I still have something to deal with, so I will leave first. Betengu said words of farewell. Patriarch Betengu, don't you want to see your daughter? Zemannu asked. No, now she must bitterly hate me, this father. Seeing her instead will be awkward. Betengu waved his hand and said. Then he left. After the figure of Betengu disappeared, the smile on the face of Zemannu also disappeared. He was still suspicious of Betengu showing goodwill to some extent, but he couldn't find any reason. Betengu clan had always been keeping the distance from the struggle between Zeman clan and Imperial clan, and had always expressed their neutral position. But this time, why did they suddenly choose to show goodwill? Why did he want to lean on Zeman clan? If Zeman clan succeed, then the status of their Betengu clan would rise higher. But if Long clan wins, then their Betengu clan would disappear from the face of Blue Wave continent from then on. So was it worthwhile for that old fox Betengu to take this huge risk? Because if he continuously remained neutral, then, in the end, no matter if Zeman clan obtain the world or Long clan continue to rule the world, they, Betengu clan would still have a proper place in Violet Dragon Empire. Long Yi led Yufeng, who was dressed up in menswear, into the military camp, because generally speaking, women were not allowed to enter the military camp. Betengu was an exception. Of course, Long Yi could also lead Yufeng into the military camp in girls' clothing, but there were many beasts who had not seen women for several years inside the military camp, so even seeing an ugly girl they would find her peerlessly beautiful. No need to talk about Yufeng, this kind of truly peerless woman. Thereupon, he made her dress up in menswear to avoid the riots. First, Long Yi supervised and directed the training of unparalleled battalion, and after the morning training come to an end, he called together the officers conducting the class with Yufeng also listening at the very back. Yufeng was a woman with broad knowledge, and had dabbled in all aspects to some extent. Phoenix clan in itself also had their private soldiers, so she had some understanding of these military affairs. However, when she listened to the lecture of Long Yi, she was shocked to the extreme in her heart. His explanation was vivid enough to attract the attention of people, and those peculiar military warfare theory as well as training methods made her even more infatuated. She knew that the character of armed forces was given by the commanding general. It was said that however the commanding general was, the armed forces would also become like that. So with Long Yi as the commanding general, what kind of armed forces this battalion would become, Yufeng was full of expectation. After finishing the lecture, Long Yi took Yufeng to find Kaiyu Fu, and as for officers, they excitedly went to train the soldiers under them according to the teachings of Long Yi. Coming to the barracks of pickets, Long Yi found Kaiyu Fu, who had just returned from patrol. But seeing Yufeng beside Long Yi, he was dumbfounded for a moment, and his complexion became ugly. Three of them came to the remote corner of the military camp. Then Kaiyu Fu said, Zemanyu, I have stated that I do not want to see the people of Pajonix clan, but you still brought her here. Before Long Yi could open his mouth, Yufeng stride forward and said, I do not understand why you have prejudice against my Phoenix clan. Why don't you explain it to me if you have any problem? We are just two factions of the same school, don't we count as the fellow disciples? Humphrey, don't lump me together with your Phoenix clan, you all are unworthy. Kaiyu Fu coldly said. Yufeng also had explosive temper, But after meeting with Long Yi, she had greatly restrained it. However, at this time, hearing Caillou Fu using such words of disdain towards her clan, she couldn't help but shouted, "I am enduring you because I think you are older than me, but if you don't clear this, then don't blame me for being merciless. You girl, just relying on your level 1 Phoenix Dki?" Caillou Fu said in disdain. Yu Feng pulled out her fiery red sword, but Long Yi stopped her, and she said while snorting, "We are both descendants of Raging Flames Villa, we should unite and restore the prestige. Raging Flames Villa is the name you cannot mention. I will take revenge for the annihilation of Villa 1,000 years ago. Your Phoenix clan doesn't have any relation with Raging Flames Villa, remember this point and also inform your mother." Caillou Fu coldly said. Long Yi stopped Yu Feng, who was already out of control, then asked, "Caillou Fu, why don't you make it clear? Why should Phoenix clan apologize to you? It's not me they should apologize, they should apologize the entire Raging Flames Villa." Caillou Fu coldly said, "You fart." Yu Feng was unable to endure and cursed. "Originally, your faction's ancestor and our faction's ancestor were a couple, and at that time, if not for your ancestor becoming friends with that slut of Ice Palace, then Ice Palace wouldn't have been able to steal Fire God's spirit tablet, and Raging Flames Villa also wouldn't have gotten destroyed, as well as my ancestors also wouldn't have died so tragically in the hands of Ice Palace. If it were not for the dying instruction of our ancestor to not seek revenge against you all, do you think your Phoenix clan would have still existed until today?" Now you say, does Phoenix clan has the qualification to call yourself the descendants of Raging Flames Villa? Caillou Fu gnashed his teeth and said. Long Yi was stunned and Yu Feng was dumbfounded, and after a good while, she shouted, "You are talking nonsense, my mother has never told me this. This is transmitted from our ancestors, naturally isn't wrong." Caillou Fu said, "The rights and wrongs of Ice Palace and Raging Flames Villa have already passed 1,000 years ago. In the end, the truth of what had happened at that time, no one knows, so your words that had passed down might not be absolutely correct." Long Yi said to Caillou Fu. Caillou Fu coldly snorted and said nothing. 10 days later, Fenger and her mother are going back to Flames Mountain to find out the truth. At that time, how about you tag along with them? Perhaps you might learn what had really happened 1,000 years ago." Long Yi said with a smile, and winked towards Yu Feng. Flames Mountain opens only once every 5 years, now, it has still not been 1 year since it opened last time. Moreover, all around the villa, there is still the remnant restriction of Fire God's spirit tablet, so no one can enter. Could it be that you all have the method to break that restriction? Caillou Fu stared at Yu Feng with sparkling eyes. "I don't know, but my mother might know," Yu Feng said. Caillou Fu pondered for a little while, then said, "Fine, if that is the case, I will accompany you on that trip in 10 days." Caillou Fu agreed and left. But Long Yi was lost in his thought. The secrets of Flames Mountain opening only once in every 5 years and the method to enter should be known only the handful of the descendants of Raging Flames Villa, but why did Fire Master Archmage Puxi know this as well? Could it be that he was also the descendants of Raging Flames Villa? Moreover, the descendants of Magic Branch, Chapter 258, Secret. After Caillou Fu agreed, Yu Feng left military camp to handle the matters of her clan, and as for Long Yi, he continued to stay in the military camp, supervising the training of unparalleled battalions soldiers. And strangely, in the military camp, today Long Yi met his very infrequently seen big brother Zimintian, this deputy legion commander. After returning home, other than eating together a few times, he had practically never seen even the shadow of his husband and wife. On the way back, Long Yi planned to go to beautiful fragrant house to understand the circumstance, but to his surprise, when he was passing by beauty shop, he saw sister-in-law Liu Shi with 2 maids entering inside, and not far away, he sensed a man and a woman following her, presumably should be the people of Zimanu. Long Yi paused in the midair, then continued to fly forward, thinking she might have come to buy some articles for her daughter or herself. But after flying for a little while, Long Yi couldn't help but be suspicious again. This moment, Liu Shi was a prime suspicious target, and the proprietress of beauty shop Han Yan was under investigating too. These two weren't companions, right? Thinking this, Long Yi hastily returned. At this time, the sky was already dark, and with the speed of Long Yi, practically no one could see him clearly, and he squeezed into the space between the double layers of the roof. At that time, he had used this method in intoxicated fragrant building of Mi Principality to spy on Mi Empress and little fox Lady Bertha. Determining the good position, Long Yi quietly made a small hole on the floor. Glancing around, he could see beauty shop's hall on the second floor where the lingerie was sold. This moment, there were several noble madams and misses in the process of selecting underwear. Frequently, they would pick up a small cloth and make a pose. Really was exciting spring scenery. Long Yi quickly saw Liu Shi. She was also mixed with those women. Liu Shi seemed to have no awareness, looking at her appearance. It seems she had really come to buy underwear. After a long time of selecting, Liu Shi finally picked up a set of pink-colored semi-transparent sexy underwear. Then shyly smiling, she said to her two maids, "You two, stay here, I will go to the fitting room to try it." Liu Shi turned around and walked into the fitting room. Seeing this, Long Yi hesitated. In the end, should he go or not? When all was said and done, she was still his sister-in-law, and now she was merely a suspect, nothing more. So on her when she was changing cloth, this truly was immoral. Liu Shi closed the door of the fitting room, and Long Yi also knew that he had no choice, because if she truly had a problem, then a fitting room, this closed place was most likely the best place to unmask her true nature. Long Yi silently came to the top of the fitting room, then he made a small hole. Inside the fitting room, Liu Shi began to take off her clothing, and the clothes on her body reduced piece by piece, revealing wide expanse of snow-white skin. In the blink of an eye, now there was only black underwear on her body. Unexpectedly was also wearing beauty shop's sexy lingerie model. Wow, truly driving people to death. It seems this is the reason why Big Brother didn't go to look for other women outside in these several years. Long Yi licked his somewhat dry lips while thinking. Liu Shi in this black lingerie was extremely tempting, with secret places half visible and half hidden. Moreover, looking bashful style was very attractive to men. Liu Shi admiringly looked at her own reflection on the magic mirror of fitting room for a long time, then her snow-white little hand reached out towards the fastening strap of her underwear. Gently pulling this fastening strap, a pair of extremely full and round jumped out. Perhaps because of breastfeeding, her, compared to young girls, were even more mellow and full, and her mammary areola also wasn't pink like young girls, rather were close to brown. Long Yi slightly moved away his gaze, calming himself down. It seems Liu Shi didn't have any unusualness, but he didn't move away at this point, as he feared something might appear. Thinking for a bit, Long Yi still decided to endure the guilty feeling in his heart and watch until the very end. Although Liu Shi's was attractive, but compared to the women of Long Yi, she was still lacking. At the least, the figure of Ling Yuyu and Yu Feng was far better than hers. At this point, Liu Shi had already taken off the final piece of small cloth covering her private parts, and directly facing the mirror, she made poses. Presumably was very confident in her figure. But it was true that it was not an easy task for a woman to be able to maintain her figure so well after giving birth to a child. Liu Shi picked up that pink underwear and wore it, instantly displaying a kind of different air. At this time, Long Yi suddenly noticed that Liu Shi didn't take off the pink underwear, rather directly wore her clothing, and as for that sexy black underwear, it was still hung on the wall. After neatly wearing her clothing, Liu Shi didn't take the black underwear, but directly pushed open the door and went out of the fitting room. At this time, the heart of Long Yi moved, and a smile appeared on his face. If his guess was correct, then inside that back underwear Liu Shi had left behind, there must be a secret. "I am already wearing the clothing, record the bill under my name, come to Zimin Mansion to settle the account," Liu Shi elegantly said. Then, leading two maids, she left. And that man and woman who were following after her obviously didn't find anything missing, just thought that she had went to the store to waste the time and began to follow again. At this time, a delicate and pretty salesgirl came in, then taking the back underwear hanging on the wall, she left. Zimin clan is so lavish. Each time she comes, this young madam would always wear the new one when leaving behind the old. Another salesgirl said, feeling somewhat envious. Yes, wealthy people are good. That salesgirl holding the underwear laughed. Big sister A, in any case, young madam doesn't want this, how about you give it to me as a present? That salesgirl laughed. Go, can your figure compare with the figure of the young madam of Zimin clan? Moreover, if the boss gets the wind of this, wouldn't our boss chew us out? The salesgirl holding the underwear ran to one end of the hall while laughing. Long Yi followed after that salesgirl, and feeling this salesgirl had stopped, he used his finger to poke a small hole and looked down. This was a messy room with bits and pieces of things, and that salesgirl casually threw that underwear into the bucket, then left. Long Yi didn't act rashly, and was somewhat excited in his heart, following the vine to get melon like this. He wondered how big melon he might trace out. After a little while, suddenly a hidden door appeared noiselessly on the wall of this messy room, and proprietress Han Yan dressed in skin-tight misty green-colored clothing walked out. She immediately walked over to that bucket and take out that black underwear, then entering the hidden door, the messy room reverted back to the previous state. Sure enough, there is a problem. Long Yi secretly thought in his heart. Then stealthily following Han Yan, he arrived inside the courtyard behind the beauty shop, which was the residence of Han Yan. Entering her lady's chamber, Han Yan silently muttered an incantation, laying out an opaque barrier, then feeling assured, she sat down. After that, she picked up the underwear left behind by Liu Shi, and examined it repeatedly, then holding that black bra, she tore it, and a thin, nearly transparent sheet floated down. Han Yan picked up this thin sheet and looking at it carefully, her complexion changed slightly, then just when she wanted to destroy this sheet on her palm, she suddenly felt as if she was stung by a mosquito on her nape, and she lost her consciousness. Long Yi floated down, and looking at the fainted Han Yan, he smiled evilly. He truly caught a big fish. Han Yan and Liu Shi and that shadow-possessing dark aura. Long Yi smelled the scent of a huge conspiracy. In the end, was Liu Shi the people of Longzhan or the third party? Now, Long Yi wasn't clear, but he thought that everything would be clear very soon. Long Yi took the sheet on the hand of Han Yan, and looking at it, he couldn't help frowning. There were only some runes and lines without meaning. Only a ghost could understand the meaning of this. Presumably was the code word of the organization of Liu Shi and Han Yan. Only their people could understand this. Long Yi pondered for a little while, then he instantly disappeared from the room of Han Yan, and hastily flew towards beautiful fragrant house. Then finding Ru Yu, he asked her to make the copy of this sheet. Then again returning to the room of Han Yan, he stuffed this sheet on the palm of Han Yan, then flickering his finger, he strangely disappeared. Han Yan opened her eyes, and shaking her head, she muttered, "Just now, what happened to me? Why was I absent-minded?" Thinking for a little while, Han Yan shook her head again, then using her strength, the sheet on her hand was reduced to ashes. "Young master, these are coded words. We don't know what they mean. We will decode them as soon as possible." Ru Yu respectfully said to Long Yi. "This information is extremely important. No matter what method you use, decode it for me." By the way, is the identity of Han Yan cleared up? Long Yi sat on the sofa and said, playing with a cup of tea, "This subordinate is incompetent. We only know the surface identity of Han Yan. Even after the thorough investigation, we don't know her true identity." Ru Yu said with reverence and awe. This is not your fault. Keep on investigating. There inevitably will be a trace." Long Yi indifferently said, "Yes, young master." Ru Yu bowed. At that time, King Wu and Piaozu came in with pastries, and seeing Long Yi, They were somewhat scared. The event of that day made these two girls so scared that they nearly had a mental disorder. Since that day, they were no longer willful and finicky. Young master, this subordinate has already prepared hot water. Since you are tired, how about taking a bath, and I will personally go to the kitchen to cook food for young master. Ruyu said respectfully. Since Ruyu said so, Long Yi began to feel very uncomfortable, mixing inside the military camp for the entire day. Where could he get time to clean his body? So he nodded his head with a smile. King Wu, Piaozu, go and serve young master in the bath. Ruyu strictly ordered, then left the room. King Wu and Piaozu's complexion paled. Serving young master in the bath, would they be able to protect their pure body? But since Ruyu had already ordered, they didn't dare to defy, because since the matter of last time, Ruyu, who had always doted them as her blood younger sisters, now was harsh, and would always punish if they violate the rule. Two women timidly followed behind Long Yi, and with their somewhat trembling little hands, they took off the clothing of Long Yi, revealing his sturdy body. And smelling that pleasant-to-smell manly fragrance, the heart of these two girls jumped out. Long Yi ignored them. He truly was somewhat tired and needed to nicely soak himself in a warm water. Entering into the steaming hot bathing pool, he closed his eyes, but his mind was continuously moving. He wanted to sort out all the power as well as the potential threats within Soaring Dragon City. Seeing Long Yi had closed his eyes instead of looking at them as if perverted ghost as they had expected. Moreover, that slight frown in his handsome face accompanied with a bit sullen temperament, made King Wu and Piaozu, these two girls, somewhat distressed. Gritting their teeth, King Wu and Piaozu took off their outer garment, and only in their underwear, they entered the bathing pool. Then holding a silk cloth, they helped Long Yi clean his sturdy body. Although the body of Long Yi wasn't frighteningly torn like some muscular man, but that well-distributed figure however clearly showed explosive power in them. The two girls clearly understand this point after touching him. Although the thinking of Long Yi was flying, but the instinct of his body was still there. When the trembling little hands of two girls cleaned his body, his lower part of the body became high-spirited. Very naturally was a physiological reaction. And that ferocious little brother greatly frightened these two girls, fearing Long Yi would jump and push them down. But Long Yi didn't do anything, from the start to the end. His eyes were closed. This relieved the heart of these two girls, but they were also somewhat resentful. The reason why they were resentful was because of the strange mentality of all girls. You think, they too were usually flattered to the heavens by those nobles, so they naturally considered themselves lofty, but here they were nearly naked while serving Long Yi. But Long Yi however completely ignored them. How could this not make them furious? But the more furious they became, the more they felt Long Yi was different from the common run, and they looked Long Yi up and down. After a good while, Long Yi stopped thinking. Every time he was about to seize that first signs, that feeling however would disappear immediately. It was useless pondering for long, so he gave up. As long as he keep a lookout over those several big forces, when the storm came, they will come out. And when he opened his eyes, the two girls carefully staring at him was so scared that they jumped, and their face became red to the roots of their ears. Looked for so long, is there something? Long Yi smirked and said while lecherously staring nearly body of two girls. The figure of these two girls was the very best. The two girls with red face didn't dare to speak, they were still very scared of Long Yi. Long Yi stood up in the bathing pool, and the girls were so frightened that they trembled, thinking Long Yi wanted to do something. But outside their expectation, Long Yi directly stepped out from the bathing pool, and wearing a big bathrobe, he went out, facing the fragrant jade body of these two girls. It's not like Long Yi didn't have desire, but having desire was one thing, truly doing was another. He was still not shameless to such point. King Wu and Piaozu looked at each other in blank dismay, were somewhat confused in their heart, thinking whether their young master was angry with them or not. Moreover, they also had a slight sense of loss in their heart. Coming out from the bathroom, he saw that Ruyu had already prepared the steaming hot meal. Seeing these unusually beautiful-looking delicacies, Long Yi asked in surprise, Ru, were these truly made by you? Yes, young master. Ru said with a shallow smile, and her tone had a sense of pride. Long Yi gave it a try and praised highly. Your craftsmanship is truly good. You are on the same level as my mother. If young master likes it, then you can come often. Ru said with a smile. After a little while, King Wu and Piaozu came out neatly dressed, and seeing Long Yi who was wiping out delicacies as if a strong wind scattering the last clouds, they felt disgusted in their heart. Chapter 259, Magical Power of Love. When Long Yi returned to Zeman Mansion, it was already late at night. Other than the groups of patrolling soldiers, other people were already long asleep. Sitting on the sofa in the hall, Long Yi stroked his chin and pondered. Just now, from the place of Ru, he received the information that Nelan Ryuiyu leading a delegation party would arrive Soaring Dragon City very soon. Moreover, he also learned that the purpose of Nelan Empire was to form an alliance by marriage with Violent Dragon Empire. Political marriage alliance was always the best method to form an alliance between nations, and presumably learning from Nelan Empire, Proud Moon Empire also sent a delegation party to have peace negotiations with Violent Dragon Empire. Just to be prepared for all contingencies, they must have this additional layer of protection to knot their alliance. Nelan Ryuiyu. Long Yi murmured. According to what he had learned, Nelan Empire's Emperor Nelan Kingzong had altogether 2 sons and 2 daughters. In addition to Saintess Nelan Ryuiyu, there furthermore was another daughter named Nelan Ruman. For the political marriage alliance of this time, which daughter would be married off? It's unlikely to be Nelan Ryuiyu, but thinking she might be the one, Long Yi slightly felt somewhat unwell in his heart. After all, Nelan Ryuiyu once had an ambiguous and apparently right but actually wrong love affinity with him, and thinking she was going to marry other people, he felt very unwell in his heart. Your grandfather, if you are going to marry, then marry this young master. Long Yi suddenly laughed lightly. Who wants to marry you, Zimenyu? Who are you thinking to hit this time? Just then, Betengu suddenly walked in and stared at Long Yi with her beautiful eyes. Miss Beteng, how come you are still not sleeping? Didn't your big brother come to meet you today? Long Yi smirked and asked. Today, Uncle Zimen came to find me. He said that he had arranged me to go and experience in your unparalleled battalion from tomorrow. Hereafter, I will stay in your house. Now, I am just a homeless wretch. Looking at Long Yi, she said to Long Yi without any complacent. Can it be that you want to learn secretly? Long Yi raised his brows and said, as a matter of fact, Betengu had the necessary foundation to lead troops. As long as she broke out from the binding of common practice in leading troops, she could certainly advance with big strides. Can't I? I admit that you are more powerful than me, but you cannot cover treasure from lightning. In any case, I am determined to follow you. Betengu with dancing eyebrows and radiant face said. She no longer had that dispirited appearance. Now I finally understand that too much charm is also not necessarily a good thing. You should know that my family has several wives and all of them are the type who easily get jealous. Aren't you scared? Long Yi said with a smile. The pretty face of Betengu reddened, and began to realize that the words she had blurted out just a moment ago were ambiguous. Then she just snorted and said, Don't show off shamelessly, I am not in the mood to squabble with you. That's right, just now. Who were you thinking of hitting on? I was nearly fooled by you. If I say I am thinking of hitting you, then will you believe? Long Yi said with a smile. Go to hell. If you don't speak, then I will tell uncle. Tell that you have reverted to old ways and again began to forcibly snatch ordinary women. Betengu said. Listen to me, you aren't my woman, so why do you care so much about me? It's not like you started to like me, is it? Long Yi shrugged his shoulder and said with a smile, who likes you, shameless. I am not talking with you, I am returning to sleep. Betengu with red face forced open the door and rushed out. Long Yi looked at the back view of Betengu and muttered, this girl, did she really start to like me? It is not good to be too handsome. Long Yi sat for a little while and went to the study of Zimenyu. Seeing the lamp was still lit, He knew that Zimenu had still not gone to sleep, thinking his father was working so hard, and especially in this period of time, he had not slept properly for even a day. He felt that this was the necessary price people who want to do important matter must pay. Long Yi knocked the door of the study in a unique rhythm. Come in. Zimenu's simple and vigorous voice came from inside the study. Long Yi pushed open the door, and entering inside, he saw Zimenu behind the desk was busy writing something under the illumination of the white magic lamp. Long Yi suddenly felt that his father was a lot older, his hairs had already turned gray, but thinking about it, it was not so obvious before a period of time. Why are you still standing in the doorway, still not entering quickly? Zimenu still had that same stern expression. It's already so late, what matter do you have? Only after seeing Long Yi had sat down in front of him, Zimenu laid down the file on his hand and asked, Father, I have already investigated and found that sister-in-law and beauty shop's proprietress Han Yan have a relation. This child dares to confirm that they are from the same organization. Long Yi said. Oh, explain the circumstance in detail. Zimenu frowned and leaned forward, clearly was very concerned about this problem. Thereupon, Long Yi explained the matter of Liu Shi going to beauty shop, and even the matter of Liu Shi changing the clothing. For the important matter, this small amount of minor matter could be disregarded. Zimenu thoroughly understood, and with his eyes flashing with coldness, he coldly snorted and said, that slut really has a problem. Even executing her 9 generation will not eliminate the hate in my heart. Long Yi sensed the killing intent in the words of Zimenu, and couldn't help shaking his head. Whether it was ancient or modern, which people doing the important matter didn't have their hands stained with blood, and stepped on countless corpses to sit on the top of the pyramid. Tomorrow, I will send some people to help decode that letter. We must know what is written there, otherwise I will not be able to rest or eat in peace. Zimenu said. Long Yi nodded his head and asked, by the way, Father, what's going on with Betengu? I feel like I still cannot completely trust Betengu clan. Wouldn't there be a problem to let her in unparalleled battalion? Zimenu nodded his head and patting the shoulder of Long Yi, he said, it doesn't matter, I believe you will handle this well. As for whether Betengu clan is enemy or friend, don't worry about it for the time being. Then this child asks to be excused. Father, pay more attention to your health. Long Yi said and walked out of the study. Zimenu faintly smiled. He was very surprised with the ability of this little son. With a son like this, he didn't have to worry about the failure of the important matter. Long Yi returned to his courtyard, and saw that Yu Feng and Zhao Yi were lying on the bed and chatting. They unexpectedly weren't asleep yet. Pricking up his ears to listen, he heard that the subject of their talk was revolving around him, so he couldn't help but felt perfectly content as well as felt happy from the bottom of his heart. If one day Yu, Sibai, Luzia and others also lied on the big bed together waiting for him to bestow the favor upon them, then how pleasurable it would be. Long Yi was very pleased in his heart while imagining, and just when he was about to push open the door and enter, he suddenly heard the squeaking sound of another door of the courtyard opening. Long Yi turned around and saw Li King holding his nearly transparent sword walking out from his room. Young master, you still haven't slept. After seeing Long Yi, Li King was dumbfounded. Just returned, but why are you coming out? Can't sleep? Long Yi walked over to Li King, and became aware that the complexion of Li King was very ugly. Li King nodded his head and suddenly said, young master, please accompany me to a sword practice for a little while. Fine, let's go out. Long Yi saw Li King seemingly laden with anxiety appearance, and gave up the warm fragrant soft jades for the night. He wanted to strengthen him out. 2 people, one in the front and another in the back, walked out of Zimin Mansion. Now it was already late at night, so it was inconvenient for them to have sword training in Zimin Mansion. After 2 people walked away, the chatting inside the room also stopped, and Yu Feng snorted and said, so hateful, just returned but left again, it's all that Li King's fault. Zhao Yi however didn't speak, merely her complexion became somewhat solemn, and after her transparent eyes flashed with soft white light, she lightly sighed. Li King always gave her an uneasy feeling, which was getting stronger and stronger, but even after using prophecy, she found no abnormalities. Zhao Yi, what happened? Seeing the expression of Zhao Yi, Yu Feng couldn't help asking with concern. No, nothing. It seems young master will not return tonight, we should sleep. Zhao Yi faintly said, then rolled to one side of the bed while counting days in her heart. After 10 days, it was the extreme yin day which was difficult to encounter even in 100 years. That day, Long Yi led Li King arriving at the outskirts of Soaring Dragon City. This was a desolate and uninhabited place, so the sword training wouldn't disturb anyone. Let's start, let me see how much you have progressed in these days. Long Yi walked to the opposite side of Li King and said with a smile, in these past few days, he had exchanged some knowledge of combining magic and Gi with Li King, like that, he, Long Yi, had benefited greatly. So he, Li King, might have also benefited from that exchange. Li King pulled out the sword, and going into battle position, his sword emitted a crisp continuous droning sound. His sword was absolutely not inferior to inferior divine artifact-grade weapons. Li King roared in a low voice and he brandished his transparent sword, sending out fierce and swift iced Gi attack towards Long Yi. Moreover, at the same time, Icebound magic also swept towards Long Yi. This level of attack was naturally ineffective towards Long Yi. He moved sideways dodging the sword of Li King, then directly punched his icebound magic, shattering it, and with cold chi scattering in all direction, the grasses and trees were instantly frozen with a layer frost. Long Yi instinctively became aware that Li King was not too normal now. His attacks were increasingly becoming sharp, and he roared in a low voice as if a wild beast. Furthermore, he was attacking risking his life. Long Yi didn't stop him, as he was able to tell that Li King was venting. Moreover, he was originally thinking of secretly attacking so as to make Li King vent all of his unhappiness in his heart. Metal colliding sound resounded. Long Yi used a twig to clash against the sword of Li King. He didn't use other skill, purely fought recklessly with Li King. Li King as if had lost his reason, his two eyes suddenly changed into dark green, and he roared in a hoarse voice. Then in front of his body, a phantom of monster became visible. You fucking crazy. Long Yi cursed, then he hit the wrist of Li King's hand which was holding the sword with that branch. His wrist trembled, then the transparent sword flew out, and rotating in the sky for several times, it stuck on the ground, trembling non-stop. Li King also sobered up a little, and he seemed to be somewhat struggling. Seeing this, Long Yi simply slapped him to the ground. His face suddenly swelled up, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. From this, one could see that the slap was Long Yi wasn't a light one. Li King finally woke up completely, dark green radiance in his eyes disappeared, and he immediately got up and knelt in front of Long Yi, then said bitterly, "Young master, Li King should die, just now. I don't know why I wasn't able to control myself. You were obsessed, forget about it. Stand up." Long Yi indifferently said. Then with a wave of his hand, the sword of Li King flew back and stuck on the ground in front of Li King. Long Yi walked to the hillside and sat down, while Li King followed behind him with his head lowered. "Sit." Long Yi signaled Li King to sit down, then taking out 2 bottles of wine from inside the space ring, he gave one bottle to Li King. "Tell me, what happened?" Long Yi sipped the wine and said. In fact, without Li King telling him, he could already guess a bit. The person who was able to make Li King, such cold and detached man, suffer like this, definitely was that woman he loved. Li King grabbed the wine bottle and drank crazily, and his body was unexpectedly trembling. This made Long Yi apprehensive endlessly. This fellow was truly an infatuated kind. "Young master, I met her today," Li King said slowly, and his that handsome face was twisted due to suffering. "You love that girl, don't you? Did you talked about former times with her?" Long Yi lightly asked. "Young master, it's impossible for me, it's truly impossible for me. You told me that as long as she is happy, that's fine, but from her eyes, I could see suffering. She is suffering greatly. This made me unable to endure. Li Qing's current expression was somewhat frightening, and the finger joints of his hand holding the sword were turning white. That man didn't treat her nicely? Long Yi asked. I don't know, I didn't see that man. If I had seen him, I would have definitely killed him. Li Qing said, full of killing intent. Long Yi made a wry smile and shook his head. He really hadn't expected that Li Qing loved that woman to this extent. Exactly what kind of woman was favored by gods like this? Now, Long Yi was slightly curious about the woman Li Qing loved like this. Did you meet her in Soaring Dragon City? Long Yi asked again. Li Qing nodded his head. At that time, after Long Yi had gone to the military camp, both Li Qing and Barbarian Bull were idle with nothing to do, so they wandered aimlessly inside the Soaring Dragon City. Suddenly, Li Qing saw a familiar figure, although the woman was wearing a cloak, but he still recognized her at a single glance. As a result, excitedly Li Qing left behind Barbarian Bull and chased after her. That woman realized that Li Qing was following her, so she led him to a secluded place. There, Li Qing asked whether she was happy or not, and she answered that she was very happy, but Li Qing saw suffering in her eyes. How could Li Qing bear his loved one suffering like that? He immediately asked her to bring him to that man, but that woman harshly told Li Qing that that was the matter between them two, not his, and told Li Qing, this outsider, to not interfere. Moreover, she said that she had already given her complete heart to that man, and she was already unable to bear any other things. Furthermore, she said that if Li Qing dared to make a move against her man, she would kill him, Li Qing, first. After that, that grim woman flew away, leaving behind heartbroken Li Qing. Bang! When narrating, the bottle in the hand of Li Qing shattered, and this ice-cold man actually shed tears at this moment. One could well imagine how much he was suffering in his heart. Long Yi soothingly patted the shoulder of Li Qing. Love was basically like this. It could make people happy and also make them suffer. Although he was very sympathetic to Li Qing, he also greatly admired that woman. That was a woman who wholeheartedly and without any reservations loved a man, and she could do anything for that man. This was the magical power of love. Love in itself was not wrong. What was wrong was falling in love with the person you shouldn't have. But, it goes without saying, love has always been blind. When falling in love, who could control their heart? Chapter 260. The Secret Move of Madame Betengu. The days passed quietly like this. Since that night, Li Qing had become even colder, but he was also unable to hide the loneliness beneath the surface. And as for Betengu, every day she would follow behind Long Yi as if his shadow, and after hearing his lecture on military course for the first time, she became just like a curious baby. After that, with the spirit of not feeling ashamed to ask the subordinates, she made Long Yi blush with shame. Regardless of military camp or at home, she kept on asking all kind of questions. Long Yi served as the person who opened her a window in the field of military warfare, making her see even broader world. She began to truly understand the gap between her and Long Yi, and a subtle feeling well up from the bottom of her heart towards Long Yi. 10 days later, Yu Feng reluctantly bid farewell to Long Yi, and the person who went together with her was naturally the descendant of Raging Flames Villa, Kai Fu. Together with Patriarch Phoenix, they would go to Raging Flames Villa looking for the truth of 1,000 years ago. He could see that Yu Feng actually wanted to make Long Yi accompany her, but at this moment, how could Long Yi leave? Brother-in-law, wait for me. Nangong Nu panted, chasing after Long Yi. Little Nu, why on earth are you running over here so early in the morning? Long Yi asked curiously. In these past 10 days, he hadn't seen even the shadow of Nangong Xiangyan siblings. Of course, to go to the military camp with you. Father agreed that hereafter, I can mix with you. Nangong Nu excitedly laughed. You seriously want to mix with me? You are so tiny, I fear you cannot even eat little hardship. Long Yi said with a smile. What? Nangong Nu cannot eat hardship, isn't Miss Betengu mixing with you? Since she, a girl, can endure, then it is impossible for me to be unable to endure. Nangong said, pointing at Betengu in military uniform standing beside Long Yi. Long Yi smirked and said, "You know, your big sister Beteng sniveled a few days ago. Won't you be the same, Ziminyu? Don't talk nonsense about me. When did I cry?" Betengu flew into a rage from shame and glared at Long Yi. When she had just begun the training, because the training was too hard, she couldn't help shedding few drops of tears, and Long Yi had just happened to see that. "Fine, even if didn't cry, why don't you tell this kid how hard my training is? As long as you enter my barrack, regardless of whether you are man or woman, child or magician, I will punish them alike on the basis of how close they were to achieve the target." Long Yi said with stern countenance. "It is as he said, little new, you have to think clearly. Don't think that you can loaf around just because you're a magician." Under him, magicians had to train together with soldiers. Moreover, compared to the training of other battalions, it's many times bitter. Betengu said to Nangong, recalling that devil-like training. Even now she had a lingering fear. In the beginning several days, she wasn't able to persist, and in only these past 2 days, she was barely able to manage to keep up with the pace. "No need to consider, I have already decided. Since other people can persist, I can also do the same." Nangong resolutely said. "In that case, let's go." Long Yi said with a smile. He was happy to see Nangong joining the training of Unparalleled Battalion. The military was the best place to temper people. As long as he could persist, he will mature very quickly. "Brother-in-law, when you are returning, can you go to my house and meet my third big sister?" Nangong said while rushing with Long Yi. "Why?" Long Yi asked with a smile. "These past few days, my third big sister lost weight. Every day she would neither properly drink tea nor eat food, and sometimes she would mutter your name. She is definitely suffering from love sickness." Nangong said in all seriousness. Long Yi smirked and said, "Your house is not that far away from my house. If she is thinking about me, then why didn't she come and see me?" "I also don't know about that. All girls are strange, only ghosts know what they are thinking in their heart." Nangong said. Bang! Long Yi gave Nangong a violent knock and scolded in jest, "Hearing your words, it seems like you have a lot of experience. Tell the truth, how many girls did you fool around with?" Nangong thought for a moment, then stretched out 3 fingers and said, feeling somewhat disappointed, "Kissed only 3. How about I teach brother-in-law a move or two?" Long Yi smirked and said, but in his heart, he thought that this body was very capable. At such a young age, he was already fooling around with 3 girls. He has a good future. Yes, yes. The eyes of Nangong immediately shone. Long Yi, however, was his idol. Whether in strength or in fooling around with girls, he was the strongest. At that time, Betengu pulled away Nangong and angrily said to Long Yi, "Why are you corrupting a child? Be careful, I will tell uncle." Betengu, other than complaining, what can you do? Long Yi said without getting angry. 3 people arrived at the military camp, and now under the inhuman training of Long Yi, Unparalleled Battalion had already begun to show their might. Anyone could sense that valiant aura from far away. Long Yi placed Nangong into the magician's troops, and they began their morning lecture. After morning lecture, they had to carry a heavy load and run a marathon, and then they had to lie low. When Long Yi had just started training them, in the marathon of 5 kilometers with heavy loads, the weak magicians were the first to eat, suffering. Despite their loads being only 1/3 of the other soldiers of Unparalleled Battalion, it was very hard for their body to persist. On the first day, none of them finished running in the stipulated time. Almost all had to crawl to the destination. Moreover, the training supervisor officers behind them didn't show mercy at all. Regardless of whether they were magicians or not, they whipped them hard. One had to say that people had infinite potential. After suffering greatly, nowadays nearly half of the magicians reached a set standard, and all others that couldn't reach a set standard, they were also many times faster compared to before, and all of them could feel the advantages of their physical enhancement, and the advantages were more obvious during fistfight. Long Yi had formulated the reward and punishment system with the reference to the army style of his previous incarnation. Moreover, he created the commanding official's elimination mechanism too. As long as the soldiers under the leadership of an official believe that his abilities were superior in all aspects compared to their commanding officers, then each month, they could challenge the officer, and if he won the challenge, then he could replace the original commanding officer. One of the greatest benefits of this kind of system was the competitive atmosphere among the soldiers, and this would help accelerate the growth of the soldiers' abilities. The lower solders would desperately train, thinking that they would be able to suppress their commanding officers, and the commanding officers would have even bigger pressure. If they lost against the soldiers under their leadership, then they would utterly lose their face. Like this, in this environment of cruel training and intense competition, the soldiers of unparalleled battalion would grow up quickly. In the 5-kilometer marathon with heavy loads of today, Nangongnu persisted to run, although he didn't reach a set standard, but he didn't give up halfway. Immediately after that, when lying low, he nearly collapsed. The lurking environment of today was inside the sludge with overgrown weeds, and the time limit was 1 hour. His entire body was soaked, but inside this sludge, he couldn't move even though there were many bugs, worms and such insects inside the thick clump of grass. Moreover, the sting on his neck and face was unbearably itching, so he couldn't help reaching out his hand to scratch, which resulted in supervisor officer slapping him. At that time, Nangongnu was about to go insane. From his childhood till now, he was spoiled, and was treated like a treasure, but he was never treated like this, so he jumped up and used water magic to attack, which resulted in suffering even more ruthless beating, and the whiplashes tore the skin off his back. After Long Yi heard the news, he didn't punish the supervisor office who had whipped Nangongnu, instead ruthlessly slapped Nangongnu. At that time, Nangongnu cried, feeling wronged. It seemed he had already forgotten the pledge he had made early in the morning. After all, he was still a 13-year-old child. Nangongnu felt wronged. He didn't even eat the food. He blankly sat alone on one side. With this small amount of skill, are you a real man? Also, I wonder who hit his chest and said he absolutely can persist. Long Yi smiled and sat down beside Nangongnu. The face of Nangong turned red, recalling the brave words of the morning. But, at that time, he had really not thought that the training was unexpectedly so abnormal. Long Yi turned over Nangongnu, and with the use of healing magic, those terrifying bloody wounds of his back disappeared. Brother-in-law, from my childhood till now, I have never been slapped in the face, and I really cannot swallow that manner of speaking too. Nangongnu furiously said, forgetting to ask why Long Yi could use light magic. If you cannot swallow, then work even harder. If one day you have the ability, then you can force him out of his position. At that time, wouldn't you be his commanding officer? What's the use of feeling wronged and not eating now? The following trainings are even more ruthless. If you don't have strength, then you will suffer even more lashes. Of course, you can also choose to quit. Long Yi said with a smile. I will never quit. I will go and eat now. Nangongnu stubbornly stood up. Now, where is the food to eat? The foods have long been wiped out. Today, I leave a little bit of food as an exception. Eat it. Long Yi, as if performing conjuring tricks, brought a big bowl of rice with a layer of vegetables from behind him. Thank you, brother-in-law. Nangongnu had exhausted great amount of strength, and his stomach was already rumbling with hunger, so he took the rice bowl and dig in. By the way, brother-in-law, I was just scratching the itch, but why did that fellow treat me like that? He certainly sees me as not pleasing to the eyes. Nangongnu was still concerned about this matter while eating, making him feel indignant. In his view, this was nothing at all. The expression of Long Yi became serious and he said, the purpose of lying low is to not allow enemies to see you, and at the right time, give enemy fatal blow. Now you say, if the enemy notice you due to your movement, then not only you, even your war buddies beside you will suffer exterminating attacks. Moreover, that may affect the layout of the entire warfare. Now you say, was that serious or not? Nangongnu seemed lost in thought, and finally after eating, he stood up and said, "I understand, brother-in-law, I will not let you down from now on. It's fine if you understand. Furthermore, in the military camp, don't call me brother-in-law, call me general, everyone addresses me like that." Long Yi said with a smile. "Yes, general." Nangong Nu gave Long Yi a respectful military salute and ran to the other soldiers. "This boy, properly training him, he will certainly change into a treasure." Long Yi thought in his heart. Soon after that, he couldn't help laughing. Now, how could he show the self-importance of the aged? The training of the day finished very soon, and after they were released, both Nangong Nu and Betengu were so tired that they were lying physically paralyzed on the ground. Long Yi had no choice but to carry both of them and fly back to Ziman Mansion. "Brother-in-law, aren't you sending me back?" Nangong Nu raised his head and said. Long Yi was startled, naturally knew that this kid wanted him to go and meet Nangong Xiangyan. Moreover, thinking about it, she after all was his fiancée, going to see her was something he was supposed to do. Seeing Long Yi and Nangong Nu's leaving back view, Betengu somewhat felt abandoned in the bottom of her heart. Nangong Xiangyan was his fiancée, it was normal for him to go and see her, merely she had a sour feeling in the bottom of her heart. In the end, was there a proper place for her in the heart of Long Yi? A call full of affection woke up Betengu, who was feeling abandoned. "Mother, how come you are here?" Betengu saw a luxurious carriage not far away from her, and her mother was affectionately watching her from inside that carriage. Betengu excitedly rushed over, and entering into the carriage, she hugged the noble madam inside the carriage. "My poor child, you suffered greatly." Madame Beteng stroked the thin beautiful face of Betengu and said, "Mother, does father know that you have come here?" Betengu somewhat expectantly asked. Madame Beteng shook her head and sighed. "Your father actually miss you, even if he doesn't say that, I am able to tell, but he is the person that regard face as all important and also fears this matter will affect the entire clan, so." "I understand, mother." Betengu said, feeling somewhat lonely. "Well, don't worry, your father is just in a fit of anger. By the way, I saw your appearance of just now, it seems you have quite a good impression of the second boy of Ziman clan." Madame Beteng said with a smile. "Where is, by no means, I like him." Betengu acted like a spoiled child in the embrace of her mother. Thinking her mother had seen her expression when she was looking at Ziman, she was embarrassed. "Admit it, your mother is also an experienced person, what's there to not admit it?" Madame Beteng said with a smile. Listening to her, Betengu, tone, she could well imagine the thoughts of her daughter. What is the use of in few days, he will be marrying third Ms. Nangong, and in his heart, perhaps, I am nothing. Betengu lowered her head and twisting the corner of the lower hem of her robe, she said. "You have to strive for love, did you never ardently hope for Ziman to be nice to only you?" Madame Beteng said. "I had hoped like that, but I know it's impossible. Now I only hope to be able to have a place in his heart, but he seems to have no other intention for me." Betengu took a deep breath and somewhat helplessly said, "My daughter is so beautiful, I don't believe that that perverted boy will not like you. If you want to obtain a proper place in his heart, then mother has a way." Madame Beteng pondered for a little while and said, "What means?" Betengu happily asked. Madame Beteng softly laughed, then moving closer to her daughter, she whispered something in her ear. How can I do this?" The face of Betengu suddenly had a layer of blush. Even her snow-white neck became red. "Your mother said this for your happiness, it's only a bit bold." "Oh, it's already been a period of time since your mother came out, now I have to return, otherwise your father will be suspicious." "Work hard, I know my daughter is the best." Madame Beteng affectionately patted her daughter's head, and leaving her behind, the carriage left. And Betengu, whose face was red till the root of her ears, rushed into the Ziman mansion, practically covering her face. Chapter 261, Hate You to Death. Madame Betengu returned to Beteng mansion, and went straight to the study of Beteng Zhuang. "How are things? Did you finish doing that matter?" Betengu raised his head, and standing up, he went to welcome. "I have already talked with your lord. Is it really fine to do this to you?" Madame Betengu said with some worry. Betengu made his wife sit down on the sofa, and he also sat down. Then he pulled her waist, and seeing her lord was taking the rare initiative to get intimate, Madame Betengu blushed and felt quite pleased in her heart. "We have been husband and wife for so many years, do you still not believe in me? Your liking Zimenu isn't false, so if she does that, no matter whether it is for the clan or for herself, all will benefit from this. As long as she becomes the daughter-in-law of Zimin clan, then can't we Betengu clan easily form an alliance with Zimin clan?" Caressing the waist of his wife, Betengu said gently, but his eyes however were flashing with a glimmer of pallid light. "In that case, I will also be at ease, lord." Before Madame Betengu could finish speaking, an imposing had already fallen into the hand of Madame Betengu. It had already been a long time since he had last bestowed a favor upon her, and with Betengu's such action, her soul flew away to an unknown place. Betengu fondled the sensitive region of his wife with an insidious smile on his face. Merely, Madame Betengu's passion was rising like a tide didn't notice this. "Lord, no. Don't, this is study." Madame Betengu refused, but her eyes were already hazy with desire. But high-spirited Betengu didn't care about anything. He just torn open the clothing of his wife, then stabbed his erect spear. For a moment, inside the study, lewd sounds resounded. Long Yi carrying Nangong Nu quickly arrived at Nangong Mansion, and as he was the son-in-law of the clan, he received the courteous reception in Nangong Mansion. Nangong Nu directly led Long Yi to the courtyard where Nangong Xiangyan stayed. Then he said with a smile, "Brother-in-law, go in by yourself. My third big sister will definitely be so happy that she will jump." Finished speaking, this little devil quickly ran away. Long Yi hesitated for a little while, then laughed at himself. "How come my guts have become so smaller now? Isn't it just meeting a girl?" He raised his leg and entered the courtyard in big strides. Far away, Long Yi saw Nangong Xiangyan in loose and comfortable home attire. She was sitting on the small wooden bridge surrounded by flowing water inside her courtyard. Her pitch-black long hair loosely hung to her waist like a waterfall. Now she didn't have that rebelling and unruly feeling, but her back looked lonely and peaceful. She was subconsciously swaying her bare feet, not fearing the coldness. One should know that the snow of that heavy snowfall had melted not long ago. Long Yi was not too accustomed to seeing this kind of appearance of Nangong Xiangyan. In his impression, Nangong Xiangyan and her younger brother Nangong Nu were similarly lively and restless people, moreover were particularly flamboyant. Although she was quiet currently, but this was somewhat unlike her. He felt that now her aura was somewhat lacking. Long Yi quietly walked forward and arrived behind her, but she didn't realize this. She just blankly stared at the fishes of the brook. "Zimenu, you rotten person, I hate you to death." As if thinking of something, Nangong Xiangyan suddenly cursed him loudly, startling Long Yi behind her. "Why do you hate me? Did I offend you?" Long Yi asked, feeling interested. "Of course you. How?" Nangong Xiangyan just spoke few words, then suddenly realizing, she turned around, and seeing Long Yi, she pointed at Long Yi with her mouth wide open. Nangong Xiangyan blinked for a little while, and finally determined that Zimenu right before her wasn't her illusion. She immediately jumped up, but she slipped, falling towards the brook under the bridge. But with Long Yi present here, how could he let Nangong Xiangyan fall down? He immediately rushed forward, and stretched out his big hands, making Nangong Xiangyan fall into his devil's clutches. Then he gently retrieved the beauty. A pair of shining big eyes look at Long Yi face to face with surprise and shyness, and since their distance was only a few inches, Long Yi could smell her pure and fresh body fragrance as well as feel the heat she was continuously exhaling out. "Ah, you pervert!" Nangong Xiangyan was dumbfounded for a few seconds, then she suddenly screamed, ferociously pushing away Long Yi. But she seemed to have forgotten that there was a brook behind her, and she moved backward. Bang! Nangong Xiangyan fell into the brook, and was completely drenched from head to foot, making her clothing transparent. Immediately afterward, she awkwardly climbed out of the brook. Although her physique was very good, but suddenly falling into the ice-cold water made her feel very cold, and immediately her frozen body shivered. "This has nothing to do with me, it is your fault for pushing me away," Long Yi innocently said. "That was obviously intentional, you damned bastard." Nangong Xiangyi angrily cursed. She jumped out of the brook and ran into her room. Long Yi smirked and followed after her. Now, Nangong Xiangyi was like herself. He had nearly thought that she had truly changed. Nangong Xiangyi rushed into her lady's chamber, and took out clothing from her wardrobe. But just when she was about to take off her wet clothing, she suddenly turned around, only to see Long Yi was unexpectedly standing in her room with a bad smile. What are you doing here? Is the ladies' chamber of girls the place where you can enter as you please?" Still not rolling out, Nangong Xiangyi stepped forward and pushed Long Yi out, then she shut the door with a bang. Getting rid of wet clothing, she revealed her superb beautiful jade body. Her stuck-out, thin waist, slender thighs, all were of best quality. And while she was wiping her body, she suddenly thought whether that pervert was peeping her or not. She blushed and stealthily looked all around for a little while, and couldn't help slowing down her speed of wearing her clothing. Also, she didn't know why, when she thought that Long Yi might be somewhere peeping on her, she actually felt somewhat happy. Nangong Xiangyi finally finished putting on her clothing, and she quickly opened the door, only to see Long Yi politely gnawing the fruit placed inside the pavilion. Without any reason, she got angry. She was angry not because he was not polite, angry because he unexpectedly didn't peep at her when she was changing the clothes. Nangong Xiangyi herself also didn't know why she felt like this. "Did you peep on me when I was changing my clothing?" Nangong Xiangyi furiously walked over to the front of Long Yi, and snatched the pear Long Yi had just bitten. "No, didn't you see I am standing here, how can I peep?" Long Yi said without getting angry. "Humphrey, your speed is so fast, who knows?" Nangong Xiangyi bit the pear on her hand while panting in rage. Then seeing Long Yi looked as if he wanted to speak but then hesitate, she couldn't help glaring at him and said, "Want to speak then speak, why are you fussing?" Seeing Nangong Xiangyi was again biting the pear, Long Yi smirked and said, "It's useless even if I say now, the pear is almost eaten all up by you. I eat the pear of my house, what does it pay Zimin you actually dared to make me eat your saliva." The beautiful face of Nangong Xiangyi became red. Just now she had forgotten to check whether he had bitten the pear or not. But she would absolutely not admit that. In fact, she was very pleased with herself in her heart. "Yes, my saliva is something average people never get the chance to eat, only beauties can eat." Long Yi smiled and flickered the nose of Nangong Xiangyi. Nangong Xiangyi turned even redder and didn't speak. And after a long while, she said, "Why do you come to find me? Aren't you accompanying your two beauties all day long?" "Of course I missed you, so I came looking for you." Long Yi smiled and said. Nangong Xiangyi couldn't help showing a trace of smile, but was still hard-mouthed. "Who wants you to miss? Seeing you makes me feel uncomfortable. I also don't know who kept pestering my mind these several days." Long Yi shook his head and sighed. "Humphrey, is that still not because of Dongfang Kexen? You think you are delicious cake?" Nangong Xiangyi snorted, but her eyes were shining. Obviously her mood was very good. "I am not delicious cake, you are." "Missing you, I suffer from insomnia, I don't think about tea, I don't think about food, only think of you." Long Yi slightly smiled and said to Nangong Xiangyi. Nangong Xiangyi turned around and pouted. But the corner of her mouth couldn't help but stick up, and she lightly said, "Those are just sweet words and honeyed phrases, who would believe?" "Don't believe?" "Actually, I also don't believe, since there is nothing else, I am leaving." Long Yi shrugged his shoulder and actually, he truly turned away. The mood of Nangong Xiangyun instantly fell from the place high in the clouds to the bottom of a valley. She angrily turned around and saw Long Yi was truly walking away. All of a sudden, she panicked, and ran over to stop him. Then with tears in her eyes, she said, feeling incomparably wronged, "Why are you like this, damned bastard? In the end, what do you want?" Long Yi was dumbfounded. Once girls speak out this type of words, "Congratulations, you won the prize, 100%, she started to like you." In fact, Long Yi roughly sensed the feeling of Nangong Xiangyun towards him, but he wasn't sure, who asked her to get noisy every time she sees him like that. He easily thought that it was his misconception. Moreover, in this period of time, he had many matters, including the task to take Hu Feng to the military camp, so he didn't have much time to think carefully about it. But, today when Nangong Nu said those matters, he thought over. As a matter of fact, he greatly appreciated Nangong Xiangyun's personality. Moreover, they two would eventually come together, so having a feeling was comparatively better than not having a feeling for each other. Seeing dazed Long Yi, Nangong Xiangyun truly was hurt. She ferociously stepped on the foot of Long Yi, then rushed towards her room in tears. Long Yi screamed holding his foot, and he instantly caught Nangong Xiangyun and said, "Xiangyun, hear me out." Nangong Xiangyun turned around, and looked at Long Yi with tears in her eyes and expectation. Long Yi gently wiped her tears, and gently raising her chin, he looked at Nangong Xiangyun with such tenderness that it was enough to melt her entirely. The heart of Nangong Xiangyun jumped. She slowly closed her eyes, and then slightly tilted her head, waiting for her sweet first kiss. Seeing the slightly opened red lips of Nangong Xiangyun, Long Yi naturally wasn't polite. He lowered his head towards this red lips, but just when his lips were about to touch these red lips, his heart suddenly shook, and his complexion suddenly paled. After that, without saying anything, he released Nangong Xiangyun and disappeared from the courtyard. "Zimin Yu, I hate you to death." Nangong Xiangyun with tears bursting out of her eyes roared. She was waiting for his kiss, but suddenly felt there was no one in front of her, so she opened her eyes only to find Long Yi was missing without a trace. She naturally felt utter humiliation, thinking Long Yi was just toying with her. Womanizing Mage, Chapter 262, Extreme Yandai. 1. Long Yi urgently flew towards Zimin Mansion with all his might. Just a moment ago, he suddenly felt the life force of Zhao Yi had become chaotic, and under great alarm, he immediately left Nangong Xiangyun. He and Zhao Yi had the relation of blood contract, so if something happened to her, then he would naturally feel it. Long Yi quickly arrived at his courtyard of Zimin Mansion, and saw that barbarian bull, and Li King as if was facing with a formidable foe guarded the doorway of Zhao Yi. And after seeing Long Yi, they relaxed. Long Yi could sense Zhao Yi inside the room, but surprisingly inside the room, there weren't any abnormalities. This made him doubtful, but he didn't dare to rashly burst in. "What happened here?" Long Yi walked over and asked. His mood was clearly not very good. "Young master, it's like this. Just a moment ago, Zhao Yi suddenly came looking for us, and made us her protector. She said that beside young master, no one is allowed to enter, otherwise, the consequence will be too dreadful to contemplate." Li King indifferently replied. He clearly recalled that solemn expression of Zhao Yi. "This girl, what is she doing?" But according to what she had said, "I can enter, right?" Long Yi somewhat impatiently said. "It should be the case." Li King replied. Long Yi pushed open the door and he felt an unusually strong barrier inside the room which cut off the connection to the outside. But this barrier didn't seem to have any effect on him. He easily passed through it and entered the room. This was probably because of the relation of blood contract between Zhao Yi and Long Yi. Entering the barrier, Long Yi was stunned. He only saw that the room was pitch black, and the sky however was filled with many stars and a bright moon, exactly as if he was placed in the universe. This place was so vast that he couldn't see the boundary. It no longer resembles the small room from any angle. Moreover, Naked Zhao Yi was sitting cross-legged on the center. Her entire body was flashing with indistinctly visible purple runes, and they were fluttering even without the wind, appearing free and natural. Long Yi looked at Zhao Yi, but for a moment, he didn't know what to do. But he knew that Zhao Yi was using her ability. If he guessed correctly, then she must be making a prophecy. What kind of prophecy consumes so much life force of Zhao Yi so quickly? Young master, you came. The voice of Zhao Yi suddenly resounded in the heart of Long Yi. It was light as if sighing. Zhao Yi, what are you doing? Quickly stop. Could it be that you don't know your life force is quickly exhausting? Long Yi anxiously said in his heart. Young master, please don't worry about me. This exhaustion of life force is just temporary. After this magic is ended, my life force will automatically return to me. The voice of Zhao Yi resounded, and not waiting for Long Yi to speak, she went on. Today is rare extreme yin day, which is hard to encounter even in 100 years. The yang qi between the heaven and earth is weakened to the extreme, and the dragon qi protecting Emperor Longzhan is also weakest at this time, so perhaps I can calculate the future fate of violent Dragon Empire. So that is the case, but will there be any problem for you? Long Yi worriedly asked, hearing young master's such words. Zhao Yi will not regret even if I have to die. The excited voice of Zhao Yi resounded in the heart of Long Yi. Stupid. Long Yi somewhat said. Young master, there is not much time, listen to me. In extreme yin day, undead will certainly come out. You should send someone to notify the Light Church of Soaring Dragon City. Zhao Yi somewhat hurriedly said. Long Yi nodded his head, then going out, he told Li King to rush over to Light Church and also send someone to notify his father Zemanu and ask him to be on guard, but he actually didn't know anything about Extreme Yin Day. Usually, in this day, some skeletons and zombies as well as specters will take the initiative to attack the Light Church, and they really didn't attack other places. When Long Yi returned inside the barrier Zhao Yi had set up, somewhat trembling voice of Zhao Yi resounded. Young master, do you believe in Zhao Yi? Of course, you are my wife. If I don't believe in you, then who would I believe? Long Yi resolutely said. Then take off all your clothing and sit in front of Zhao Yi. Will you do it? Zhao Yi somewhat happily said. Long Yi didn't hesitate to do this. He had a blood contract relation with Zhao Yi, and it was impossible for Zhao Yi to hurt him. Such being the case, why hesitate just to hurt her? Under the starry sky, two people were opposite to each other, but the tightly closed eyes of Zhao Yi had never opened from the very beginning. Moreover, she was rapidly chanting obscure ancient incantation. Gradually, the starry sky suddenly wandered about as if an illusion, and weak starlight gathered together and illuminated on Long Yi and Zhao Yi. The time slowly passed. Long Yi unconsciously fell into this hazy sea of stars, and he was only exclaiming in admiration towards this vast universe in his heart. He closed his eyes and felt as if his soul was drifting in this endless starry sky. Li King ran towards the Light Church of Soaring Dragon City with all his might. He knew only a little about Extreme Yin Day. Every Extreme Yin Day was a great calamity to Light Church. From the period of the night from 11 p.m. to 1 a.m., countless specters and similar things would take the initiative to attack light churches of all parts until the appearance of the first ray of sunshine of the next day. Extreme Yin Day was extremely hard to predict. The last Extreme Yin Day was already the matter of few hundred years, and with the passage of such a long time, people had already forgotten its existence. The reason why Li King was so desperate was because that woman he loved so dearly might be in the Light Church of Soaring Dragon City, and he couldn't bear to let her receive even a little injury. Bang! Li King used his strength to break open the already closed entrance door of Light Church, immediately attracting the attention of dozens of light warriors and priests. They immediately encircled this intruder. Your bishop, I want to see your bishop. Li King looked around and said coldly, first tell us, what matter do you have, then I will send someone to report to the bishop. After seeing the dark green hair of Li King, a priest was somewhat surprised as he answered. My young master sent me to notify an important matter to your bishop. and I have to explain this face to face." Li King indifferently said, but he hoped to be able to see his beloved in his heart. "Who is your young master?" that priest of just now asked. He had already realized that this youth wasn't simple, should be the younger generation expert of Moxie clan, so his young master must be an important figure of Moxie clan. "Second young master Ziman." Li King indifferently replied. These dozens of warriors and priests of Light Church were surprised and bewildered. They naturally knew what kind of figure second young master Ziman was, and they also knew that after he had returned, he showed astonishing strength. For what matter was he looking for their bishop? At that time, the bishop with a grey beard and wearing snow-white priest clothing, as well as a hooded woman wearing a white dress with golden on the border, flew down from the upstairs of the church. Li King looked up and his body suddenly trembled, his grim expression instantly melted without a trace, and now, he was a little nervous, infatuated and also suffering. But he blankly stared at this woman with a broken heart. That woman was obviously surprised seeing Li King. Her steps slightly stagnated, but immediately afterward, reverted back to normal. "Youngster, why were you looking for me, the bishop?" The bearded old man narrowed his eyes and asked. His body emitted dense light aura, making people feel very comfortable. Li King came back to his senses, and once again looking at the woman without any reaction, he gritted his teeth and said, "My young master told me to come over and notify you all that tonight from 11 p.m., it's Extreme Yin Day. He told you all to make the early preparation." Practically all people exclaimed Extreme Yin Day. As the Light Warriors and priest of Light Church, who else knew what Extreme Yin Day represents better than them? The bearded old man looked at the sky. The time mentioned was not far. "Who is your young master?" The bearded old man lowered his voice. Replying to the bishop, he said that his young master is Ziman clan's second young master Ziman Yu. Before Li King could reply, that priest of just now immediately answered first. Hearing the name of Ziman Yu, the frail body of that hooded priest shook. Then she whispered something in the ear of bearded old man. The complexion of bearded old man changed and commanded loudly, "Ring the first-degree light alarm, activate the light god protection barrier." The first-degree light alarm, that represents the extreme crisis in Light Church, and shows that all the Light Churches of entire Blue Waves continent would encounter destructive attack. Everyone of Light Church of Soaring Dragon City tensely began to prepare for war, and in a moment, extremely powerful white light shot out from the top of Soaring Dragon City's Light Church towards the sky. This kind of warning light beam could spread widely in the entire Blue Waves continent within a brief period of time. The warning light beam instantly created the chaos in the entire Soaring Dragon City. All the people outside panicked and quickly rushing to their home. They securely locked all their doors and windows. All people knew that the first-degree light alarm of Light Church represents something. The light god protection barrier was activated, and a layer of milky white barrier surrounded the entire Light Church. Li King didn't leave, just followed behind that hooded woman with a certain distance between them. Wherever she went, he would go there. Suddenly, this woman stopped her step, then turning around, she walked to the front of Li King. "Go back, you don't need to stay." The crisp voice of this woman resounded flatly as if water. One couldn't tell the emotion fluctuation in this voice. "I will not go, no matter what you say, I will not go. Tonight, I will stay here." Li King clenched his hand and said. The person was close at hand, but her heart was far away on the horizon. This was the most painful matter in this world. The woman didn't speak. And after a good while, she somewhat unusually asked, "Why are you addressing Long Ziman Yu as young master? Could it be that you don't plan to return to the clan?" Li King somewhat excitedly raised his head. Could it be that she was concerned about him? Even if this was only a friendly concern, he was willing to die. "Because I lost the bet, I became the servant of young master, but young master doesn't limit my actions, so when clan needs me, I can return." Li King answered. That woman became absent-minded, and under the hood, a bitter smile appeared. "He truly hasn't changed at all." Chapter 263, Extreme Yin Day, 2. At midnight, fierce evil wild suddenly became violent. and a layer of thin haze covered the starry sky. At this time, in the middle of the sky, the disc-like silver moon was suddenly torn open just like people's mouth. Slowly, this tear became bigger and bigger, and the silver moon seemed to be slowly swallowed by something. In the light church of Soaring Dragon City, bearded old man's expression became solemn, looking towards the sky. He knew that when the moon in the sky was completely swallowed by the darkness, the calamity of Light Church would begin. Finally, the silver moon completely disappeared, and the entire world suddenly became gloomy. Crack crack, the sound of grinding teeth resounded in all places, and ghastly skeletons and zombies poured out from the ground. There were humans, beastmen and magical beasts undead. Shortly afterward, evil wind broke out, and numerous shadows suddenly appeared. Furthermore, with sharp ear-piercing whistling sound, specters also began to set out. These undead creatures assembled into a huge undead legion, rushing towards Soaring Dragon City's Light Church. Strangely, these undead creatures didn't attack and destroy the life and buildings en route. Their only objective was Light Church that was emitting a light aura. Incoming. All the light warriors and priests of Light Church, although were only more than 1,000 people, all of them looked nervous now, and they were sweating profusely. Although Light God Protection Barrier was already active, but this didn't give them much sense of security. All throughout the ages, in Extreme Yandere, Light Church always had heavy casualties. There were truly 2-man undead creatures in Undead Legion. No matter how much they kill, they were endless, so they could only hope for the dawn to come soon. And at this moment in Zeman Mansion, inside the starry sky barrier of Zhaoyi, when the silver moon of the outside was completely swallowed, the silver moon inside the barrier also disappeared completely. Immediately after that, Zhaoyi suddenly opened those nearly transparent strange eyes, then soft milky white radiance came out from her eyes and spread all over. Her body suddenly floated, and her mouth chanted obscure incantation faster and faster. The entire world appeared as if to be flooded with her ancient incantation, and her delicate body's purple runes also became increasingly brighter, until it made people unable to open their eyes. Thousand dust generation after generation, purple ray come from the east, true dragon chi, live form change. Zhaoyi spread open her both hands, and the milky white radiance flashed and flew, suddenly changing into white, and white to nearly transparent. The starry sky circulated faster and faster, and slowly formed a vortex. Along with the chanting sound of Zhaoyi, a golden radiance shot towards the raised right hand of Zhaoyi from the middle of this vortex, changing into a gold-color light ball. The purple light of Zhaoyi became dim and her complexion also became pale, nearly becoming transparent. Moreover, adding her pair of transparent pupils, she unexpectedly appeared as if she was not a person from this mortal world. She slowly descended from the sky, then fixedly looking at her sweetheart who was still stuck in the thoughts of profound mysteries of the universe, a trace of a beautiful smile appeared on her face. She raised her right hand's golden light ball and slowly reached out towards the forehead of Long Yi. And at this moment, Zeman Mansion had already plunged into the glint and flash of daggers and swords. Several hundreds of dark warriors and dark magicians had came to attack, and now they were having an intense battle with the guards of Zeman Mansion. The complexion of Zeman Nu was ghastly pale while giving the command to his troops. The surprise attack of these dark warriors caused Zeman Mansion to have heavy casualties in the very beginning, and he was somewhat alarmed facing against these warriors who basically didn't die like a cockroach. Not only their strength was surprisingly high, but they didn't even fear pain nor do they bleed. People always feared unknown things. Because of this, the morale of Zeman Mansion's guards increasingly decreased. And especially after the dark magic attack of dark magicians, the Zeman Mansion changed into a hell on earth, because light magicians had rushed over to Light Church to defend against Undead Legion. Now there were only 10 light magicians in Zeman Mansion, so how could they be able to fight against more than 100 dark magicians? Fortunately, reinforcements continuously arrived and gradually he was able to control the situation. Otherwise, the vitality of Zeman Mansion would have suffered damage. Zeman Nu wiped the cold sweat and coldly shouted, mince the evil things for me. Without the protection of dark warriors, dark magicians began to scatter and flee, and in a short time, the battle was ended, leaving behind completely overrun corpses and the dense smell of blood. And what everyone didn't notice was, a shadow appeared inside the courtyard of Long Yi. He seemed to be fused together with darkness, and even Barbarian Bull who was guarding the entrance unexpectedly didn't notice the slightest. Jia Yi placed the golden light ball on the forehead of Long Yi, and seeing the light ball was slowly seeping on the body of her sweetheart, the smile on her face became more and more brilliant. But when merely less than half of the golden light ball was left to enter, the smile of Jia Yi suddenly stopped and slowly disappeared. Moreover, her complexion became cold, showing a hint of anxiety. GGG, the legendary prophecy master, really isn't something I had expected. A burst of ear-piercing laughter resounded inside this starry sky barrier, and a shadow slowly revealed a figure. "Who are you?" Jia Yi coldly asked, but she was trying her best to speed up letting this golden light ball seep into Long Yi. "You don't need to know this. You only need to know that your appearance destroys the balance of the entire game, so you must die." After the shadow finished speaking, a black light appeared in his hand and he attacked towards the back of Jia Yi. The entire body of Jia Yi shook, and blood seeped out from the corner of her mouth. She gritted her teeth and a milky white energy protection appeared on her back, resisting the attack of the shadow. "Humphrey, Mantis trying to block the carriage. I will see how you will block my dark magic." Shadow coldly snorted, then waving his hand, several huge shadows reeking with blood rushed towards Jia Yi from different directions. Jia Yi looked at her sweetheart who was still closing his eyes with dense sentimental, and suddenly recalled the milky white energy, then used her entire energy towards the golden light ball which had almost seeped into the forehead of Long Yi. But her body however was simultaneously hit by the attacks of that shadows, and she coughed out mouthful of blood, which spilled on Long Yi's bare chest. The forehead of Long Yi overflowed with golden light, and his entire body quivered. He had already felt that Jia Yi was in danger, so he was doing his utmost to awake. A powerful dark energy assembled into sword out of thin air, and changing into a black light, it stabbed towards the chest of Jia Yi. Jia Yi however appeared as if she didn't sense this, she merely watched Long Yi in front of her in a trance. Being able to see her beloved on her deathbed, she had neither complaint nor regret. Clack, a hand as if ghost caught the dark energy sword that was about to pierce the heart of Jia Yi at the crucial moment. Long Yi slowly opened his eyes, and with bloodthirsty red eyes, his big hand exerted his strength, and the dark energy sword instantly disintegrated. "You wretch!" Long Yi's voice as if from the 9th floor of the underworld came through, emitting bone-chilling cold chi. Chapter 264, Extreme Yin Day 3. Long Yi looked at Jia Yi who was on the verge of death in his bosom. From her lips to her chin, there was bloodstain, her transparent eyes were increasingly getting dim, but she was still in trance looking at him with yearning, regret furthermore a little bit of satisfaction. Long Yi went insane, the violent anger and heartache made him lose his reason. He only had one thought in this moment, kill this bastard, chop him into pieces and feed to a dog. Go to hell. Long Yi roared loudly, he rose to the sky, and a palm shadow unexpectedly appeared filling the entire sky, chopping towards the shadow. Moreover, several spirit power compressed magic balls silently blocked the route of retreat of this shadow. Even if he had lost his reason, he still possessed perfect battle intelligence, because it had already become one kind of instinct in his blood. The shadow strangely laughed and dodged the palm of Long Yi, and used ear-piercing voice, "Zimenu, with just this, do you think you can kill me?" The words of Shadow had just finished, and he suddenly sensed strong magic fluctuation. He exclaimed, and suddenly a strange black light sprang out from his body. At this moment, the compressed magic balls of Long Yi also happened to detonate. Suddenly, earth-shaking explosion occurred, and the barrier laid out by Jia Yi which was already weakened due to her injury directly shattered. Barbarian Bull who was guarding outside suddenly heard a muffled explosion sound, and then the entire courtyard began to shake. Understruck dumb with amazement, Barbarian Bull hastily rushed in, but the neatly arranged houses, as if a balloon which was filled with an excessive amount of gas, exploded, changing into a pile of debris. This heaven-shaking sound immediately strained the nerve of guards who had just ended the battle in front of Zeman Mansion, and when Zemanu saw that the place where this explosion had occurred was the courtyard of Zemanu, he immediately rushed over. Currently, all his hopes were practically pinned on this son of his. If something were to happen to him, perhaps more than half of Zemanu's lofty aspirations and high ideals would be obliterated on the spot. When Zemanu together with other experts arrived, they saw that the entire courtyard had already changed into the ruins. Zemanu immediately got panic-stricken, and seeing Barbarian Bull holding Greenstone Rule was insanely digging inside the ruins, he hastily grabbed his shoulder and said with a trembling voice, "What happened here? What about your boss and Zhao Yi are buried underneath?" Barbarian Bull anxiously replied, then shaking off Zemanu's hands, he continued to dig. "Why are you all still in a daze, still not digging quickly?" Zemanu shouted impatiently. Just when the guards behind Zemanu were about to step forward and dig, suddenly bang sound resounded, a silhouette escaped from inside the ruins. When this silhouette slowly floated down, they saw that he was Zemanu. Moreover, on his bosom, he was hugging a girl wearing a robe. It seems she had already lost her consciousness. But the most strange things were, this girl was drooping and her complexion was almost transparent white. Moreover, from her mouth to chin, there was a dried blood stain. Long Yi was somewhat blankly hugging Zhao Yi, his eyes were frighteningly bloodshot, and his body was also emitting ice-cold bloody killing intent, making everything not dare to approach him. "Boss, what exactly happened here? How did Zhao Yi become like that?" Barbarian Bull nevertheless didn't care and rushed over to the front of Long Yi and worriedly asked. Long Yi didn't answer, hugging Zhao Yi, he rushed to the room he was staying. That row of housing wasn't affected. He gently laid Zhao Yi on the bed, and Long Yi sat on the edge of the bed with his big hands tightly holding the ice-cold hands of Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi hadn't died, Long Yi knew this, but the life force that Zhao Yi had exhausted hadn't returned back to her, so at this moment, she was already a nearly extinguished oil lamp short of oil. At this moment, Long Yi was already slightly clear-headed, and he was sure that this shadow and the shadow who had intruded the room of sister-in-law Liu Shi last time was the same person. He secretly came wanting to kill Zhao Yi, but what was his purpose? Very obviously, the presence of Zhao Yi hindered him. But why did he want to make the deep water of Soaring Dragon City even muddier? Could it be that he was the people of Longzhan? But his intuition told him that the matters were definitely not that simple. "Liu Shi, don't let me find any evidence that proves that you are in collusion with that shadow, otherwise, Long Yi will definitely make you know death is better than life." Long Yi gnashed his teeth and said. Zemanu walked in, and happened to hear Long Yi's words full of hatred. He closed the door and sat on the chair in one side. What exactly is going on here?" Zemanu asked. Long Yi came back to senses, and calming his state of mind, he said, "That shadow who had gone to the room of sister-in-law last time secretly came in and attacked Zhao Yi. At that time, I was at the crucial moment of my cultivation, therefore Zhao Yi was injured. And when I woke up, he used several all-out attacks and fled, and the house also collapsed." Zemanu frowned, hearing the words of his son. That shadow had secretly come for Zhao Yi. What exactly was the identity of this mysterious girl? Perhaps those dark warriors and dark magicians in the front courtyard were also sent specially for the purpose of only attracting their attention, but the true target was the maid beside his son. Be sure to not act rashly now. Wait until the entire things come to the light, then Liu Shi, that slut, I will personally send her to you to dispose. But tell me honestly, why are they so interested in your maid? Zemanu's eyes shone looking straight into the eyes of Long Yi. Originally the matter of Zhao Yi being the prophecy master, Long Yi wanted to keep this a secret. But the current surprise attack clearly showed that the identity of Zhao was already exposed. so it was not necessary to hide to Zimin Nu, because she is prophecy master. Long Yi caressed Jia Yi and said faintly, "Prophecy master, you are saying she is a prophecy master?" Zimin Nu suddenly stood up and somewhat agitatedly asked while pointing at Jia Yi, "Yes, she is the legendary prophecy master." This time, coinciding with Extreme Yin Day, she wanted to make a prophecy about the future direction of Violent Dragon Empire, but I have never thought that someone would attack her when she was in the process of casting the magic. Long Yi faintly said, and suddenly his expression changed as suddenly inside his brain. Several chaotic strange images appeared and very quickly they disappeared again. This puzzled him very much. "Then how is she now? Is she fine?" Zimin Nu somewhat nervously asked. If Jia Yi was anybody else, he would have cared less about her life or death, but she was prophecy master. Prophecy master truly was too useful. If you can calculate the progress of the war, then the chance of his Zimin clan winning the war would increase greatly. Long Yi sadly sighed and said, "Her life force is seriously exhausted. I am waiting for her to wake up, then I will ask her if there is a means to cure her. Quickly go and look for the Light Bishop of Soaring Dragon City, perhaps he has a way." Zimin Nu urgently said, but he immediately frowned and said, "But, this moment, Light Church is being attacked by tens of thousands of undead. I wonder if they can persist until tomorrow dawn?" Long Yi immediately stood up. Perhaps Light Church truly had a way, so he absolutely couldn't let Undead Legion slaughter Light Church. Otherwise, if Light Bishop died, then who would give him the cure for Jia Yi? Chapter 265, Extreme Yin Day 4. Somewhere in the remote corner of Imperial capital of Soaring Dragon City, a shadow silently appeared inside one of the studies. The entire body of this shadow was wrapped in black robe, merely showing two sinister eyes. The shadow was covering his chest and a trace of dark red-colored blood stain was visible on the black cloth covering his mouth. Beat the wild goose all day long, but was back to blindness by this wild goose. Zimin Nu truly must not be allowed to stay. This shadow took off the hood, revealing his deathly pale ferocious face. His original intention was not to take the life of Zimin Nu, but demonstrate his strength to frighten Zimin Nu. But now, if he was not eliminated, then he feared the situation would deviate from his expectation. T.L. Beat the wild goose all day long, but was back to blindness by this wild goose equals metaphor for making a mistake due to the negligence being overconfident. This man picked up a medicine bottle from inside the room, and took out several small black pills from inside the bottle, then closing his eyes, he sat on the chair with indistinct black light circulating around his body. At this time, the body of the shadow shook, and he immediately got up, then taking out a clean hood, he wore it. "The Emperor has arrived." A loud voice came from outside. The shadow had just went to welcome and he saw Long Zhan walking in large strides. "Emperor, what important matter brought you here at this time?" The shadow unexpectedly didn't greet like other people. On the contrary, standing on one side, he used sinister voice to ask. Long Zhan also seemed to not mind this. Instead, he looked very respectful towards this shadow and said, "Military advisor, did I disturb your polite cultivation? There's no harm. What's the matter?" The shadow asked. "Military advisor, this moment Light Church is suffering from the attack of the Undead Legion. I don't know whether we should reinforce them or not. When all is said and done, Light Church is one of the important force that plays an important role in the stability of the country." Long Zhan said, "Your Majesty, absolutely must not. Moving soldiers at this time to help would definitely decrease your military strength, and while Zimin clan is glaring like a tiger eyeing its prey, just in case the troops of your Majesty meet with an accident in the midway when entangled with the Undead Legion, then wouldn't that be a tragedy?" The shadow indifferently said, "Military advisor is reasonable, merely if we don't go to help, then I fear false rumors will spread which might be unfavorable to the imperial family." Long Zhan already knew that sending troops was not feasible, but Light Church possessed sky-high influence in entire Blue Waves continent. In the event that the Pope of Light Church, Pope Lawfare, accused violent dragon empire, then it would naturally be one disaster after another for Long Zon. Your Majesty doesn't need to worry, Extreme Yin Knight, in this extremely sensitive time, I believe no matter if it is Nelan Empire or Proud Moon Empire, both of them will also not send troops to help Light Church, at most, only put on a show of doing something without doing it. Shadow smiled wickedly and said, then military advisor means. Long Zon somewhat indeterminately asked, the undead of Extreme Yinde will not take the initiative to attack other life other than the life with the light attribute. Your Majesty can send a part of Imperial Guards to wave flags and shout battle cries on the edge of the Undead Legion, putting on an act, and when the times come you can shrink responsibilities saying there was too many undead to charge in, so your troops weren't able to enter, like that, in the future. Who will still dare to accuse your Majesty? Military advisor smiled sinisterly and said. Long Zon suddenly saw the light and a similar sinister smile appeared on his face and said, military advisor is truly a great talent, having military advisor on my side is truly Long Zon's good fortune. Your Majesty doesn't need to be too polite. With your kindness of saving my life at that time, I will certainly do all I can to seek fortune for your Majesty. Military advisor faintly said, there was an inexplicable bittersweet in his tone. Well, I am going to arrange this, I will no longer hinder military advisor's cultivation. Long Zon urgently left to make an arrangement to pretend. Seeing the disappearing back view of Long Zon, military advisor sinisterly laughed, and after a long while, he stopped smiling and said sinisterly, Long Zon, you are destined to be only one of my pawns, even though you are on the chessboard but you don't realize it, truly pitiful, so pitiful. And at this time, the light god protecting barrier of Soaring Dragon City's Light Church was already beginning to fluctuate. All of them knew that this barrier wouldn't be able to hold on for long before it was broken. When that time comes, there truly would be a bloody battle. And no one knew how long these merely more than 1,000 people would be able last. Great Light God, please lend your sacred power to your faithful believer and cleanse all evil of this world. Holy Light Illumination. A woman wearing a cloak raised her hand with a light magic staff, directly shooting out rays of light towards the undead legion in the periphery. And wherever this holy light shone, all the undead of that place screamed and became nothing. After this woman used rank 10 light magic, her sea of consciousness became empty. It seems that her spirit power was also exhausted. But in the place that had just become empty after she had killed all the undead of that place, instantly numerous other undead poured in, filling that place. Seeing this, she couldn't help feeling helpless. Usually, undead creatures were very scared of light aura. But the undead creatures in Extreme Yinde nevertheless, as if eaten stimulants, regardless of anything, rushed forward without any fear. Blocking them was impossible and they were endless to kill, making people feel despair. Not too far away, Li King, who was continuously paying close attention to his beloved, rushed over wanting to support her, but she lightly avoided him. She looked at wounded Li King and lightly sighed, Li King, my body and heart only belong to that person, do you understand? Finished speaking, she walked towards Slight Bishop of Soaring Dragon City in heavy steps. Bishop, the protection barrier looks as if it will break very soon, could it be that there is no other mean? The woman lightly asked. The bearded old man stroked his gray beard and shaking his head, he sighed, now, I finally know why Light Church always has so heavy causalities in Extreme Yinde. There are even Golden Skeleton, Dark Spectre, and Profound Evil King, this kind of undead creatures which are comparable to S-ranked demonic monsters. Moreover, with the endless low-level undead, protection barrier is basically unable to resist their attack. The woman counted time in her heart. At this time, there was still more than 4 hours left before dawn. This however was a very long period of time. By the time, she feared the undead legion would have already entered this Light Church. Will she die in this place? Her heart couldn't help but tremble lightly, not because of the fear of death, rather because she would no longer be able to see him. If she could see him for the last time, Then she would have told him how much she loved him and how much she missed him after separating with him for 2 years. A drop of tear rolled down from the corner of this woman's eyes, and the scene she had forcibly buried in the bottom of her heart as if a movie appeared inside her mind, and finally, she lightly sighed, "Long Yi, I miss you very much." Zimin Mansion, Long Yi commanded Barbarian Bull to properly look after Zhao Yi, who was in a coma. Then he rushed out. "Fuck, is this the rally of undead?" Long Yi rushed out of Zimin Mansion, and he saw undead everywhere, unexpectedly, including even the sky. But that sea tide-like dark aura made Long Yi feel very comfortable. Long Yi didn't waste time, immediately flew towards Slight Church, but while flying, he inevitably encountered a number of specters and such things. These things who didn't have eyes unexpectedly began to attack him. This attack was nothing serious, but practically all specter rushed towards him. They were so densely packed that there was not even a small gap. Long Yi easily sent out Holy Light Ball, and the specters all around him disappeared, but the Holy Light stimulated other specters' ferocious nature, so Long Yi had to continuously use light magic. But he saw that these specters were basically endless. Moreover, more and more specters rushed towards him. Long Yi saw this was not a good method. If he continued to fight like this, then he feared that he wouldn't be able to get away until dawn. He took a deep breath, and his belly as if balloon expanded. Then he roared extremely loudly. A halo of golden light expanded from his mouth, causing all the undead around him to die. This was genuine Sheline Lion's roar, which had extraordinary effect against specters in Lost City. But this time, Long Yi was destined to be disappointed. The remaining specters ignored the golden light of Lion's roar around him and still rushed over without dying. The effect of deterrence unexpectedly became negligible. This made Long Yi very puzzled. And what was even worse was Long Yi's attack unexpectedly attracted the big bosses of Undead World. Several golden skeletons and dark specters unexpectedly surrounded him. Long Yi used magic Gi and engaged in the battle with them. Then when he kicked, unexpectedly several mouths opened on the body of Golden Skeleton. At this moment, Long Yi truly understood the terror of extreme Yandai, and truly felt sad for Light Church. But at this moment, he was unable to protect himself and he was somewhat unable to resist the attack of these undead creatures. "Fuck, come out all of you." Long Yi no longer cared and summoned Little 3, Fire Kylan as well as Violent Lightning Beast from his dark space dimension. As for using spirit tablets to strengthen the attack power of god beasts, Long Yi hesitated for a moment and didn't take them out, because if people saw them, he would become the biggest public enemy in the continent. 3 spirit tablets, who wouldn't be covetous? With god beasts out, it really was different. Several bosses of Undead World were instantly forced to the passive state. Long Yi thought for a bit, then he summoned 18 super skeletons too. Tonight however was the best time to increase their strength. Long Yi's gain was pretty good. Under the lead of Long 2, other 17 super skeletons frantically absorbed other specters' dark aura, and Long Yi saw that Long 2 would often approach the bosses who were being attacked by god beasts, but it selected to raise hand only against low-level specters. And at the time when several golden skeletons fell apart, Long 2 unexpectedly changed into black light and rushed forward, completely absorbing the dark aura of golden skeletons. And when the dark specters were destroyed, it again adopted same means. After absorbing several undead bosses' dark aura, Long 2's dark torso unexpectedly enlarged a bit, and its momentum became different. Moreover, a red light flashed in its dark eye sockets, appearing very strange. Now Long Yi was completely certain, Long 2 definitely gave rise to consciousness, otherwise, it wouldn't be so smart. Thinking this, Long Yi had somewhat inexplicable worry in his heart. He feared that after Long 2 gave rise to consciousness, it wouldn't be under his control. Long 2, come. Long Yi used his thought to order. Long 2 instantly flew over. Its current speed was many times faster than before. Long 2, be sure to never make this young master disappointed, okay? Long Yi muttered and patted the hard skeleton shoulder of Long 2. The eyes of Long 2 flashed with red light, seemed to respond to Long Yi. Good. I know you will never betray me. Now kill along with me. Extreme Yande, however, is difficult to encounter even in 100 years. Long Yi strangely felt a spirit fluctuation of Long too, so he couldn't help but feel very good. Then laughing heartily, he went towards Light Church along with god beasts killing all along the path. Chapter 266, Extreme Yande, End. But Long Yi's estimation was somewhat optimistic, as the supplement of undead was contrary to his expectation, making his advance extremely slow, and he could see that the layer of the milky white barrier of Light Church far away was already fluctuating faster and faster, presumably wouldn't be able to sustain much longer. This made him burn with impatience, as he was looking forward to Light Bishop saving Jia Yi. At this time, Long Yi suddenly recalled the shadow who was hidden inside his body. This old fart had lived for many years, so he should be the old-timer of Dark Domain, and perhaps he had a way to deal with these wicked specters. Smelly brat, who are you calling old fart? Long Yi had just thought, and that voice of the shadow that could send cold shivers down people's spine came from his sea of consciousness. Hello, buddy, you are eavesdropping my thoughts again. It's too immoral. Long Yi immediately ignored the anger of the shadow and said with dissatisfaction, "Do you think I am filthy like you? I only saw you were surrounded by undead, so I came out with good intention to give you few bits of advice, but since you cannot tell good from bad like this, I am returning." The shadow smirked and said, then truly disappeared from his sea of consciousness. Long Yi saw that the barrier of distant Light Church was fluctuating more and more violently, so he had no other choice but to admit defeat. "Hello, buddy, I was wrong. You, who have lived for such a long period of time, arguing with me, this younger generation, wouldn't that only lose your face?" After he shouted few words, the shadow reappeared in the sea of consciousness of Long Yi and said with a smile, "Seeing you are sincerely admitting your mistake, this elderly person is also too lazy to argue with you, this wimpy kid. Then, what means do you have? Tell me quickly." Long Yi smiled and asked, "I can tell you, but you have to agree to my one condition." The shadow smiled wickedly and said, "What condition? Just say it." Long Yi was not stupid, so he immediately asked for clearance. "It's not that hard for you, just go to Lust City and return to that dark space again when you have a free time." When the shadow mentioned dark space, its tone appeared to be somewhat agitated. "How do you know that that place has a dark space?" Long Yi asked in surprise. "Don't talk nonsense, just answer whether you agree or not." The shadow coldly said, "No problem, but the entire Lost City was completely destroyed after a mechanism was touched, so even I don't know where the entrance to enter that dark space is." Long Yi said, "You don't need to worry about this, I have my means." Shadow answered, "Then, now can you tell me how to pass through this undead legion?" Long Yi asked, "Remember that underworld god magic staff inside your space ring, take it out, then drip 3 drops of your blood on it, and then silently chant the incantation I will teach you. You will be able to control all the undead creatures within the radius of 100 or so meters around you. Of course, with your current ability, you are unable to control golden skeletons leveled undead creatures." The shadow said, "Underworld god magic staff?" Long Yi was somewhat confused. When did he own Underworld God Magic Staff? Even the name sounded sufficiently imposing. He thought for a bit, then suddenly saw the light. Could it be that this Underworld God Magic Staff was that tree roots-like magic staff he had obtained together with Undead Magic Book at that time? Moreover, at that time, he was able to use that magic staff in the dark space of Lost City, but merely after a long time. He had already forgotten about it. Long Yi took out that Underworld God Magic Staff from his space ring, then snicked his finger without hesitation, dripping 3 drops of blood on it. After that, he began to repeat the obscure incantation the shadow was chanting in his sea of consciousness. This tree root-like magic staff suddenly emitted black light, and its appearance also changed gradually. The original as if bark ugly staff became dark light, and traces of blood-like veins spread all over it. Moreover, tree root-like head changed into a skull, and even its two eyes were unexpectedly blood red, appearing very abnormal. Long Yi felt strange aura spilling out from this underworld god magic staff. It was a bit like dark but also was like a light, appearing as if there were two kinds of aura in it. Truly was too strange. According to the instruction of the shadow, Long Yi poured his spirit power into the underworld god magic staff, and instantly, all the undead creatures attacking them stopped attacking, rather started to kill other undead creatures blocking the path of Long Yi under his control. Like this, Long Yi advanced step by step. In one step, he controlled the undead creatures in front of him, and in another step, he released the control of the undead creatures behind him. In this way, the speed of Long Yi naturally increased. In any case, whatever happens, he could control all the undead creatures within the radius of 100 meters with himself as the center, which means, Long Yi could advance forward with no obstruction on his path. And just when Long Yi was about to arrive, Light Church's protection barrier was shattered under the attacks of countless undead creatures, and with nothing to hinder their path, the undead legion chaotically flocked into Light Church, and the death aura accompanied with the stinking smell of zombies nearly made all the people feel like vomiting. Instantly, a snow-white human barricade made up of a group of light warriors began massacring undead, while the priests used purify magic and holy light magic to illuminate the entire sky, turning specters that were rushing from the sky into ashes. In order to protect his beloved, Li King rushed to the front line without fearing for his life, and began resisting the continuous attack of undead with other light warriors. He only had one purpose, which was to win a slim chance of survival for his beloved. Like this, even if he died, he wouldn't have any regret. Although the light magic of priests was very effective against the specters, but even though they had a high amount of spirit power, they weren't able to sustain for a long time. Some low-leveled priests were already exhausted and were of no use now, and making the matters worse in a bad situation were those golden skeletons, dark specters and evil zombies. They began attacking the human barricade made up of light warriors, and with their strength rivaling S-ranked magical beasts, they easily break through this human barricade. Then they rushed towards priests who had no close combat ability and killed them. Dozens of priests in the front were severed in an instant, dying very tragically. Holy light impact, holy light illuminating heaven. The bearded old man and the remaining high-leveled priests were greatly shocked, but hastily used light magic to resist, and they were able to force these high-leveled undead creatures to retreat with great difficulty, and a holy light, as if a sturdy light wall, blocked them. Don't worry about the periphery, quickly attack them. The bearded old man shouted with his face streaming with sweat. If these high-leveled undead creatures weren't eliminated, then after their spirit power was exhausted, all of these more than 1,000 people would certainly die without leaving even a bone. Numerous light magic attacks shot towards these high-level undead creatures. Crack crack. Several golden skeletons fell apart under the bombardment of these powerful light magic attack. Some evil zombies and dark specters also died. But the bearded old man had already given up all his hopes in his heart, because he knew that such powerful light magic consumes an astonishing amount of spirit and magical power. Like this, let alone stalling till dawn, they would not even be able to stall for additional half an hour. At this moment, a simple and vigorous continuous whistling sound came, and in the vast sea of undead creatures, a human figure was rising and falling, appearing very eye-catching. Long Yi. That woman beside the bearded old man trembled violently as she murmured. Her pair of beautiful eyes continuously looked at this figure in a daze. Could it be that great light god heard her prayers? Zila, hong hong hong. Powerful lightning forbidden magic shot out from the horn of violent lightning beast, and suddenly lightning as thick as arm interweaved in the sky, then struck towards the undead legion, scorching them to coke, and burnt smell spread all around. And god beast fire Kylan spat out numerous true fire which evaporated everything in this place without leaving behind even a blade of grass. With such powerful power, coupled with Long Yi using underworld god magic staff to control undead within the radius of 100 meters, Long Yi quickly arrived above Light Church, And as for 18 super skeletons of Long Yi, he mixed them inside the undead legion, crazily absorbing dark energy. Long Yi arrived in the brink of time, just when the bearded old man was no longer able to hold on. He used a series of holy light gaze hell interlinked slashes, forcing those high-leveled undead creatures to retreat. Next he sent his pets to deal with them, and as for other crazily attacking low-leveled undead creatures, because of the arrival of Long Yi, they ceased their attacks and foolishly stood still. As a result, they were cut down by the Light Warriors. At that time, Light Warriors became aware of this abnormal situation, and they stopped attacking one after another, confusedly looking at the undead creatures standing still in front of them. Even specters and flying magical beasts skeletons fluttering in the sky were motionless at this moment. "You all, why the hell are you all in a daze, still not attacking quickly? Could it be that you want my babies to deal with all of these fellows by themselves?" Seeing both light warriors and priests were foolishly standing motionless without attacking, he couldn't help but shout in dissatisfaction. "Yes, still not attacking quickly." The bearded old man woke up with a start and shouted. Then somewhat confusedly looking at Long Yi, he recognized that this person was the sex field who formerly acted tyrannically, had neither learning nor skill, and had even little princess. But recently he however had a great reputation and seemed to be a passionate young master. So as to avoid trouble, when Long Yi flew over, he stuffed an underworld god magic staff inside his trouser, lest these old diehards of Light Church would consider him a heretic, and at that time, it would be strenuous and also unpleasing. The bearded old man was greatly excited to see powerful violent lightning beast and fire Kylan. As for little 3 with a dark attribute, Long Yi had already put it away. SS-ranked violent lightning beast, and legendary fire god beast fire Kylan. This bishop is fortunate for a lifetime to be able to see them. Truly is the blessing of light god. The bearded old man muttered and looked without even blinking his eyes. For the moment, he forgot to ask why undead suddenly stopped attacking. At that time, Long Yi suddenly sensed a familiar gaze looking at him, and his heart suddenly jumped. He turned around and looked towards the rows of priests wearing priest robe, looking for the source of the familiar gaze he had felt just a moment ago. But even after looking 2 times, he didn't see any familiar face. "Young master." Li King walked over to Long Yi and greeted respectfully. "Li King, I was thinking why you didn't return, but it turned out you were staying here to help. It seems, although you are grim on the surface, but your heart is still burning hot." Long Yi patted the shoulder of Li King and said with a smile. In his heart, he thought that the familiar gaze he felt just now was the gaze of Li King. After all, he only knew Li King here. Li King opened his mouth to say something but he stopped. He also looked towards the group of priests, but didn't see the figure of his beloved. He clearly recalled that she was here just a moment ago. Forget it, since my existence is tormenting her, is there a need to go and bother her again? Li King thought and became silent. Chapter 267, Radiance Holy Water. Because Long Yi had used his thought to instruct violent lightning beast and fire Kylan, they forced those high-leveled undead creatures towards 18 super skeletons. Like this, before those high-leveled undead creatures perished, the super skeletons would be able to absorb the dark energy spilled out the instant they were killed, so that these super skeletons would evolve. But he didn't know to what degree these super skeletons would evolve. There was an endless amount of low-leveled undead creatures creating the disturbance, but all of those high-leveled undead creatures fell one after another under the attacks of violent lightning beast and numerous light priest. Very quickly, the battle was over, and now, they could only wait for the dawn. Immediately upon the ending of the battle, Long Yi took in violent lightning beast, fire Kylan as well as those 18 super skeletons that were mixed with low-leveled undead creatures into his dark dimension space, ignoring the yearning expression on the face of the bearded old man. "Young Master Ziman, are violent lightning beast and god beast fire Kylan truly your pets?" The bearded old man still didn't dare to believe. Perhaps, he was able to subdue SS-ranked violent lightning beast due to his good luck, but god beast fire Kylan was the magic pet of fire god in the legend. How could it be subdued so easily? Long Yi pricked his eyebrows, and said with a smile, "Didn't you see just now? Moreover, even though I risked my life to come and rescue you all, Light Church, but there is not even a word of thanks?" The bearded old man laughed hollowly, seeing the appearance of Long Yi clearly stating that he didn't want him to ask more. Then, looking around at that still motionless undead legion, he said, "I truly thank you, second young Master Ziman, for your grace of saving us. If it was not for you, I'm afraid none of us would have survived till dawn. However, why is this undead legion suddenly motionless? Is it possible to tell a thing or two?" The bearded old man carried on with a look of confusion. "That's a secret. As long as we can wait till dawn at ease, that's enough. After dawn, I have a small matter to request Bishop to help me." Long Yi recalled Zhao Yi, and his bright starry eyes suddenly dimmed. "What matter? If this bishop can accomplish, then I will not shrink from it." The bearded old man also didn't pursue it anymore, and since they had received such favor of Ziman clan, as long as he could help, he would do his best. If a person's life force is seriously exhausted, then is there a way to recover? Long Yi asked with expectation. The bearded old man was dumbfounded, then he lowered his head and frowned, and then he shook his head and said, "Light magic can cure the people who had their vitality damaged, but the exhaustion of life force represents the passage of life, so only using God-ranked light magic spring returns to the earth might cure it." But looking all over the entire Blue Waves continent, only Pope Lawfare had reached Light Master Archmagician realm, and he also can only use rank 11 light forbidden magic, so forgive me for being powerless in this matter. Long Yi trembled, and gritting his teeth, he asked, "Could it be that there is no other way?" Seeing the suffering expression of Long Yi, the bearded old man inwardly sighed and said, "Second young Master Ziman, our light god teaches us to have great kindness. This bishop is willing to arbitrarily use Light Church's radiance holy water to maintain the life of that person. As for the matter afterwards, we can only leave it to his good fortune." Long Yi became silent, and looked up at gloomy sky. Now his back view looked very lonely and grieved. A figure quietly appeared on the top floor of Light Church, and looked at that sad figure below in trance from behind the magic mirror. Although that back was still straight as if the high mountain, but she however could still feel heavy sadness from him. "Long Yi, don't feel sad, the you in my heart is always happy, forever is smiling. Don't feel sad, okay?" This hooded figure wearing golden-edged priest clothing caressed the magic mirror with her hand as if she wanted to go and console Long Yi. A drop of tear rolled down from the corner of her eyes. "Pa?" That drop of tear spattered on the ground. After that, that figure slowly reached out her pure white fine and smooth little hands towards the hood on her head and took it off. Immediately, dark green hair as if waterfall slid down to her waist. Her left side face was beautiful as an angel, but her right side face however had a big blood-red birthmark, making her look very strange. She unexpectedly was the illustrious Saintess Sebai of Blue Waves Continent's proud Moon Empire, that girl who was making Long Yi worried for more than 2 years. Sebai burst into floods of tears. She thanked Light God for making her realize her cherished desire to see her beloved again when she had given up all her hopes, but in the crucial moment, she was timid. She didn't know how she should face him and with what status she should face him, because she knew that at this time, Long Yi was surrounded by many beauties, and each one of them was as beautiful as an angel. She had never had any sense of inferiority for her appearance before, but after falling in love with Long Yi, she felt like that for the first time. But this appearance really wasn't the largest chasm between Long Yi and her. The rule of Moxie clan was the greatest problem lied between them two. Sebai was so in a trance watching her beloved from behind the magic mirror that her line of sight didn't divert even for an instant. She wanted to take a good look at him to make up for all the black space of before. "Long Yi, I miss you very much, truly miss you very much," Sebai muttered. She shed so many tears that the clothing of her chest was already damped. When the first ray of light shone down from the horizon via dense cloud layer, All undead creatures whimpered and disappeared, turning into a white light without leaving even a residue. The dense death chi in the air also slowly began to disperse. When the sun completely rose from the horizon, the entire world turned into heaven from hell. If it was not for the corpses of more than 100 light warriors and light priests in front of Light Church, no one would think that the terrifying matter of yesterday was real. Common people poked out their head through their windows and door in succession, and seeing everything was calm now, they excitedly rushed out from their house. Soaring Dragon City reverted back to prior bustling and lively City 1 again. According to the statistics of Light Church, altogether several thousand light churches were destroyed in Extreme Yin Day of this time. Nearly 100,000 light warriors and priests were killed or injured. This was the most serious blow Light Church had suffered in these past few centuries. Moreover, taking advantage of this Extreme Yin Day, Dark Church expanded rapidly. Furthermore, they openly advocated Dark God to the masses, but Light Church was powerless to prevent this even though they had the heart to do. Naturally, all of this is part of the story that is to come. The Bishop of Soaring Dragon City's Light Church arrived at Zimin Mansion with Long Yi and Li King, and seeing still unconscious Zhao Yi on bed, he used light magic to inspect. Then shaking his head, he said, "The life force of this girl is almost entirely exhausted. Radiant's holy water can ensure her safety for 1 year. Forgive me for saying this, unless Light God himself come, no one is capable of preventing her death." Long Yi glared and snorted, "With me here, no one can take her life, including Death God himself. Within 1 year, I will definitely find a way to save her." The bearded old man made a wry smile, and muttering an incantation, a soft white light surrounded the body of Zhao Yi, and then he carefully took out a small jade bottle from his space ring. Opening the stopper, a fragrant scent immediately filled the entire room. Without a guess, Long Yi knew that this was definitely a good thing. The bearded old man tilted this jade bottle, and 2 drops of milky white liquid dripped on the lips of Zhao Yi, and then quickly entered her mouth. And seeing this bearded old man wanted to withdraw the jade bottle, Long Yi caught his withered hand and said, "Wait, I say, in any case, you are a bishop, how can you be so stingy? Feeding her more, wouldn't it have a better effect?" "Ayo." The bearded old man hissed and urgently said, "Second young Master Zimin, let go. My old bones are going to break." Long Yi apologized awkwardly and released his hand, but his eyes were staring at the jade bottle on the hand of the bearded old man like a wolf. "Second young Master Zimin, it's not like I am unwilling to feed her more, merely although Radiant's holy water's effect is powerful, but it's really not the more you take the better. 2 drops are enough for this girl. Feeding more doesn't lengthen her life, instead will be harmful to her." The bearded old man explained. Long Yi saw the sincere expression of this bearded old man, and also knew that he was not lying, so he sighed and said, "It's my fault. Thank you for your Radiance holy water. You must have many affairs that need to be dealt with in Light Church. I will not waste any more of your time here." Sending off bearded old man, Long Yi silently sat on the edge of the bed looking at Zhao Yi, whose complexion was gradually becoming rosy. Seeing this, he was somewhat happy and also sad. Suddenly, the eyelashes of Zhao Yi lightly quivered, and slowly opening her eyes, she saw the worried handsome face of Long Yi. "Young master." Zhao Yi struggled to sit up. Long Yi immediately settled Zhao Yi and said with calm face, "Keep lying, don't move, now you are a patient, and a patient should have the appearance of a patient." Zhao Yi looked at her sweetheart, and a beautiful smile appeared on her face, then obediently lied down without moving. "Now tell me, are you feeling uncomfortable?" Long Yi discarded heavy mood, and pinching the cheek of Zhao Yi with a smile, he asked, "Yes. But if young master hugs me, I will be fine." Seeing the tense expression of Long Yi, Zhao Yi suddenly said playfully. Long Yi smiled and entering into the quilt of Zhao Yi, he gently hugged her into his bosom. "Young master, Zhao Yi feels very happy, even if I die at this moment. Woo." Zhao Yi rubbed her head on the sturdy bosom of Long Yi, but before she finished speaking, the big hand of Long Yi directly pressed inside from her buttocks crack, teasing her soft and warm secret garden. "You are not allowed to talk nonsense, with young master here, how can you die?" Long Yi looked for the love bin of Zhao Yi's secret place, and pressed it as a punishment. "Young master. You bad." Zhao Yi with incomparably red face coyly said while lightly hammering the chest of Long Yi with her little fist. Zhao Yi caught the wolf claw of Long Yi that was teasing in the place between her legs, then carefully looking at that handsome face of Long Yi, she showed a happy smile and said, "Young master, I have already transferred a section of Long Zan's true dragon fate into your body. Moreover, the prophecy of violent dragon empire, I have already integrated those revelations into your consciousness. Merely that fellow interfered at midway, so I don't know whether that interference has an affected or not." When speaking the last sentence, Zhao Yi was somewhat upset. "Revelations? What revelations?" Long Yi asked in confusion. Chapter 268, Intensely Compassionate. Zhao Yi was startled, and her expression became very disheartened. Could it be that she was unsuccessful to transfer those revelations into the consciousness of Long Yi? She pouted, "Performing the magic yesterday, I got some revelations, but I wasn't able to integrate them into the consciousness of young master. It seems my effort was in vain." Long Yi smiled, and tightly hugging Zhao Yi, he said, "What is yours will be yours eventually. What is not yours, there's no use forcing it to be yours, even without those revelations. The end fate isn't certain, fate is continuously changing all the time. I can choose to look for the fate rather than letting fate come searching for me, isn't that so?" Having heard what was said, Zhao Yi began to feel well. From this talk of her sweetheart, she could see his broad aspiration and formidable self-confidence. These 2 points were precisely the most attractive aspects for girls. With the intoxicated state of mind, she squeezed inside the bosom of Long Yi. Loving such man, what else was there in this life for her to be dissatisfied? At that time, Long Yi suddenly recalled those confusing blurred images that appeared in his mind yesterday. Could it be that those fragments were the revelations of prophecy? He wanted to ask about those, but seeing Zhao Yi's contented smiling expression, he swallowed those words. In any case, he was unable to recall clearly. Moreover, even if they were the revelations of prophecy, they were useless. Long Yi gently caressed Zhao Yi's nearly transparent white eyes, and suddenly felt this white was beautiful, because there condensed a love without complaint and regret between a woman and a man. "Young master, are you not going to military camp today?" Zhao Yi as if kitten rubbed against the chest of Long Yi and asked softly. "I am not going today, your young master will accompany my Zhao Yi." Long Yi replied with a smile, then he lightly nibbled the spotlessly white as if a jade neck of Zhao Yi, while his wolf claws began to move restlessly all over the body of Zhao Yi. Young master, don't." Zhao Yi swayed being unable to endure, and her sensitive body involuntarily quivered lightly. Still, although her mouth said don't, but her hands however stretched inside the clothing of Long Yi and began caressing him. Long Yi pulled open the lapel of Zhao Yi, and a pair of Snow White jumped out. And those bright red pearls on the top of her breasts were enchanting to the extreme. Long Yi lightly sucked the left one while his wolf claw teased the right one. Those extremely fine and elastic feeling made him fondle admiringly. Long Yi left a rosy lip print on Zhao Yi's. Those extremely beautiful. That was a mark indicating those especially belonged to Long Yi. Feeling the private place of Zhao Yi was moist, Long Yi took off all the clothing of Zhao Yi, then he scanned Zhao Yi's delicate and lovely with burning hot gaze, and when his eyes stared at Zhao Yi's smooth pink ravine, he could clearly see the outflow of a gurgling stream. "Young master." Zhao Yi both legs, merely feeling under her lower abdomen. In her heart, she felt as if a cat was scratching, instantly changing her skin into alluring pink. Long Yi mischievously lowered his head towards the secret place between the legs of Zhao Yi, then blew a mouthful of breath, and feeling the entire body of Zhao Yi shiver, he laughed mischievously. Zhao Yi opened her hazy eyes, then gritting her teeth, she overturned Long Yi, and began crazily kissing Long Yi's lips. Her little tongue impatiently entered his mouth and entangled with his tongue. After that, firmly holding little Long Yi, Jia Yi lowered her hips. Suddenly, a wave of moaning sounds resounded, and her charming body, as if a small boat in the sea, moved up and down. Papa, colliding sound resounded loudly, and after an unknown period of time, Jia Yi collapsed with her charming body trembling violently. Suddenly, Long Yi felt wet beside his ear, and he was startled. He immediately hugged Jia Yi and laid her down beside him, then using his hand, he lifted up the chin of Jia Yi, only to see the entire face of Jia Yi was red and her eyes were tightly closed. Nevertheless, there were no tears. He reached out his hand beside his ear, and after touching it, he lightly licked his hand. It was salty, clearly was a tear. Long Yi didn't say anything, just hugged her tightly. He vowed, he will never let her leave, even if Death God himself come in person. Don't imagine that it would be possible for him to take away Jia Yi. Nangong Mansion at dusk. Third big sister, why are you walking back and forth inside the courtyard? If you want to look for brother-in-law, then just go to look. Nangong Nu, who had just returned for the military camp, came to the courtyard of Nangong Xiangyun, and he saw his third big sister was restlessly moving back and forth. Moreover, she would smile for a moment and gnash her teeth in another moment. What nonsense are you talking? Who want to go look for that hoodlum? Nangong Xiangyun turned around and angrily looked at her younger brother. Not want then now want, why are you so ferocious? If you don't want to go, then I will go. I heard the house of brother-in-law seemed to have an accident yesterday, and today, he didn't come to military camp too. Nangong Nu carelessly said and turned around to leave. Stop. When Nangong Nu was about to leave the courtyard, the expected shout came from behind. Nangong Xiangyun somewhat tensely rushed over to the front of Nangong Nu and urgently asked, what happened to him? Is it serious? I also don't know about that, I merely know that yesterday some people attacked Zeman Mansion. Before Nangong Nu finished speaking, he saw Nangong Xiangyun run out as if a gust of the wind. Third big sister is stubbornly refusing to admit defeat, but her face clearly has I love Zeman written on it, so what's the point of pretending? Nangong Nu said with a smile. He was tired for the day, it seems he had to go look for his little wife to play. Nangong Xiangyun ran to Zeman Mansion at lightning speed, and saw many workers were repairing walls, floors and so on. Moreover, there was an indistinct remnant smell of blood in the air. Her heart instantly panicked, and completely ignoring the greeting of the servants, she ran straight towards the courtyard of Long Yi. The guards of Zeman clan recognized her, so no one blocked her way. And when Nangong Xiangyun reached the courtyard of Long Yi, she saw that rows of collapsed houses, and her eyes turned red. Zeman you bastard! Nangong Xiangyun charged into the room where Long Yi lived while shouting loudly. At this moment, Long Yi and Jia Yi were still nestled in the bed. After a large-scale battle, Jia Yi had already sunk into sleep at this moment, and he was inclining halfway, gently caressing Jia Yi. Suddenly, he heard the sad wailing of Nangong Xiangyun, and just when he was thinking why this girl was making a big fuss, the door was pushed open with a bang. And seeing the scene inside, Nangong Xiangyun with tears on her face was dumbfounded at the door. I forget to lay out the barrier. Only at this time, Long Yi recalled that when he had went out to get something to eat at noon, he had forgotten to lay out the barrier again. Nangong Xiangyun blankly stared at embracing two people in the bed, and she suddenly felt boundless grievances in her heart. She was so worried about him, thinking he might have met with a mishap, but the result was, he didn't go to military camp so that he could have a merry romance with another girl on the bed. You hoodlum, smelly bastard! Nangong Xiangyun cursed and firmly closing the door, she ran away. What a strange woman! Long Yi was stunned. He was unable to understand the nerve of this girl. Jia Yi was awakened by Nangong Xiangyun. As a woman, she naturally understood the thoughts of a woman. She sat up and pushing Long Yi, she said, young master, go and console her. When all is said and done, In few days, you two are going to get married. Long Yi thought a bit, and recalling she seemed to be worried about him just a moment ago, although he didn't know why she was worried, but going to console her was the right choice. Men sometimes had to give in a little for women. Long Yi got up and wore his clothing, then lightly kissing on the forehead of Zhao Yi, he left, leaving behind Zhao Yi, who was looking at his back view in a trance. As a prophecy master, she was very clear about her own situation, and she knew that she had a very little time to accompany her sweetheart. Nangong Xiangyan ran to the big flower garden of Zimin Mansion, and finding a place with no one around, she squatted down and cried, covering her face with her thin shoulders, shrugging. At this moment, she appeared very pitiful. "Smelly bastard, dirty bastard, I don't like you, I hate you." Nangong Xiangyan cursed while crying. She felt that her current self was not like her formerly self. Formerly she was carefree, but now every day she kept thinking about that smelly man, making her heart grieved and also astringent. Was it truly worth the trouble? But Nangong Xiangyan herself knew that she was basically unable to control her heart. She couldn't control her heart to not think about him and not worry about him. Her heart was already beyond redemption. The more Nangong Xiangyan thought, the more sorrowful she became. Therefore, the more she cried, the more heartbroken she felt. "Don't cry. The flowers and plants of my family will drown from your tears." The voice of Long Yi suddenly came from behind, frightening Nangong Xiangyan so much that she jumped. Then, with glistening teardrops on her face, she turned around and saw Long Yi standing not far away, looking at her with a gentle gaze. This nearly made her lost inside them. "You hypocrite, I don't want you to look after me, I want to cry, so I will cry." Nangong Xiangyan glared at Long Yi and said while still sobbing, "I am not looking after you. I feared that your snots and tears will poison my family's flowers and plants." Long Yi said with a mischievous smile, "You damned villain, making me angry, I will kick you to death." Nangong Xiangyan was so angry that she stood up and, gritting her teeth, she pounced onto Long Yi. Long Yi dodged the kick of Nangong Xiangyan, and used his hand to embrace the slender waist of Nangong Xiangyan and pulled her into his bosom, and the chest of two people tightly pressed up against each other. A blush emerged on the beautiful face of Nangong Xiangyan, and her heart disappointingly bounced quickly. She wanted to struggle, but the remaining big hand of Long Yi gently wiped the tears from her face, stunning Nangong Xiangyan. She again fell into the big net of the gentleness of Long Yi, and she only stared at his eyes in a trance. "Don't look at me like that, I might make a mistake." Seeing the infatuated gaze of Nangong Xiangyan, Long Yi couldn't help but tease. Nangong Xiangyan basically didn't know what Long Yi had said, but merely replied subconsciously, "I said I will eat you." Long Yi repeated once again, and his eyes flashed with a dangerous glint. Villain. When Nangong Xiangyan sensed the change in the expression of Long Yi, she woke up, but the big mouth of Long Yi had already sealed her pink lips. Under the setting sun, two people firmly kissed, completely ignoring secretly laughing many maids and retainers far away. Chapter 269, Prophecy Pearl. The day passed like this, and among common people, they no longer talk about extreme yin day, and the one who was most vexed was Light Po Plea Fair, facing dark churches pushing. Light Church, whose vitality was injured however had mind but lacked the strength to do anything. Nothing was more depressing than this to them. The matter of Long Yi possessing SS-ranked magical beast Violent Lightning Beast and Fire God Beast Fire Kylan wasn't publicized, because Long Yi asked the bearded old man to keep this matter a secret. As for Long Yi's those super skeletons who had absorbed an infinite amount of dark energy, this moment, they were wrapped in dense dark energy. Even when Long Yi summoned them, they show no reaction, presumably in the process of evolving. And after this incident, the life of Long Yi also become normal. During the daytime, he trained inside the military camp, and during the night, he accompanied Zhao Yi and Nangong Xiangyan. Occasionally Betengu would also come to join in the fun, and without worrying that she would serve as the role of the light bulb, Her visit became more and more frequent. Now, Betengu no longer pull a long face every day, and especially when she faced Long Yi, her eyes would shine. Even an idiot could also tell what this meant. As for Long Yi, it was not that he didn't have any thoughts on Betengu. This girl was a bewitchingly charming and stubborn girl, merely, it was unclear whether Beteng clan was friend or foe at this moment, and Long Yi didn't dare to rashly put his hand on her, therefore facing the hidden bitterness of Betengu, he acted dumb. Late at night, Long Yi with Zhao Yi in his bosom was sitting on the roof watching the moon, and Barbarian Bull and Li King were in the process of fighting in the darkness with each other. Under the pointers of Long Yi, the skills of these two people had advanced by leaps and bounds, and especially Li King, after Extreme Yin Day, he trained like crazy, and seeing he was training without fearing for his life, Barbarian Bull was also stimulated to train crazily. Like this, both of them break through their limits again and again. Strange, how come that pestering girl not come today? Long Yi was referring to Nangong Xiangyan. In these past several days, every day, she would always came to Zeman Mansion, but today, there was no trace of her, making Long Yi rather surprised. Young master, do you truly don't know or are you pretending to not know? After 2 days, you are marrying Nangong Xiangyan, according to the custom of the continent, the 2 days before the marriage, man and woman cannot meet each other. Zhao Yi lightly smiled and said, under the white moonlight, she truly looked like the Lady of the Moon. Is that so? Long Yi shrugged his shoulder, and took Zhao Yi into his bosom. Now, when sleeping, if he didn't hold on to a woman, he truly couldn't fall asleep. Zhao Yi obediently nestled in the bosom of her sweetheart, but suddenly a struggling expression appeared on her face, and she caught the lower hem of Long Yi's clothing tightly. What happened, Zhao Yi? Where are you feeling uncomfortable? Long immediately sensed the abnormal condition of Zhao Yi, so he asked in concern. Zhao Yi shook her head, and buried her head in the bosom of Long Yi. Long Yi was anxious, he used some force to raise the chin and asked worriedly, tell me, what's wrong? If you don't speak, then I will smack. Zhao Yi pursed her lips, and grabbing the hand of Long Yi, she remained silent for a long while, and when Long Yi was about to go out of control, she suddenly opened her mouth and faintly said, young master, I don't want to leave you. Long Yi was startled, then half squinting his eyes, he angrily said, do you want to leave? No, merely. Zhao Yi seemed to find it hard to speak about something. Don't merely, if you dare to leave, see how I will break your legs. Long Yi ferociously said. Zhao Yi as if wronged little wife said faintly, young master, Zhao Yi knows everything, the Radiant's holy water can only maintain my life for 1 year, and after 1 year, I will disappear from this world, just like my master at that time. Long Yi's heart ached, he gently embraced Zhao Yi and said gently and firmly, no, young master will not let you die. Zhao Yi with tears in her eyes nodded her head and said, I know, in fact, what I want to say is, my master also left me similar thing at that time, and perhaps I can regain my life force using it. What? Why didn't you say that earlier? Since that thing can restore your life force, then what are you waiting for? Long Yi was wild with joy. Although he said he will not let Zhao Yi die, but in fact, he was uncertain in his heart. It was unknown whether he could find a way to resolve Zhao Yi's matter within 1 year or not. Because Zhao Yi is also not sure, if unsuccessful, then Zhao Yi said with tears in her eyes, so are you considering whether to stay by my side for a year or use the thing your master has left behind to gamble your fate? Long Yi said listening to Zhao Yi. Long Yi also greatly struggled in his heart to make a choice. Zhao Yi nodded her head and said, young master, Zhao Yi is determined, no matter what young master select, Zhao Yi will not regret. Long Yi frowned, now, he realized the struggle in the heart of Zhao Yi. And after pondering for a while, he said, can we wait first? If I cannot find the means within 1 year, then will it be late to use that thing? Zhao Yi shook her head and said, no, because to recover life force, at least half a month or longer is required, and if we wait, then it will be too late by then. Long Yi pressed his temple, and recalled the bearded old man's definite words, which stated that in this circumstance of Zhao Yi, unless Light God himself come in person, it was impossible to restore Zhao Yi's life force. Although this choice was very difficult, but Long Yi was a man, was Zhao Yi's man, so he must make a choice. After considering carefully for a long time, Long Yi made a decision in his heart. He looked straight to the transparent eyes of Zhao Yi, and said with determination, "Use that thing left behind by your master. I believe that my wife will not disappear so easily. I believe in you." Zhao Yi slightly smiled beautifully, but her eyes looked at Long Yi with reluctantly to part expression. She was afraid that if she failed, she could no longer reach him. "When is the best time?" Long Yi asked. "The sooner the better." Zhao Yi replied softly, but her eyes were still staring at Long Yi's handsome face without even blinking her eyes. The heart of Long Yi trembled. Since now is the best time, he gritted his teeth and said, "Then, right now, tell me what I need to pay attention to." Zhao Yi's frail body also involuntarily trembled slightly. She pulled Long Yi back to their room, then laid out the barrier. After that, Zhao Yi slowly opened her mouth and a milky white pearl suddenly flew out from her mouth, floating in the midair while scattering soft radiance. This was a prophecy pearl, was the crystallization of the energy of numerous generations' prophecy masters, passed down from generation to generation. Unfortunately, the energy inside was too condensed, making it very hard to absorb. In fact, with only the level of Zhao Yi, even in extreme yin day, it was impossible for her to carry out constellation celestial body incantation magic under the circumstance when the target was not in front of her, but she used Long Yi's essence to forcibly stimulate the energy of Prophecy Pearl, and used her own life force as a cost to cast this magic. At that time, she knew that there was only 50% chance that her life force would return, but she still didn't hesitate. However, at that time, she encountered the surprise attack of that mysterious military advisor. This greatly decreased the chances of her life force returning. "Is this the thing you master left behind? What a pure energy!" Long Yi exclaimed in admiration. He couldn't feel any energy attribute inside this pearl, but knew that this energy was unusually pure, making people feel very comfortable. "Young master, in a moment, I will use a secret magic to seal myself inside the space of this prophecy pearl. Young master should always put on this prophecy pearl on your body. If you lose it, then Zhao Yi will no longer be able to return back." Zhao Yi held prophecy pearl in her hand and lightly said to Long Yi, "What? Seal yourself inside this prophecy pearl?" Long Yi said in shock. Like this, wouldn't he be unable to see Zhao Yi? "Yes. Young master and I have the relation of blood contract, so you can feel my presence even if I am within this pearl. If one day, you can no longer sense me, then that means Zhao Yi has disappeared." Zhao Yi slowly said. Long Yi's heart was in chaos. In the end, will Zhao Yi be fine inside of this pearl? "Young master." Zhao Yi rushed into the arms of Long Yi, and firmly hugging him, she said in a trembling voice, "Love Zhao Yi again." Long Yi held Zhao Yi and smelling her body's unique fragrance, he kissed her. In this moment when they might part forever, he was powerless to reject and also didn't want to reject the request of Zhao Yi. Two people insanely kissed each other, while tearing apart each other's clothing, and two people entangled together. When Long Yi's little brother filled the emptiness of Zhao Yi, Long Yi surprisingly shed tears. This moment, he knew that he was not strong at all. In the softest place in the bottom of his heart, he was unable to tolerate any harm. After crazily entangling with each other, the first glimmer of dawn appeared in the sky without their knowledge. Now, Long Yi was in a trance, and suddenly felt the dispersing of white light. After that, he suddenly got up, and saw that Zhao Yi beside him had already disappeared without a trace, and in the midair, only a rotating milky white pearl was floating. Long Yi suddenly felt empty in his heart, and extending his hand, the pearl in the sky automatically floated down to his palm. "Zhao Yi, you must come back," Long Yi murmured, tightly holding the pearl in his hand. He knew that Zhao Yi was inside, because he could sense her aura inside it. He stayed in the room for a long time thinking about every aspect of the time he had spent with Jia Yi. Only when the sunlight sprinkled inside the room via the window, Long Yi slowly got up and spat out chaotic qi. He believed that one day Jia Yi will definitely come out from inside this pearl. After that, stretching himself, the listless of his face had already disappeared, reverting back to a bad smile hanging on his face. He kissed that milky white prophecy pearl and used Drew Yi's silk to hang it from his neck. Like this, Jia Yi can always feel his warmth and heartbeat. Ziminyu, get up, we should go to military camp. Betengu shouted from the outside. Why are you shouting early in the morning? Long Yi opened the door and walked out. Then he saw Betengu in military uniform standing outside. After undergoing the training of unparalleled battalion for a period of time, her temperament had clearly changed. Betengu glanced inside the room and suddenly asked in surprise, "Didn't Jia Yi accompany you to sleep yesterday?" "Of course, she did." Long Yi answered with a smile. "Then where is she?" Betengu asked. "Here." Long Yi said, pointing at his chest, then walked towards the military camp while laughing heartily. Betengu was confused and dumbfounded for a long time, and seeing Long Yi was already far away, she shouted, "Ziminyu, wait for me." Chapter 270. The feelings of Betengu. Long Yi sat on a high place of the military camp, and looking at the soldiers of unparalleled battalion who were carrying out inhuman training below. A glimmer of a proud smile appeared on his face. After undergoing a period of brutal training, unparalleled battalion had already begun to possess power and momentum. Basically, all of them could pass the original set of eligibility criteria. It seems he needs to revise the training schedule. And as for Nangong Nu, now he was no longer that crying wimpy kid. This brutal training sharpened his deposition and temperament. At this moment, he was fighting against two soldiers of unparalleled battalion. He avoided the iron fist of one soldier, and used his one hand to lock his elbow joint and another hand caught the hold of his throat, then put forth the strength to topple this soldier, making this soldier lose his ability to resist. Immediately afterward, he kicked another soldier who was rushing towards him, and an ice arrow nailed beside the neck of this soldier. All of these moves were like floating clouds and flowing water. And merely in an instant, two as ferocious as wolves and tigers soldiers were defeated. Now he was very proficient in combining fistfight skill and magic, although Long Yi had given him a special attention, but his talent and hard work were also inseparable. Long Yi smiled with satisfaction. With time, this kid was sure to be able to assume personal responsibility. As for Betengu, he was even more pleased with her. After breaking through the binding of conservative thoughts, as if a fish entering the sea, in the aspects of military tactics and deploying troops, she brought forth new ideas, making Long Yi praise her again and again. Now Long Yi had already promoted her to the captain of 1,000 men squad. After the end of the training of today, Long Yi and Betengu returned home. This evening, there was a drinking party, which was the party held by Crown Prince Long Ying. Long Yi and other noble young masters and young ladies of Soaring Dragon City were invited. If it was anyone else that was holding the party, Long Yi could have declined, but because it was Crown Prince, he had no choice but to attend so as to give him a face. Long Yi lied inside the steaming bathing pool, and he suddenly felt somewhat empty. He was already accustomed to Jia Yi scrubbing his back and accompanying him to take a bath. But now that she was not here, he truly wasn't used to it. Long Yi rubbed prophecy pearl hanging on his chest and muttered, "Jia Yi, quickly come out, your young master, I truly cannot do without you. Hey, Ziminyu, it's almost time." Just then, the voice of Betengu came from outside the door. In the drinking party held by Long Ying, she was also invited. Long Yi came back to his sense, and getting up from the bathing pool, he replied, "I am coming right away, wait a minute." Long Yi walked out with only a piece of bath towel wrapped around his waist. Coming out of the bathroom, he saw Betengu in splendid attire standing in his room. Her pitch black hair was tied into a beautiful hair bun with many sparkling ornaments above it. Her face had light makeup, which accompanied with bright eyes and pearly teeth appeared lovely. making Long Yi, who was used to seeing her in military uniform, find her extremely attractive. And as for Betengu, seeing the bare upper body of Long Yi, she blushed, and her heartbeat ping-ping jumped as if a little deer. Despite her shyness, her gaze however still was firmly attached to his body. At this moment, Long Yi indeed scattered alarming manly smell, and with sparkling and crystal-clear drops of water decorating his sturdy muscles, under the illumination of the magic lamp, he looked even more charming, which was enough to make Betengu, this maiden oblivious in the facts of life, had a dry tongue. Seen enough? I have to put on the clothes. Seeing Betengu was staring at him without blinking her eyes, Long Yi couldn't help but jokingly said. Betengu came back to her senses, and her beautiful face suddenly burned up. She had never thought that she would lose control of herself like this. She wondered how Long Yi saw herself, seeing her appearance of just now. Who is looking at you? Don't be a narcissist. I just came to bring your clothing. It's on the bed. Wear it. Betengu rushed out with a red face. Long Yi smiled and shrugged his shoulders. It seems his figure was still attractive. He looked on the bed and saw a neatly folded silk gown and pants. Seeing these clothing, he couldn't help but was somewhat surprised. Were these clothing bought personally by Betengu? Long Yi picked up this clothing and gave it a shake. Precisely was the style he liked to wear the most, but he didn't find any tags anywhere on this clothing. On the chest area, a word U, was embroidered using gold thread, and below the word U, a spotlessly white feather was embroidered using silver thread. T.L. The word U, is of Zimenyu, and the feather is called Yumao in Chinese, and the U of Yumao is of Betengu. Did that girl personally sew this clothing? Long Yi somewhat didn't dare to believe, but looking at the embroidered word U and that feather on the chest area, even a fool would know what it meant. This moved the heart of Long Yi. Long Yi wore this gown, and standing in front of a magic mirror, he saw that it fitted him perfectly, and its workmanship was also pretty good. After that, he walked out of the room and saw Betengu, who still had red face, was absent-mindedly standing inside the courtyard. Thank you for this clothing. Where did you order it? Long Yi smiled and patted the fragrant shoulder of Betengu. Betengu woke up with a start, and she was pleasantly surprised seeing Long Yi after turning around. She looked up and down and her face brightened, then she said with a giggle, Zimenyu, this clothing is pretty good, it made you look more pleasing to the eye. Yes, it is pretty good. You still haven't told me where you ordered this. Long Yi asked with a smile. Make a guess. The corner of Betengu's mouth rose, and she playfully winked towards Long Yi. It's really a bit difficult. Long Yi rubbed his chin and pretended to ponder, and seeing Long Yi was not making a guess even after a long time, the fine beautiful face of Betengu began to turn cloudy, and she said in annoyance, when you are coaxing other girls, you are very clever, but at this time, why are you so stupid like a pig? I can't help it. I truly am unable to guess. Oh, time is running out, we should leave. Seeing Betengu was annoyed, Long Yi said with a smile. Betengu suddenly took a big stride and caught the sleeve of Long Yi and said, feeling wronged, how can you not guess? That won't do. If you are unable to guess, then you are not allowed to go. Long Yi was stunned. Seeing Betengu, who was usually calm and cool-headed in the military camp, unexpectedly showing childlike temperament and fuming with anger, he truly found this cute. Long Yi lightly smiled and pinching the cheeks of Betengu with his hands, he said with a smile, okay, don't be angry, I already know at an earlier time that these clothes are sewn with your own hands. Betengu slapped off the wolf claws of Long Yi, and looking at Long Yi, a charming smile appeared on her face and she asked, how do you know? Long Yi pulled up the sleeve and said, look at this workmanship, it's crooked, how can the workmanship of outside be bad like this? Now, Betengu was truly angry, she snorted and rushing forward, she pulled the clothing of Long Yi and said angrily, don't wear this cloth, take off. At this moment, Dongfang Wan with two maids came in, and seeing this scene, she was stunned and speechless. It seems her son was excessively popular. At that time, Nangong families, that girl was also very impatient like this. Merely that girl of Nangong family was only leaning on her son, but this girl of Betengu family was straightforwardly forcing herself in the courtyard. Children nowadays Dongfang Wang sighed in her heart, but her face however had smiled like a bloomed flower. Mother, why did you come here? Long Yi somewhat unnaturally asked. Having heard what was said, Betengu turned her head, and seeing Dongfang Wan and two maids behind her were looking at her with an ambiguous gaze, she retreated 2 steps back, wanting to find a hole in the ground to get into it. Mother just wanted to remind you that time is running out, but it doesn't matter. Mother is leaving now, you too, just don't be too late. Dongfang Wan smiled and walked away. Betengu used her hands to cover her face, unexpectedly was sobbing in a soft voice. What's wrong? I was merely joking just now. Your workmanship is truly good, even compared to the workmanship of Imperial Palace, yours is still better. Long Yi smiled and pulled down the hands of Betengu, and truly saw tears in her eyes. You hoodlum, because of you, now madam definitely thinks I am a cheap woman. Everything is your fault, everything is your fault. Betengu ferociously pounded the chest of Long Yi. So you are worried about this? Rest assured, my mother is only happy, because this proves that her son is attractive. Long Yi smirked and said, he could see through the thoughts of Dongfang Wan. You have a far charm, only those idiots will like you. Betengu wiped her tears and snorted. In her heart, she still had some grievance. Yes, only you, this kind of idiot will like me. Long Yi tenderly looked at Betengu and said, he naturally knew the affection of this girl towards him, and he was also very touched by what she had done for him. Who likes you? You don't talk nonsense. The heart of Betengu jumped. Seeing Long Yi was no longer acting dumb, she instead was at her wit's end. Long Yi just grabbed the little hand of Betengu, then turning it over, he saw several pinholes on her fingers, then bringing her hand in front of his mouth, he lightly blew and said softly, I know your heart, thank you. The heart of Betengu suddenly jumped even more violently. She somewhat shyly retracted her hand and lowered her head, not daring to look straight at Long Yi's that gentle eyes that seemed to be capable of melting her. Then she loudly said with a smile, we are going to be late, let go quickly. Finished speaking, as if a startled rabbit, she ran forward, but she nevertheless had a sweet smile on her face. Long Yi smiled, this girl who usually dared to exchange flirting glances with him, now at the critical moment however was shy. Long Yi instantly held Betengu into his bosom, then soaring into the sky, he flew towards the Crown Prince mansion of Long Ying. After the prince grew up, they could select to build a mansion for themselves. It was not necessary for them to live in the imperial palace, and as for Long Ying, he moved out quite early after his coming-of-age ceremony was held. At that time, Yu believed that it was for making things convenient for fooling around with young girls, but thinking back now, Long Yi knew that it was not that simple. At that time, Long Ying was still striving to obtain the position of crown prince, and lingering around flowers all day long might merely be for the sake of hiding his capacities and biding his time. Inwardly however was scheming. He seriously couldn't underestimate his scheming. Very quickly, Long Yi with Betengu arrived at the destination. Outside the entrance of Crown Prince Mansion, there were various kinds of luxurious carriages, and many young masters and young ladies in bright clothing were entering the mansion, making this place boisterous. Yu, you came. I thought you'd despise me, this big brother of yours. Crown Prince Long Ying personally came to welcome, and he patted the shoulder of Long Yi with a smile. Chapter 271, Sever at one stroke. With Crown Prince personally inviting, how could this younger brother dare to not come? Long Yi faintly laughed and said, from the time he had seen the spring scenery of Crown Prince and Madame Yi, he knew that this Crown Prince was absolutely a kind of people who would use fair means or foul to achieve his goals. Long Ying nodded his head with a smile, and after greeting Betengu, he led them inside. The arrival of Long Yi created a commotion among noble young masters and young ladies inside. Many people came to greet him in succession. Of course, There were also some people giving him a cold shoulder. Long Yi looked around this drinking party hall, which had an elegant atmosphere, and saw many familiar people here. Among them, there were a number of Silk Pants brothers who formerly used to follow Yu to act wildly, but now, it was different from the past. Everyone could see the change of Long Yi, therefore these Silk Pants brothers didn't dare to take the initiative to look for Long Yi. Because Long Ying was the host, he chatted with Long Yi for a little while, then he left to greet other guests. After that, Long Yi conveniently took 2 cups of wine, and handing 1 cup over to Betengu, he said, "You don't need to accompany me, go and look for your acquaintances." "Not going, I want to accompany you today." Betengu sipped a mouthful of wine and said with a smile, as a matter of fact, she was afraid that if she left, Long Yi would be surrounded by a bevy of young girls. Long Yi didn't speak again. He found this kind of drinking party somewhat boring. With his current vision and taste, previous Yu was basically nothing. In his view, these noble young masters and young ladies mostly were a pillow with an embroidered case and just a pretty face. Although they dressed well, in fact not many had the true ability, so he wasn't interested to associate with them. T.N. A pillow with an embroidered case equals outwardly attractive but worthless person. Drinking party was simply like this. Even if you don't want to seek connection with people with higher status, but other people will come to make a connection to clung to you. With the position and strength of Long Yi, perhaps those young masters and young ladies who were associated with royal family, under the instruction of their elders, wouldn't came to make a contact with Long Yi. But those young masters and young ladies who were from the family who was tied together with Zimin clan were unlikely to miss such a big chance. They came to chat with Long Yi in succession, thinking if luckily this second young master Zimin recognized their worth, then hereafter they would have a smooth path ahead. With second young master Zimin as their backer, who would dare bully them? Concerning these people, Long Yi merely smiled lightly and replied once in a while with few words. But his eyes were scanning the crowds, thinking to see whether Nangong Xiangyan, this girl had come or not. No need to look, the girl who is marrying soon is not allowed to go out to participate in such drinking party. As if seeing through the thoughts of Long Yi, Betengu enviously whispered beside his ear. Other people had ambitious thoughts seeing this intimacy of Betengu and Long Yi, and many people began to make fun of her too. But contrary to expectation, Betengu didn't refute, instead showed bashful expression, moreover, leaned on Long Yi, using action to show her relationship with Long Yi. Humphrey, merely is a trash who depends upon the power of his clan to oppress the people, nothing else. Suddenly a cold voice came from the surrounding, and the hall instantly became quiet all of a sudden. Then everybody uniformly looked towards the speaker. That person was a youngster in a gorgeous dress, he was also handsome, and at this time, he was sarcastically staring at Long Yi. Long Yi frowned, he didn't have any impression on this fellow in his memory, but did this fellow who cannot tell good from bad dared to challenge him? Gongsun Qingren, who did you cursed? Before Long Yi could speak, Betengu stepped forward and coldly stared at that fellow. Hearing that fellow's surname was Gongsun, Long Yi guessed that this youngster was the young master of Gongsun clan. Gongsun clan had always been the people of Imperial clan, and previously, he seemed to have heard that Betengu clan and Gongsun clan wanted to have a relation by marriage, but later this matter ended with nothing definite because of unknown reason, so this fellow might have been jealous. Thinking this, Long Yi smiled. All those that have ears knows who I cursed. Other people fear this second young master Zimin, but I, Gongsun Qingren, is not afraid of him. Gongsun Qingren angrily said, but his eyes were looking at Betengu with complex emotion. Even a blind people could see his feelings. If you talk nonsense again, don't blame me for being impolite. Betengu coldly said. She had just savored the gentleness of Long Yi. How could she be able to bear other people making malicious remarks about him? The corner of Gongsun Qingren's mouth twitched, and sadly looking at Betengu, he said, I have always thought that you are different from other girls, never expected you are also a girl who coveted a vainglory. If not for the interference of this fellow, We would have already gotten married long ago." The eyes of Long Yi flashed with cold light, and his handsome face also became cold. And young masters and young ladies around kept silence as they knew that a good show was about to begin here. "Gongsun Qingren, you shut up, don't call me Yuer. I have never liked you, and I have also never agreed to the marriage of that time," Betengu urgently said, and turning around towards Long Yi, she saw his cold face, causing her to panic in her heart, and she immediately said, "Zimenyu, believe in me, I don't have even a little bit of relationship with him. I truly have never expected you to change like this. This fellow, however, is just a profligate son who depends on the power of his clan." At that time, how many women were persecuted by him? Even little Princess Longlinger was audaciously raped by him. Before Gongsun Qingren could finish speaking, Betengu angrily kicked, sending him flying. "Who dares to say bad things about my sweetheart? Don't blame me, Betengu, to raise my hand against them who had no sense of priorities." Betengu coldly retracted her leg, then looking around, she returned to the side of Long Yi. This unable to accomplish anything but liable to spoil everything fellow. In one corner, killing intent flashed in the eyes of Crown Prince Long Ying. Although Gongsun clan was people of his camp, but publicly creating disturbance in the drinking party he was holding, moreover, actually mentioning his little sister Longlinger whom he doted the most, made him angry. Flatten this brat, actually dares to slander second young Master Zimen. Just when Long Ying was about to step forward to settle this matter, a person from the middle of the crowd rushed towards Gongsun Qingren who had yet to stand on the ground and kicked him, and now that someone took the lead, all of a sudden, a large group of people rushed over and surrounding Gongsun Qingren. He was beaten up. Long Yi didn't say anything, he was just waiting for Long Ying. He knew this crown prince was looking from a certain corner, and a few minutes after, Long Ying with several imperial guards came, and the crowd surrounding Gongsun Qingren hastily dispersed, leaving behind bloody-faced Gongsun Qingren with dirty and messy clothing. "Drag him out," and pulled out his tendons of hands and legs. Long Ying coldly said, and switching to an apologetic look, he looked at Long Yi. "Zimenyu, big brother is truly sorry, I had just went out for a matter, I hope you will not be so petty. How about we find a place and drink few cups? This little brother is satisfied with your highness crown prince's treatment." Long Yi smiled. Just then, musicians began to play music in the drinking party hall, then men and women in the crowd began to dance lightly and gracefully in pairs as if nothing had happened. Long Ying took Long Yi to a corner, leaving behind Betengu in the same place. She tensely looked at the back view of Long Yi, fearing he had misunderstood her. "Little sister, do not worry, do you think an intelligent person like Zimenyu will not understand?" "Don't know when," but Betengu had already appeared behind Betengu, and with a smile, he consoled his little sister who was at her wits' end. "Big brother, you also came?" Betengu said, feeling pleasantly surprised. "Originally I don't want to come, but mother guessed that you will definitely come, so she asked me to bring something to you." Betengu smiled and patted the head of his little sister. "What thing?" Betengu asked. "This thing, but I also don't know what is inside. Mother asked you to look inside when there is no one around you." Betengu handed a little cotton pouch to Betengu. Betengu agreed and took it. "Little sister, aren't you a bit biased? Big brother wanted you to help sew a clothing for me at an earlier time, but you drag on to date without sewing any. But Zimenyu didn't even ask you and you excitedly sew one for him. Isn't the difference in treatment too big?" Betengu jokingly said with a smile. "Big brother, how come you are so hateful now?" Betengu with red face stamped her foot. And on the other side, Crown Prince Long Ying called out a person to bring a small bottle. Opening the plug of this bottle, a sweet-smelling wine smell assailed the nostrils. With just the smell, Long Yi knew that it was not inferior to the 100 Flowers wine of Elf Clan. Long Ying put out 2 crystal cups, and poured the wine from that small bottle. A 7-colored liquid flowed out from the wine bottle, which appeared alluring inside the crystal cup. "Rainbow fruit?" Long Yi asked with misgivings. At that time, Those flirty foxes had also served poisoned rainbow fruit juice to him, merely he was able to see through it. Correct, this is the rainbow wine created using rainbow fruit juice. I racked my brain to obtain a bottle of this from my imperial father. Even he was reluctant to drink this all along, but today we brothers will enjoy it. Long Ying laughed and handed over a cup to Long Yi. Long Yi and Long Ying bumped the wine cup and slightly sipped it. Sure enough, was the best quality wine, even compared to 100 Flowers wine, it was a notch above. After 2 days, you will marry third Miss Nangong, this big brother, I will congratulate you in advance. Long Ying lifted the cup and emptied the cup in one gulp. Thanks. Long Yi also emptied the cup in one gulp, but he instinctively felt the mood of Long Ying was not too right. It seemed as if he was sparing no effort to suppress something. After a long silence, Long Ying looked at Long Yi and suddenly said faintly, "Today, I will ask you again, will you truly not leave Soaring Dragon City? I said earlier, it's not the time yet." Long Yi also replied faintly. Long Ying gritted his teeth and stepping forward, he caught the collar of Long Yi and said somewhat agitatedly, "Why are you unwilling to leave? Could it be that you don't care about Linger? Or could it be that you want to force me to become enemy with you? Or are you giving up on Linger?" Seeing this was the true feeling of Long Ying, Long Yi couldn't help but was somewhat moved. He didn't struggle, only looking at Long Ying, he said, "I also don't want to become enemy with you. In this life, having a brother like you, I feel very fortunate, but I cannot leave, because just like you, my roots are here." The eyes of Long Ying flashed for a little while, then releasing Long Yi, he filled the empty cup of Long Yi, and then he directly drank all the wine from the bottle, and threw the empty wine bottle to the flower garden from the window. With a bang, the wine bottle fell apart, and his expression reverted back to his usual expression and said indifferently, "Ziminyu, today, after you leave from this Crown Prince mansion, our ties of brotherhood will be severed at one stroke. In the future, do not blame this big brother for being cruel and ruthless." Finished speaking, he turned away. Long Yi didn't look towards Long Ying, merely stared indifferently at the alluring rainbow wine in his hand, and don't know why, he felt somewhat sour in his heart. Chapter 272, Enveloping Under the Quilt. Long Yi drank this cup of rainbow wine in a single gulp, but he no longer felt its mellowness of before, and laughing at himself, he discarded that anonymous bitterness in his heart. Long Ying was the brother of Ziminyu, but not the brother of him, Long Yi. Nevertheless, why was he feeling so unhappy? Could it be that the memory of Ziminyu was acting up? Second young Master Zimin, do you remember me? At that time, a youngster with the air of silk pants walked over to the front of Long Yi and said with somewhat nervous expression. Long Yi came back to his sense and looked at this youth. He saw that this youth was the same fellow who had taken the initiative to beat up Gongsun Qingren, and he looked very familiar, merely he was unable to remember where he had seen him. 2.5 years ago, we met once in Light City. Seeing Long Yi was lost in thought, the youth reminded. Light City? Looking at this youth, Long Yi suddenly said with a smile, "It's you, aren't you, the son of Light City's city lord?" Long Yi still had some impression on this fellow who had pestered Yu Feng in those years, and also because his name was Yin Jian, Silver Sword, it really was hard to forget. Yes, I never expect even after so long, second young Master Zimin would remember me. It's a great honor for me. Yin Jian excitedly said. At that time, he had only guessed that the identity of Long Yi wasn't ordinary, and today his insight was proved correct. Long Yi smiled and said, "Never thought that we were predestined. I wonder why young Master Yin came to Soaring Dragon City?" Predestined, naturally predestined. This time I came to Soaring Dragon City with my father to pay a visit to his colleagues, and buy and sell some goods in passing. Yin Jian respectfully answered. Now he really wasn't the thoughtless profligate son of before. His father was clearly on the side of Zimin clan, so integrating himself with this second young Master Zimin was good for him. "You do business?" Long Yi amazedly asked. "Yes, 2 years ago, I set up a group of trade caravan to enter Hangzhuan Mountains, and we opened up a relation with Bai Meng clan, the royal clan of Beastmen clan, so moving back and forth can make a bit of money." The tone of Yanjian had a sense of pride. Long Yi was surprised in his heart. He really was unable to see that this kid had the talent to engage in trade, but now he saw that he also had talent in diplomacy. One should know that it was not easy to do business with Beastmen clan, as many Beastmen didn't believe in human race, but Yanjian was unexpectedly able to form a relationship with Baimen clan. This was absolutely not simple. In that case, young Master Yin should be extremely familiar with the circumstance of Beastmen clan. Long Yi casually asked, and his eyes had an inexplicable smile while staring at Yanjian. "Of course, for these past 2 years, I have practically met with all the Beastmen clans of Hengjuan Mountains." Yanjian replied. The eyes of Long Yi shone as he smiled, then he placed his hand over the shoulder of Yanjian, and whispered something in his ear, and then with a smile, he walked towards Betengu. Yanjian, standing in the same place, gradually became excited. He knew that his chance was right in front of him, and as long as he could seize it, he could make himself and even his family have a meteoric rise. Betengu was still somewhat restless. She feared that Long Yi had taken the offense to some extent due to the matter of Gongsun Changren, and only after seeing Long Yi was coming towards her with a cheerful expression, her heart was at ease. "Zemenu, please dance with me." Looking at those couples dancing while hugging each other under the dim magic light in the hall, the beautiful face of Betengu slightly reddened as she said to Long Yi. Long Yi tied his black hair on the back of his head, straightened his clothing and used standard noble-style steps to walk over to the front of Betengu, then slightly bowing, he extended his right hand gracefully. This was a standard way to request a dance. A sweet smile couldn't help but appear on the face of Betengu, and she placed her jade hand on the hand of her sweetheart, then holding hands, they walked to the middle of the hall and hugging each other, began dancing. Generally speaking, this kind of drinking party was purely a chance for young masters and young ladies. Therefore, they didn't dance like the dance of the regular banquet. They basically did intimate cheek-to-cheek dancing while their heads rubbing together with a very ambiguous atmosphere. Long Yi held on to the slender waist of Betengu, and his lips restlessly kissed her smaller lobe, and feeling her body tremble slightly, he couldn't help but a little sense of pride well up in his heart. Regardless of whether Beteng clan was really willing to pledge their allegiance to them or not, he could tell for sure that Miss Beteng in his bosom truly had true feelings for him. Betengu was dazed with happiness, feeling her entire body was surrounded by Long Yi's pleasant-to-smell manly fragrance, and sensing the big hands of Long Yi restlessly moving about on her pert buttocks, moreover, pinching frequently. This made her maiden heart unable to endure. Suddenly, the charming body of Betengu stiffened, then trembled, and then unexpectedly collapsed limply as if she was boneless on the bosom of Long Yi, because she unexpectedly felt a burning hot hard thing pressing against her lower abdomen. She, who had mixed in the military camp from childhood, hiding her identity all year round, how could she don't know what this was, slowly welled up in her heart, and she lost all the strength of her body. Let's return home." Now the charming body of Betengu was burning hot, and she murmured in the ear of Long Yi. "Why should we return home?" Long Yi teasingly asked, and lightly pressed forward the lower part of his body. Furthermore, his big hands were also pressing her buttocks, making her tremble all of a sudden. Betengu moaned, and shyly she nibbled on the shoulder of Long Yi with her eyes gleaming, then emitting faint fragrance, she softly said, "Bad person, you are not allowed to tease me." The heart of Long Yi swayed. This girl was truly asking for people's life. Without demur, Long Yi and Betengu quietly disappeared from the Crown Prince mansion, and hastily flying back, Long Yi held Betengu in his arms and rushed into his bedroom, directly jumping into the big soft bed. Long Yi, hugging Betengu, rolled around on the bed few times, then lowering his head, his big mouth sucked the pink lips of Betengu. "So sweet, what kind of lipstick did you use?" Long Yi raised his head and licking his lips, he asked. He had never tasted lipstick with such flavor. Betengu was already in a daze. How could she understand what Long Yi was asking? Seeing the lips of Long Yi had separated, she raised her head chasing after his lips. Two people kept on kissing while stripping their clothing. In an instant, Betengu was merely in her underwear, and her shining white jade body as well as her maiden body fragrance made Long Yi feel dizzy. A trace of evil fire rose from the danchan of Long Yi, and soon afterward, it burned violently. Then, Long Yi instantly became unusually impulsive, and he somewhat violently tore the final cover-up of Betengu, but when he aimed his erect spear at her jade gate wanting to attack, his remaining bits of reason stopped him. Long Yi gritted his teeth, and his eyes became frighteningly red. He knew his body well, even if the fire of lust was flourishing. It was also impossible for him to become like this. He used a large amount of spirit power to forcibly suppress that burning evil fire which was about to make him lose his reason. Then Long Yi used his big hand to firmly strangle the neck of Betengu. "You? What are you doing?" Betengu breathed with difficulty and woke up from her dazed state, only to see the ferocious expression of Zemenyu. Long Yi with his twisted handsome face increased strength on his big hand. Then looking at Betengu whose complexion was becoming pale due to suffocation, he asked in a hoarse voice, "Say, what is the thing you smeared on your lips?" The little hands of Betengu spared no effort wanting to move away the big hand of Long Yi from her neck. Now her lungs were already painful, and was having difficulty to breathe. But hearing the question of Long Yi, she was startled, and as if a ruthless punch, a thought appeared in her mind. Could it be that her mother deceived her? A shadow slowly appeared in the mind of Long Yi, and after he made an unknown move, that fire of lust which Long Yi was forcibly suppressing with his spirit power was suddenly let loose, and the fire of lust instantly swallowed that bits of reason of Long Yi. Long Yi roared and pounced on absolutely naked Betengu, then the ferocious lower part of his body which was in high spirit stabbed into a warm and moist passage, tearing a layer of a membrane which represent chastity, then a bright red plum blossom bloomed on the plain white bed sheet. Betengu screamed and said weeping with grief, "It's very painful, be a little gentle." But how could Long Yi who had already lost his reason understand her request? His lower part of the body as if a machine continuously moved up and down, violently attacking her without any compassion. Betengu bit her lower lip and with tears rolling down from the corner of her eyes, she silently endured the insane attack of her sweetheart, but in her heart, she was very sorrowful. Why did mother deceive her? She clearly said that this lipstick would only increase the appeal, but not make Long Yi lose his reason. Seeing his current appearance, her body was painful, but it was inferior to the heart-piercing pain she was feeling in her heart. After the violent pounding of Long Yi, now the pain on the lower part of her body was already numb, and her consciousness was also already in a semi-coma state. Therefore, she didn't notice a wisp of pitch-black mist shooting out from the space between her eyes. This wisp of pitch-black mist directly rushed towards the space between Long Yi's eyes, instantly sinking into his skin. Crown Prince Mansion. In an underground secret room, Crown Prince Long Ying was expressionlessly sitting on the sofa, and the people sitting opposite to him was impressively Betengu and unexpectedly also that mysterious military advisor with his entire body wrapped in black clothing. The three of them were looking at a transparent magic glass bottle on the table, and inside this glass bottle, a white-colored mist-like gas was circulating. "How is the reaction? Is it done?" Betengu asked. Military advisor used cold and gloomy gaze to look at him and said, "Why are you so impatient? It is a surefire plan this time. Zemenyu is already in the bag." Betengu shuddered and didn't dare to speak again. At that time, the gas inside the glass bottle suddenly shook, and the pure white color unexpectedly began to change into deep black, and the deep black gas violently seethed inside the glass bottle, and finally, unexpectedly form a strange skull. GGG, success. Military advisor sinisterly laughed and his eyes emitted viciousness. Crown Prince Long Ying struggled for a moment, then instantly reverting back to his indifferent state, he said in his heart, "Zemenyu, this big brother already gave you a chance, but you were stubborn. Now you cannot blame me. Chapter 273, Puppet Imprecation Magic. At daybreak, thin fog enveloped the entire city. The time was still early, but diligent people were already walking back and forth in twos and threes on the street of soaring Dragon City. Long Yi pressed his temple, as he felt as if his mind was stuffed with a paste, and half opening his eyes, he crawled up on the bed. At that time, he felt his hand coming across a soft body. He turned his head and saw Betengu lying beside him. He couldn't help being somewhat surprised, and for the time being, he couldn't recall what had happened yesterday. Betengu was still deeply asleep, but she looked pale, and there were tear stains on the corner of her eyes. Her charming body was curled up into a ball, looking inexplicably pitiful. What's going on here? Long Yi shook his head, and spent great effort to sober up completely. Then he gradually began to recall the matters of yesterday. Long Yi stared at Betengu for a long time with misgivings, and then looking at that dazzling blood stain on the plain white bedsheet, which was many times more compared to normal blood loss that occurred when a girl loses their virginity, he could well imagine how grave the ravage she received yesterday was. Long Yi lightly pulled open the thigh of Betengu, and seeing her extremely red and swollen private part, he had an indistinct heartache. Was this caused by him? Why did she smear this kind of powerful aphrodisiac on her lips? In the end, what was her purpose? Thinking for a long time, Long Yi recalled the day he spent together with Betengu. He clearly felt that she had a strong feeling for him, but if everything was fake, then this woman was too terrifying. But considering again, Long Yi was doubtful. It was impossible for her to deliberately scheme just to approach him and feed this strong aphrodisiac so that he would rape her. Perhaps she was also a victim. After thinking, a soft white light appeared in the big hand of Long Yi, treating Betengu's red and swollen private part. Then he pulled up a brocade quilt and lightly covered her body. Smelly brat, you finally woke up. Weren't you feeling good yesterday? Hey. Just then, the shadow appeared in the sea of consciousness of Long Yi and said to Long Yi while laughing, "Buddy, no one will think you are mute if you don't talk. Now I am not in the mood to talk nonsense with you." Long Yi angrily said in his heart. Now he was in a bad mood. "Good boy, now you are treating your benefactor like this. If I had known this at an earlier time, then I would not have saved you, letting you perish." The shadow coldly snorted. Long Yi was startled. His intuition told him that the shadow was not lying, but he couldn't clearly remember the matters of yesterday, so he asked softly, "Brother, what exactly happened yesterday? Can you tell me?" The shadow smiled wickedly and said, "You preposterous brat, didn't you praise yourself to be intelligent, but did you know you were set up yesterday?" "What set up? Will you make it clear?" Long Yi urgently asked. "You fell for puppet imprecation magic. A seed of curse was planted within the body of this girl at an earlier time, and then the combination of the wine you drank yesterday and the aphrodisiac smeared on the lips of this girl activated the curse. In other words, this is a well-thought-out trap that was laid down aiming you." The shadow in the sea of consciousness of Long Yi said. Long Yi was surprised in his heart, and used his spirit power to examine within his body, but found nothing unusual. The true chi was still circulating normally, and it even showed the indistinct sign of breaking through to the third layer. "No need to look. This puppet imprecation magic is a curse that cannot be traced. When the other party activated this magic, you will change into an idiot without your independent thoughts, and you will completely under their control. Moreover, after a certain time period, you will explode and die." The shadow strangely laughed and said. The complexion of Long Yi changed, but soon after that reverted back to normal. Then he said with a smile, "Don't try to scare me, even if this puppet imprecation magic is truly like that, but with you, this thousands of years old monster here, I don't believe that you don't have the ability to solve this. If I die, no one can take you to Lust City's dark space." The shadow laughed strangely and said, "Count yourself lucky. This kind of curse magic count as nothing in my eyes. Moreover, with me here, this can be count as a good fortune for you." Hearing the shadow, Long Yi relaxed, and he suddenly recalled last night when he was using his spirit power to forcibly suppress his fire of lust. His spirit power had collapsed for an unknown reason. Could it be that it was the doing of this old fellow? Just after Long Yi had thought, the voice of the shadow that could send cold shiver down the spine came. You guessed it right, it was my doing last night. If I hadn't, then as the consequence of you forcibly suppressing like that, you would have lost great amount of your spirit power, and even your strength might have fallen back by several levels. Then, I truly thank you, buddy. Long Yi said with a smile, I don't need your thanks, if you quickly settle the matter of this place, and take me to Lost City's dark space, it would be enough for me as a repay. The shadow said, then silently disappeared from the sea of consciousness of Long Yi. Long Yi got up and wore the clothing, then somewhat complexly looked at deeply asleep Betengu. Now everything was clear. The Tang clan basically weren't truly willing to pledge allegiance, presumably were already in the camp of Imperial Long Clan long ago, merely he didn't know whether Betengu already know everything or she merely was a disposable pawn of the Tang clan without any knowledge who was prepared by them to sacrifice in advance? With regarding this question, Long Yi's answer was biased towards the second choice of her being only a disposable pawn without any knowledge, which was the type that was hardest to keep guard against. Otherwise, Betengu wouldn't have been able to perform so perfectly without any trace of an error. This truly was a first-rate trap. If it was not for the mysterious shadow within his body, then perhaps he wouldn't have known how he had died. Beteng clan, Long Zan, just wait for me. The eyes of Long Yi was overcast. Since they thought that he was already under puppet imprecation magic, he would let them think they were good. At that time, the deeply sleeping Betengu suddenly turned around, and her charming body began to tremble. Then with her eyebrows creasing, she sleep-talked in pain. It's very painful. Long Yi sat on the edge of the bed feeling heartache. It seems the matter of yesterday had become a nightmare beyond doubt for Betengu. She was innocent, and he hated that Beteng Zhuang who never thought of her daughter's life or death. Mother. Why do you lie to me? Why? Betengu seemed to be more and more in pain, and she trembled more and more violently. Long Yi lightly sighed, then hugging Betengu into his bosom, he gently consoled, "Good you are, don't be afraid, I am here." After softly consoling her, Betengu gradually settled down and her breathing also began to become even, but her little hands were firmly grabbing the clothing of Long Yi as if she was afraid that he would suddenly leave. At that time, light footsteps came from outside the door, stopping outside the door of Long Yi's room. Then after a knocking sound, the voice of Dongfeng Wan came. "You are still not waken up, quickly get up." Long Yi raised his eyebrows as he didn't know why his mother came to wake him so early in the morning, so he answered, "Mother, you can come in, the door is not locked." Dongfeng Wan pushed open the door and with her two personal maids, she came in. Then seeing Long Yi sitting on the bed hugging Betengu who was wrapped in the quilt, all of them were dumbfounded. Long Yi awkwardly smiled and said, "It's like this, Mother, yesterday." "No need to explain, you smelly kid, how come she bleeds so much, is it serious?" Seeing that blood stain on the bedsheet, Dongfeng Wan as a woman knew that ordinarily one basically wouldn't bleed so much. "No, she is fine." Facing Dongfeng Wan and the two maids behind her looking dagger at him, he slightly blushed. "Take Miss Beteng to next door room, today we have to properly decorate this room." Dongfeng Wan said, "Decorate, isn't this already fine?" Long Yi asked confusedly. Dongfeng Wan rolled her eyes and said, "Don't you know what day is today? Tomorrow is the day you are getting married with Nangong Xianyun, don't tell me that you have forgotten about it." Marriage. Long Yi was shocked, how come it came so quickly? Thinking tomorrow was his wedding day, even he himself didn't know what his heart was feeling. And while letting imagination running wild, Long Yi holding Betengu walked to the next door room. Then after looking at the girl in his bosom for a little while, he thought that he should tell this matter to his father Zeman Nu as quickly as possible so that Zeman clan could make preparation in advance. He gently placed Betengu on the bed, then gently opened her little hand that was grabbing his clothing, but unexpectedly, she trembled and woke up. "Awake, are you feeling better?" Although the matter of last night was really not the fault of Long Yi, but he still felt somewhat guilty in his heart. Betengu curled up and looking towards Long Yi, she suddenly struggled free from the quilt and tightly hugged Long Yi, and her was tightly pressed against Long Yi's chest. "I'm sorry, I really didn't know, really didn't know." With tears flowing out from her eyes, Betengu said, she obviously recalled the matter of yesterday. "I know, it's not your fault, you don't know anything at all." Long Yi gently stroked the back of Betengu, appeasing her, who was terrified from the bottom of her heart. "Are you truly not blaming me?" "But why did mother deceive me? She said that lipstick merely increases the appeal." Betengu said, crying sadly, taking out that cotton pouch from her space ring. Long Yi took that cotton pouch and opening it, he saw there was a lipstick and a note inside. Long Yi picked up a note and read it. Then a sneer appeared on his face. The note roughly said that for the alliance of Betengu clan and Zemin clan, and also for the happiness of Betengu, they wanted her to have relation with Long Yi before Zemin clan and Nangong clan form an alliance by marriage. In this way, her position will be weightier in the heart of Long Yi, and there will also be benefits for her clan, and so on. Betengu, this silly girl, was completely inexperienced in emotional matters, and listening to her mother's teaching, she believed that was true. Long Yi didn't tell the truth about the matter to Betengu, because if he were to tell her the truth, that would be too cruel for her. He only said that her mother might have made a mistake, and then coaxing her to sleep, he went to the study of Zemin Nu. Chapter 274, Trace of Sibai. All the way, Long Yi saw that all the servants of Zemin Mansion were bustling about busily. Some were cleaning up, and some were decorating the house. All were extremely busy. Marriage, this joyous occasion, for the great clan like Zemin clan, it however was a very big matter. "You came to find me so early, what happened?" Zemin Nu raised his head from behind the desk, and seeing the solemn expression of Long Yi, he frowned and asked. Long Yi explained the matter of Betengu clan colluding with Long Zan to put a curse on him, and with regarding how he escaped, Long Yi only told him vaguely. He didn't mention anything related to the shadow within his body. "I have never thought that Betengu clan is already on Long Zan's camp. It seems Long Zan has many dark pieces. Fortunately, you are fine this time, otherwise, Zemin Nu would have gone all out against Long Zan until either the fish dies or the net splits." The eyes of Zemin Nu glimmered, and one could clearly see his love towards Long Yi from these stern words. Although this puppet imprecation magic can control the victim, but afterward the victim's body will explode and die. This son dares to confirm that Long Zan will use this move only at the crucial moment. He will definitely not act rashly in the near future. After all, of this moment can be said to be the final trump card of Long Zan. Long Yi analyzed. He felt that Long Zan would control him at the key moment when they were having a decisive battle with Zemin clan. At that time, with him, an important person of Zemin clan betraying them, Zemin clan will be doomed to lose. Zemin Nu nodded his head and said, "The curse magic has been lost for a long time. I didn't expect it to exist in the world today. It seems there are hidden dragons, crouching tigers in Long Zan's side." Long Yi pondered for a little while. All along, he felt that the person who had used cruise magic and that shadow who had carried out a sneak attack on Zhao Yi had a connection, and that shadow again might have a connection to sister-in-law Yu Shi. In that case, if this kind of vicious puppet imprecation magic was also used on his big brother who was deputy commander of Violent Dragon Legion, then wouldn't that? Long Yi expressed these doubts to Zemin Nu. Hearing this, the corner of Zemin Nu's mouth twitched, and he heavily slammed on the desk. Fortunately, he hadn't used key, otherwise, this new desk would have also become a scrap. Zemin Nu thought, if by chance his eldest son was controlled, then the consequence would be very grave. Zemin Tian however had the authority to control the entire Violent Dragon Legion. In the crucial moment, if he was controlled and became a traitor, then they would be ruined. "I will think about this matter. You just prepare to get married tomorrow. and today you don't need to go to military camp, just prepare properly." Ziman Nu said to Long Yi and then no longer spoke. Long Yi walked out of the door and sighed. Now, the situation of Soaring Dragon City was getting more and more complicated, and the relation between Ziman clan and the royal clan was also getting more and more strained. Until the day when fire beacons in all four directions, it was just the beginning of the internal disorder of Violent Dragon Empire. And suddenly recalling Yin Jian, the son of Light City's city lord, whom he had encountered in the drinking party last night, Long Yi turned around and left Ziman Mansion, going towards beautiful fragrant house. Ruyu seemed to have learned the temperament of this young master. Each time he came, she would serve Long Yi with ease, and King Wu and Biaozu, these two members of Skynet, also were no longer afraid of him. They knew that as long as they did their duty, and put away their former haughty temperament, they would obtain his recognition. Now Long Yi was half lying on the sofa, and King Wu and Biaozu were giving him a full-body massage. "Young master, I wonder what instruction you have this time?" Ruyu, standing at one side, asked respectfully. "What? Can't I just came to enjoy without any matter?" Long Yi comfortably said with a smile. "Beautiful fragrant house is young master's. Young master can come whenever young master wants to come." Ruyu said. "Ruyu, when you are greeting guests outside, you had such a warm expression, but how come I don't see such expression when you greet me?" Long Yi said with a smile. In front of VIPs, this Ruyu however handled them with skill and ease. Her face would always have a sincere smile and warm expression, making people feel as if a spring breeze, but when she reverted to her status of the leader of Skynet, she would have a serious and stern appearance. When facing young master, this subordinate's expression is authentic. Ruyu lightly said. As a matter of fact, her personality was like this, and on the outside, because of the requirement of the mission, she had no choice but to act like that. "Ruyu, could it be that you see this young master as a stern person? Just look at King Wu and Piaozu and also my smile, it's so sweet. Now quickly smile for me to take a look." Long Yi said with a smile. Ruyu was dumbfounded, and following the command of Long Yi, she pulled a smile. However, the smile was slightly stiff, was simply world apart compared to the smile she showed outside. Long Yi helplessly sighed. The gap between the dual natures of Ruyu was too big. "Well, no need to force yourself." Long Yi waved his hand signaling King Wu and Biaozu to stop, then sat up on the sofa, and seeing Long Yi appeared as if he had a proper business to talk, Ruyu slightly leaned forward, putting out the posture of listening attentively, and from her unbuttoned top, her deep enchanting cleavage became visible. "Your figure is truly good," Long Yi muttered, lewdly looking at Ruyu. This made both King Wu and Biaozu behind him to giggle. Ruyu however was calm, ignoring his remark. For her everything was young master's, and her body was no exception. Honestly speaking, the look of Ruyu was truly pretty good, and being 25 or 26 in age, she was downright charming. But it's not like Long Yi truly didn't have any thoughts on Ruyu, merely he understood to appreciate the virtue of women's body. "I need you to go and handle a matter. The foundation of our Skynet in Beastmen clans is still very shallow, and now I have a way to let our Skynet take a root in Beastmen clans," Long Yi said in stern countenance. Ruyu revealed the surprised expression and said, "Because Beastmen clans are very exclusive of human beings, engaging in a small trace is possible, but going deeper is nearly impossible, so it is very hard to gather reliable intelligence over there, and especially gathering the intelligence of the royal clan of Beastmen clan, by Meng clan is practically impossible." "I wonder what means young master have?" Long Yi smirked and said, "I got in touch with a person, he has been doing business with Beastmen clans for a long time, making a relation with Bimeng Imperial clan. Send some elite spies with him and spread out the intelligence network within Beastmen clans." "Yes, young master." Ruyu bowed, and half of her became visible, making Long Yi swallow a mouthful of saliva. "Oh, that's right, young master. Didn't you instruct us to look for the whereabouts of Light Church's Saintess of Proud Moon Empire last time? We have found her whereabouts. Yesterday, someone saw her in Soaring Dragon City. Ruyu said. Long Yi suddenly got up and somewhat agitatedly, he stepped forward, then grabbing the shoulders of Ruyu, he asked, "Now where is she? Is someone still tailing her?" Although Long Yi's grip was unbearably painful, but the face of Ruyu however didn't show any sign of pain in the slightest, and she merely answered, "This subordinate is incompetent. The spy reporting back wasn't able to tail her because the strength of Saintess Sibai has already reached Archmage realm." Long Yi sighed in low spirit, and suddenly became aware that he had exerted too much force, so he hastily loosened his grip, then moving the collar of Ruyu with his big hands, he saw two purplish handprints on her spotlessly white skin. After that, he immediately used light heal magic to restore her skin to the prior state. This moment, Long Yi was burning with impatience, so without speaking any more, he rushed out of beautiful fragrant house, running towards Light Church. He guessed that that bearded old man must certainly know where she was, and if he didn't speak, then he wouldn't mind tearing down his church. Arriving at Light Church, Long Yi directly avoided the stream of people that came to pray, and directly rushed upstairs. The light warriors and priests guarding upstairs recognized him. If it was not for him in extreme Yandai, then the Light Church of Soaring Dragon City might have been destroyed, so hearing Long Yi was looking for Bishop, they politely help him to point out the room of Bishop. Bang! Long Yi forced open the door of this room, scaring the bearded old man so much that he jumped. Second young Master Ziman, why did you come here?" the bearded old man asked sleepily. Long Yi stepped forward in large strides. Then holding this bearded old man, he urgently asked, "Where is Sibai?" "Sibai? Who is Sibai?" the bearded old man confusedly said. "Fuck, isn't there a saintess named Sibai in Light Church?" "Don't act dumb." Long Yi angrily shook this bearded old man, and this poor bishop was so badly shaken that he was confused and disoriented. Stop, my old bones are falling apart. Sibai was here until 2 days ago. But yesterday, she told me that she will be returning to Light City. The bearded old man emitted a white light from his entire body, and lightly struggling free from the devil's clutches of Long Yi, he said. "Was here until 2 days ago?" In other words, she was here in that extreme Yandai. Long Yi mumbled. "Of course, she came here under the command of esteemed Bishop Karen of Light City. Do you know Karen? She is one of the 2 great holy priests of our Light Church. Moreover, she looks as beautiful as an angel. In those years, I madly pursued her for 10 years, but she unexpectedly didn't give me even a single look." "You say? Hey, I am still talking." The bearded old man continuously chattering, but he saw Long Yi leaving absent-mindedly. Feelings do people great harm, damned Murongbo. Just let me find you and I will peel off your skin." The bearded old man cursed. Now he looked nothing like the dignified bishop of Light Church. Murongbo, who he was cursing, was the sword saint of Violent Dragon Empire who shook the world. He was the first person to comprehend Gi domain, and it was said that, at that time, he was entangled with both great holy priest Judith and Karen of Light Church, but now he had gone into hiding without any trace, and until now, both Judith and Karen nevertheless were single, and this Judith was the master of Sibai. Long Yi absent-mindedly left the Light Church. Sibai was here in Light Church in extreme Yandai, and they just brush past like this. It's already been so long since Sibai was hiding from him and refused to see him. Could it be that she didn't miss him at all? Or could it be that she didn't want to know how he was doing in these 2 years? Long Yi looked around. He felt that Sibai hadn't left. She might be hiding in a certain corner of this city, silently watching him. Tomorrow was his wedding with Nangang Xiangyun, so Sibai might be feeling very painful. Therefore, not wanting to see him and another woman getting married, she might have left the city. No, according to Long Yi's understanding of Sibai, she absolutely will endure her heartache and see him getting married, so that she could extinguish the final bits of her hope, then leave with a dead heart. At this moment, behind Long Yi, suddenly a hooded petite figure appeared, then pulling Long Yi's big hand, entered the small alley of the neighborhood. Chapter 275, First Bridal Chamber. Than her. When Long Yi was dragged by the hooded figure, he instinctively attacked, but smelling that lingering familiar fragrance made him stop his move in time when he had just come into contact with the other's body, but a soft and tactile feeling came from his palm, making him understand where his big palm was pressing, so he couldn't help grabbing it, and that extremely good elasticity made him fondle admiringly. The entire body of this petite figure quivered, and limply leaning on him, she said with slightly quivering voice, "Scoundrel, do you only know how to bully me?" Hearing the crisp voice of the beauty in his bosom, the disappointment in the bottom of his heart began to dissipate a little. He moved away his hand and took off her hood, and saw the blushing face of Nangong Xiangyan. Her long and curved upward eyelashes were quivering, and her breathing was also somewhat heavy. Clearly, the wolf claw of Long Yi had affected her spirit. "Papa." Long Yi spanked neither lightly nor heavily on the pert buttocks of Nangong Xiangyan and said, "Disobedient girl, why are you dressing like this?" If I had not stopped my hand just now in time, then what would have happened? Nangong Xiangyan opened her hazy eyes and hugging the waist of Long Yi, she said in her crisp voice, "I believed in you that you will stop in time." Long Yi couldn't help but smile, and looking at smiling Long Yi, Nangong Xiangyan again said, "I have not seen you for quite a few days. My mother sent people to strictly look after me, and didn't allow me to leave the house to see you, but my heart always feel empty not seeing you, so taking advantage of the change when the caretakers were not paying attention, I sneaked out to look for you." Having heard what was said, Long Yi was rather moved and he gently said, "Silly girl, we are getting married tomorrow, and there is only one night left, so there is no need to sneak out. Now your Nangong mansion must be in chaos. I don't care, I just want to see you. My heart is always restless if I don't see you." Nangong Xiangyan tightened her hug, feeling inexplicable restless in her heart. Girls in love were always silly like this. They didn't want to leave the side of their beloved for even a moment. Long Yi lightly patted the fragrant shoulder of Nangong Xiangyan, consoling her, and in his heart, he thought that this girl might be suffering from the premarital syndrome, always worrying about personal gains and losses, and always on tenterhooks. "Ziminyu, when I become your wife, will you be nice to me?" Nangong Xiangyan innocently asked. "Of course." Long Yi assuredly said, "Excellent, I will also be nice to you, properly serve you and give birth to many babies for you." Nangong Xiangyan bashfully said, "Well, then I want 20, 10 boys and 10 girls." Long Yi smirked and said, "Scoundrel, do you think I am a pig? At most 10, 5 boys and 5 girls. The girls will be beautiful like me and the boys will be handsome like you." Nangong Xiangyan's thoughts were already immersed in the happy fantasy of future. Looking at sweet Nangong Xiangyan with closed eyes, Long Yi affectionately bent over and lightly kissed her lips and said, "It's late, I'll accompany you back, otherwise your family will be turned upside down." "No, I don't want to leave you." Nangong Xiangyan twisted around in the bosom of Long Yi and her towering breasts rubbed Long Yi, igniting his fire. Long Yi forcibly suppressed the fire of lust ignited by Nangong Xiangyan, and said in stern countenance, "Be obedient and return. After this night, you will be my Zimin clan's daughter-in-law." Nangong Xiangyan swayed for a little while, although she didn't want to leave her sweetheart, but she after all had seen him, and had already vented out her yearning of 2 days, so she reluctantly nodded her head in agreement. Long Yi carried Nangong Xiangyan and quickly flew over to Nangong Mansion, and saw that the entire house was in chaos. People were looking everywhere for the disappeared bride, and Madame Nangong was even more anxious. If there was an accident at this final critical moment, then what should they do? Seeing the current circumstance, Nangong Xiangyan was also somewhat embarrassed, and said in a low voice, "Ziminyu, take me to the back door. My mother might die due to anxiousness if I delay any longer." Long Yi smiled and landed in front of the back door of Nangong Mansion, then spanking her, he said, "Now you understand uneasiness, quickly go and apologize to your mother, and obediently wait to become my bride." Nangong Xiangyi unsweetly smiled and agreed, then turning around she entered the house, then she again bore out her head from inside the house and said, "Ziminyu, you are not allowed to run tomorrow, otherwise I will not be nice." Finished speaking, she shrunk back inside the house, and in a moment, Long Yi heard servants happily calling out their miss was back. When Long Yi returned to Zimin Mansion, he saw that the entire Zimin Mansion was decorated with lanterns and colored streamers, and had a joyous atmosphere. But Long Yi was wondering whether Si Bai would appear at the wedding or not. It seems he had to properly arrange Li King and Barbarian Bull and also spread out a small groups of Skynet at that time, like that, as long as Si Bai was still in Soaring Dragon City, he would definitely find her tomorrow. At dinner time today, Long Yi saw his big brother Zimintian with sister-in-law Liu Shi and his daughter little Shuxian coming to the dining table. "Big brother, what are you doing lately? Even in military camp, I see you very rarely." Long Yi asked Zimintian with a smile. Zimintian put on a false smile and said, "Recently I am occupied with training Blood Cavalry Corps, so I had no time to go and visit Unparalleled Battalion to look for you. Don't blame Big Brother." "Of course, I will not. Big Brother is deputy commander, unlike this younger brother, how can you have a free time?" Long Yi said with a smile. Zimintian took out a gift box packed beautifully and said with a smile, "Tomorrow is younger brother's wedding day, but Big Brother doesn't have anything good to give you. I hope younger brother will accept this small gift. Wish you and sister-in-law to have a son soon." Long Yi accepted the gift box with a smile and he naturally thanked him. Then he looked towards Liu Shi with a solemn expression, guessing her relation with that shadow. "Uncle, hug." Little Shuxian seemed to like Long Yi. She reached out her little hand towards Long Yi from the bosom of Liu Shi. Long Yi walked forward and took little Shuxian, then left her in the sky, causing this little girl to laugh like a silver bell. "Brother-in-law, it seems my family's Shuxian is very fond of you." Liu Shi said with a smile. "That's natural. Sister-in-law also knows that my only shortcoming is that my charm is too big. I can truly do nothing about it." Long Yi smirked, joked and lightly kissed the little face of little Shuxian. Liu Shi chuckled and said, "There is no one that is able to resist brother-in-law's charm. Do you know, the proprietress of beauty shop, Han Yan however has never forgotten about you." "Han Yan, hey, then it seems I have to visit beauty shop to shop frequently." Long Yi said with a smile. At this time, Zimin Nu and Dongfeng Wan came out from the inner hall, then these few people stopped chatting and laughing at this point, and nicely finished eating the final dinner before the marriage of Long Yi. Returning back to the room, Long Yi was surprised to see his room had changed beyond recognition. The bed was covered with red quilt filled with warmth, and the entire room was filled with multicolored hazy magic lamps. Moreover, big happiness characters were stuck all over the walls and windows of the room. Long Yi sat on the sofa and opened the gift box given to him by Zimintian. He saw there was a fist-sized crystal ball inside. It had brilliant lights and vibrant colors, dazzling the eye. Long Yi picked it up and take a look, and he suddenly trembled. He put down this crystal ball and from his space ring, he took out a bit bigger crystal ball, and slightly injecting a bit of magical power, suddenly a tranquil figure was displayed inside the crystal ball. She was silently holding a book and was absorbed in reading it. And along with the image getting nearer and nearer, this girl's peerless appearance became clearer and clearer. "Wash Wang, you must come back." Looking at the girl with a tranquil smile inside the crystal ball, strong yearning feeling appeared in the heart of Long Yi. This mystical crystal ball that could record video was the crystal ball he had found at that time in the ladies' bedchamber of Washwang in Lost City. He really hadn't expected the magic civilization of Lost City had advanced to such degree. When he was repeatedly looking at the crystal ball for quite a few times, a knocking sound came from his bedroom's door. Long Yi used his spirit perception and knew that it was Betengu, so he put away the crystal ball and let her enter. Betengu pushed open the door and entered, and seeing the joyous decoration of the room, her expression dimmed very slightly. Take a seat. Seeing the expression of Betengu, Long Yi patted beside him and said with a smile. Betengu walked over to Long Yi and sat beside him, then taking the initiative to hug Long Yi's arm, she leaned her head on his shoulder. You are getting married tomorrow. Betengu gently said, and her tone was somewhat lonely. Long Yi lightly answered, rubbing his handsome face on her hair, but his expression was somewhat gloomy. Betengu's father and son were clearly hostile towards Zemin clan, so now other than Long Linger, the matter he had to deal with had increased. Although Betengu had treated his daughter as a disposable pawn, but Betengu after all had the blood of Beteng clan flowing in her. At that time, he feared she would again be heartbroken. Are you unhappy with this marriage? Why is your complexion so unsightly? Betengu raised her head and caressing the handsome face of Long Yi with her ice-cold little hand, she asked in concern. No, I was just thinking that when I marry Nangang Xiangyan, wouldn't you be jealous? Long Yi winked and reverting back to cheekily grinning appearance, he said. Betengu lightly pounded the chest of Long Yi and said, gritting her teeth, I will definitely not be jealous, but you must be impartial. You are not allowed to ignore me, and also not allowed to assist Nangang Xiangyan to bully me. Long Yi smirked and said, I will not. How can I assist her to bully you? Unless what? Betengu nervously asked. Unless it's in the bed, ha ha ha. Long Yi laughed heartily, attracting the angry and ashamed pounding of Betengu. A good while later, Betengu leaned on the bosom of Long Yi and suddenly said lightly, tonight, I will accompany you to sleep here. Long Yi was stunned. When did this girl become so bold? Humphrey, before the bridal chamber of you and Nangang Xiangyan, I want to have a bridal chamber with your first. Betengu hugged Long Yi and said in a low voice. Didn't we already have bridal chamber last night? Long Yi smirked and said, he hadn't expected Betengu was serious in this respect too. Yesterday doesn't count, other than pain, I felt nothing. Betengu said, since that is the case, then come. Long Yi smiled and picked her up, then threw screaming Betengu onto the bright red quilt-covered bed, and then like a wolf, he pounced onto her. Soon after that, spring-like moaning sounds resounded in the room until dawn.